Good morning and welcome to the Revelations 5K Throne Open. I'm Andrew Baeckstrom, a designer here at Direwolf Digital, and I'm joined by my colleague Corey Burkhart for another exciting day of Eternal Action. Today we're going to be watching Throne, Corey, and we've got quite a tournament ahead of us with 64 players who have done their best to battle through the qualifying matches on Friday and Saturday. The best 64 records from that qualifying round have joined us again today for a single elimination bracket where we'll be playing best of three Throne matches. And what's at line? Well, it's a 5K Throne Open. So first of all, it means we got $5,000 worth of cash prize available to these players. And in addition to that, the winner will be directly qualifying for the 2021 Eternal World Championships. So Corey, what do we have in store for us today with this Throne field?
We have a really wide array of decks going on this weekend. We've got, two different live balances that have come out within the past couple of weeks here. And as a result of that, things have really shaken up. We still see some Sling of the Chi. We still see some Menace Trove, two of these decks that have been affected, in part by some of the live balance action things to Grenahen, to, various different components to their deck. But we're also seeing things like a lot of amphitheaters show up. We're still seeing Yetis. We're still seeing, Stone Scar Aggro. We're still seeing, Huru Kira. We're seeing Elysian spells. I mean, we're seeing, a bit of the old and a bunch of the new. And I think one of the matches that is going to sort of highlight this dichotomy of what's going on in the Throne format right now, where everything's, kind of changing, it's kind of topsy-turvy, is the first match that I think that we want to highlight this weekend. And that's Cotillion, who's playing Tradition Skies, versus Mail on Menace Trove.
Yeah, and so, with the Tradition Skies deck, we're talking about Time, Justice, and Primal, so sort of dipping into three factions worth of the best flyers in the games and combining that with Majestic Skies and using that to get a nice little beatdown plan going. The Menace Trove decks, I mean, they're a whole nother sort, taking advantage of Praxis Trove, where you are sort of every time you play a spell, you're getting a unit, and then or the other way around, every time you play a one cost unit, you get a one cost spell. And then once you play a two cost unit, you get a two cost spell. And so they sort of chain all the way up the curve, getting a lot of value out of all of their plays. And then they're, taking advantage of some of the go wide tools like you might expect to see, like a Shrine to Carve It to help finish off the game. So going to be two decks that are both trying to race. I definitely, one thing I really like for the Tradition Skies deck is that all of these sort of like the gum up the works kind of action that you might expect to see out of a, sort of a grindy three faction, like sort of unit mid range deck. Well, having flyers is a great way to apply additional pressure to them while that's going on.
Yeah, this is a deck that you play Grenadin Drone against, maybe Yetis or Mono Fire or Stone Scar. That might absorb a bunch of damage. Against this Tradition Skies deck, they're kind of just going to laugh and be like, yeah, I don't really care about that. If you want to sacrifice that to your Kindling Carver, to Devours, yeah, no big deal. I don't have to worry about that. Just keep applying pressure in the sky, buff up your units with Stand Together, with Majestic Skies. I mean, this deck can push through a lot of damage fairly quickly. It's really going to come down to sort of how quickly can Mail get their, synergies off the ground to set up something like that, trying to carve it to gain a bunch of health back, and can they do it with, enough force that they can actually survive and attack back on the next turn?
Yep, so it's going to be a challenge for Mail. I guess Shrine to Carve It will be their most important card in the matchup just because getting that burst of lifesteal to their attackers is a great way to potentially swing a race back in their favor. As far as what we've got going on with the rest of the round, we're going to start off with this match, and then we'll watch it to its conclusion. It's best of three. And then as soon as it's done, we'll jump into another match that's in progress from among the 32 other matches that'll be going on this round. We'll keep doing that until we finish up. Then we'll pop back to the booth, and we'll wrap up the round, take a minute or two off to get the next round up and running, and then we'll be back in with more Eternal Action. So it's going to be a pretty fun nonstop day of games going on. Some of the new cards that I'm excited to see in action for the first time. I'm a big fan of Sentinels, and so Valiant Guardian is a new, real strong top end card for time ramp and mid range or controlling strategies. To just sort of the amount of sheer disruption it puts in on opposing decks by making all of their spells cost 4 more is just such a curveball for any sort of controlling deck to deal with. And so we've seen that card showing up in some mono time ramp decks, some Combray ramp decks, and so it's a big new one for players to look out for if they're in the market for a nice juicy Sentinel. And I don't think we got any Sentinel Reanimator, but that's a route I like to go sometimes with Stirring Sand to get that one back into play.
Yeah, and this one looks particularly well positioned this weekend. Several of the players brought, different takes on prodigious sorcery. We see some Fountain takes this weekend. We see some Skycrag takes. We're even seeing, a little bit of Skycrag control, of honor control. So getting down, this 8/8 endurance, so it can't be stopped by permafrost, thing that's making all the enemy spells cost 4 more. I mean, this is a really potent threat that I don't think that Skycrag decks are really going to be that well equipped to deal with, and we'll have to
I
see.
think they'll try to kill him first. All right,
Yeah, exactly.
Cotillion and Mail are ready to go. Let's check out our first match of the day. All right, Corey, we are here for the round of 64 here. Mail at the bottom of your screen on a Menace Trove deck. So we're going to see some sacrifice energies. Up at the top of the screen, Cotillion is going to go fast with a ton of 1 and 2 cost flyers in their Tradition Skies deck as they get things kicked off with a Gloaming Wisp, that 1/1 summon Nightfall and flying.
Yeah, for Cotillion, this is an awesome start. I mean, you've got Gloaming Wisp here, help, keep the hits coming, get to follow it up with a Whisper Wind right into a Hippos, a Stand Together. I mean, this is exactly the way that they want to draw it up. Maybe you have a few too many Whisper Winds now, but in all, just having that flying force that they can apply this pressure to Mail, and they really needed one driving the action. Mail's got, a lot of synergies that can take over sort of a card advantage war. So if things try to play out long and interactive with lots of blocking, Cotillion's going to be in a rough spot. Thankfully for them, being in the sky, it's not like there's going to be too much of that coming out from Mail's side of the board.
So a Defile's going to take care of the first of the Whispering Winds as a Grenadin Drone follows up. And it looks the way that Cotillion's built their deck with Whispering Wind. They're frequently turning powers into 1s or 2s. They can turn their 2s into quite often Stand Together or Lord Styre's Tower, and then the Stand Togethers themselves will kind of get turned into Lord Styre's Tower. We're going to go with Hiphos, and looks like we're actually, Corey, not going to amplify Hiphos, so just playing it as a 1-cost 1/2 flyer. It's always a tough thing to turn down the juicy value of getting to amplify that one, but Cotillion looks like they want to try to get onto the board a little faster.
Yeah, just as I get done saying is there probably wouldn't be a lot of blocking from Mail side. We see the combo of Defile and Cruel here managed to find them a Whispering Wind out of the void, given that it was stolen from Cotillion.
So a little cheeky action going on here. I think that attack was because, with things like Jotun Hurler that they just drew, or with the display of Menace dealing 1 to all enemies, you can maybe snatch some of those 1/2 flyers out of the air. If Cotillion had just taken the straight up normal block of block both my 1/2s onto both your 1/1s, that display of Menace would have gotten a ton of value, killing literally all of Cotillion's remaining units.
Alright, so interesting to see how Cotillion plays this now. Given that they've drawn another flyer, it does look really appealing to potentially play out second Whispering Wind and Eager Owlet. You don't really get to push through much damage that way, but getting, 4 flyers in play as opposed to 2 to be buffed up by this Stand Together looks really appealing. They do still have to be worried
and for
about...
Cotillion, just trying to figure out with Whispering Wind, you do got to discard and not necessarily clear exactly what they would want to pitch from this hand. Maybe the second Whispering Wind, maybe even the power at this point. Yeah, picking up a Glen Scout, 2 cost 2/2 with Amplify 3, play a 3/3 Mandrake.
Yeah, now kind of wishing, if you could have traded maybe the Whisper Wind for that, maybe this turn you play the Eager Owlet, then you could potentially amplify that on the next turn, but I think we'll just see them here, run out both of the bigger flyers, and it looks like, looking to use that Stand Together here on the next turn and put Mail on a pretty quick clock.
Yeah, it was interesting Mail didn't even want to expose to blocks. I guess they were concerned about something like a Stand Together.
Alright, so the namesake card here picked up by Mail. They found that Praxis Trove. They do have a Grenadin Drone in their Void, so then the next turn they would be able to set up a Shadowlands Guide to play a 1-cost unit to proc that Praxis Trove. But are they going to have enough time here, Andrew? This is such a formidable air force that we see on the other side for Cotillion.
Agreed. An interesting pickup now in Blade Pass Smuggler for Male. That can go and get them into the market and get the Shrine to carve it, but maybe there's something even better that they can get, as they wouldn't be able to play the Shrine this turn. You know, I don't love it, Corey. It's like Combust, Swift Refusal, Royal Decree, Strange Burglar. What I'm not seeing there is the kind of respect for other aggressive decks. I mean, it makes some amount of sense. You kind of assume Shrine to carve it can pull you ahead against any aggro decks, but there's no sort of like sweeping kind of effects in that market as they get the Shrine.
Yeah, so we'll see the Whispering Wind come down. Squad goals as Cotillion here battles with everybody. No blocks on Male side. And yeah, we do see that Stand Together fired off. So this is going to push through 11 damage. Male drops down to 7. And now these are not interactable flyers in the general sense for Male. They're going to really need to find something here to get them out of this. And so we see Grenahan and a Blight Pass Smuggler, but without actually any additional power to use anything they could find. So let's see, we can sacrifice the Grenahan. You could play the Shrine. But I only see that gaining back 9 points of health here, Ender. Is that enough?
I mean, no. I mean, I guess it probably is in the sense that I think it gets you up to like 16, and then it looks like to me you're taking like 13 on the way back. So I guess it does keep you alive, but you do have to. I mean, maybe you could set up for a lethal attack in the following turn.
Yeah, the Berserk here on the Blight Pass Smuggler is just absolutely enormous. Being able to get 2 attacks in with that one. I wonder if Male here is just pausing to think, okay, can I afford to attack with this Whispering Wind? Do I need to leave it back to block, given that, you know, if it blocks the Eager Owlet, it's kind of like you gained 4 health. The only issue is if you don't attack with it, you're not actually dealing any damage to Cotillion, and you might be, you know, forfeiting the chance to actually try to end the game on the next turn.
Yeah, I like the idea of trying to get the game over with.
Cotillion not willing to offer up any blocks, so I think here if Cotillion attacks everybody, should the Whispering Winds find them a stand together, this will be lethal.
Yeah, and I think it might hit. Okay, it did hit stand together, so no guarantees there for Cotillion, right? I just want to make sure I'm keeping track of
this,
but
there's Lord Styre's Tower in their deck.
Yeah.
They have hit a 5-cost site there, and you know that would have been.
That probably keeps them alive though, right? Like they can play 2 flyers off of that and just chunk the biggest things.
Yeah, given that the Blight Pass Smuggler is already berserked, it is going to be difficult still for Male to manage to sacrifice a unit to the Kindling Carver and have enough units that they can actually brawl through and kill. So, you know, a nice showing there from Cotillion. Really, you know, just getting into the sky and trying to, as quickly as possible, get one of these Menace Trove decks, you know, dead.
Yeah, and a really good understanding of what they needed to do in the matchup. Like, we saw them on an early turn just play out of Hiffos without amplifying it.
Yeah,
you know,
that was
I'm not looking at the analytics or anything on that card, but I'm guessing that card gets played with an amplify of at least 1 almost every time.
Yeah, a really heads-up line that I don't think that we see. As you said, like that just comes with, you know, great familiarity. And Cotillion is the only person playing this deck here this weekend that, you know, to make the top 64 with a pretty unknown archetype. No one's playing Majestic Skies outside of Cotillion this weekend. You know, I think that just kind of shows that, you know, sometimes you have to think outside of the box and you have to make these plays that, you know, you would really love to have a 3/4 Hippos. You'd really love to draw an additional power off of it. But Cotillion knows, hey, the way this matchup plays out, I have to kill them as quickly as possible. I can't let them get to Menace Trove and, you know, deploy several threats onto the board, go wide, and lifesteal me down.
All right, so we're going to wait for both players to rejoin the match, and then we will proceed with game number 2 of this best-of-3 slate. As a reminder, all the matches you'll be seeing today are single elimination, so for Male, they will need to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, their tournament run will end here in the top 64. Cotillion, while they don't have any cards that can go into the market in their starting deck, they do have 1 market card this weekend. They've got 1 copy of Invasive Species. That's that 1-drop Mandrake that when you hit the enemy player with no cards in hand, you can play from your market this turn. And when it dies, it puts a copy of itself into your market. So pretty nice one to keep in mind if you're building a low curve, primal aggro deck, as Cotillion did, as they redraw into what looks to me like a pretty solid second hand here. For Male, on the other hand, you don't love to start with Kroll in your opener. No one to hold'ems. I mean, this draw looks pretty horrendous to me. I don't think there's a whole. I mean, you can get like Jotun Hurler with no one to hold him, and that does interact with some of the like glowing wisp type action out of Cotillion. But I am concerned you're just not doing enough, and so we're gonna see a redrawn hand from Male, and they will keep their second with a pair of Katos and a Gust Rider.
Yeah, not a stellar hand here from Male, but much more functional than their first hand. The Kroll and double no when to hold them, like you were pointing out, Andrew. If the Jotun Hurlers don't line up well against, the hand that Cotillion presents to you, it's not really like your hand's gonna do all that much. And here on Cotillion's side, I mean, we get to see this is gonna be turn 1 Gloaming Wisp, potentially a turn 2 Whispering Wind, and they've got that Majestic Skies and Stand Together to go with it in their hand.
All right, so thanks to Nightfall, Male picks up 2 more cards, and they're going to play a Kato. And now Cotillion could just slam down this turn, Corey, a copy of Majestic Skies. They probably may have noticed that Male picked up a Jotun Hurler, that Echo animation, and a Majestic Skies very nicely gets all of your flyers out of range of snowballs for the rest of the game.
Yeah, snowballs and also importantly display of menace. We saw Male, it looked like, trying to set up several attacks over the course of the game of attacking with their 1/1 Grenadin drones into 1/2 flyers, and there were just no blocks in Cotillion side, not wanting to lose multiple units to that display of menace. And yeah, heads up play there, paying attention to what the opponent may have faded. There's open deck lists in this tournament. Players are able to know, what your opponent brought to the table. And as a result, knowing, hey, that must be a Jotun Hurler. I'm not going to let my Gloaming Wish just die for 1 power to a snowball. And yeah, now they've got, multiple good turns here set up with Gloaming Wisp, Whispering Wind, or Eager Owlet on the next turn into a potential Stand Together.
All right, so a Gust Rider will find a Kindling Carver. So Male is putting together the pieces here, Corey, that Howling Peak Smuggler could go and find maybe a Shrine to carve it, and then a Kindling Carver at some point will get it fired up and online. So for Cotillion, they're going to sort of need to up the pressure pretty fast or find some interaction, because they were barely able, it felt like, to outrace that Shrine to Carver Kindling Carver synergy in game number 1, and in game number 2 it's going to be even more menacing with Male being on the play.
Yeah, and additionally here, we already see, Male's got a lifesteal unit out. They can start, chipping away with that, no longer into the Eager Owlet. But the Gust Rider as well is just an additional way to sort of preserve their health total here. Unfortunately for Male, though, they pick up a Kroll, but with no unit just yet in the Void, so they'll just take a 3-ball. But thanks to their Smuggler.
All right, Howling Peak Smuggler, yeah. Powers up that snowball. That's pretty cool.
So now if you're Cotillion, how do you battle back? You've picked up a second copy here of Majestic Skies. Could choose to run that out with one of the flying units. You could choose to just deploy 2 flyers this turn. I mean, it's not even clear to me, Andrew, if you attack with both of your flyers. How much is it that you push, 6 or 8 damage here if you do play the Majestic Skies and push Male down to potentially, 9 health, versus how much better for you is it if you can play another Eager Owlet and a Majestic Skies and, hold back a potential Shrine to carve it?
Yeah. I like the second Majestic Skies, powering up these minions really big.
And I like this. Playing the Eager Owlet, this gets you the largest threat onto the board. And should Male have gone and got that Shrine to carve it, which we believe to be likely, this is going to have 5 health and can absorb even, the +2 strength bonus it'll give to the Kato or to the Smuggler in this case.
Yeah, and the Shrine is going to be important to get down for Male. Like, Cotillion is not far off from threatening lethal right now. With Male at 14, Cotillion just has 13 right now in play, and a Stand Together, another Majestic Skies would just push that to lethal. So maybe Male would like to go for something like Howling Peak Smuggler for Combust, but I guess that probably also prevents lethal from a turn as well. So
it should, but your side tells it all. It's like, yeah, this is a play you can make, but if you're in Male's seat, you're not ecstatic about it. You're not like, okay, I've really got this in the bag. And yeah, it looks like Male feels kind of the same way. It's like, all right, play Shrine to carve it, play the other unit that I can play, jam with my team. I know that I'm going to lose one of these to the Eager Owlet, but just doesn't feel like that they can afford to really sit around here and not get the shrine down. It's just too risky.
So yeah, I like killing Howling Peak Smuggler. Let's make sure that plus spell damage isn't a thing, as the other Howling Peak Smuggler is going to go away. Undepleted Power, great pickup for Cotillion, and lets them go Whispering Wind and stand together this turn. They're at 11 right now. The question is, do you attack with everything? Or do you maybe just try to play for a bit of a slower game and like maybe leave 2 units back?
Yeah, so if you're looking at it just as the board is now, imagine Male has to sacrifice, Kato, and then enable the maximum number of attackers. That would still be, at 3 units coming in, and there would only be 8 strength worth of units. So they would have to have another unit in hand. But if it's something like a Kato or a Grenadin drone, that could potentially add, an extra attacker that you're not prepared for to the fray. So it looks likely to me that we'll see Cotillion leave 2 units back, but again, they also need to get the game over with. It's not like things are getting better with Kindling Carvers trying to carve it set up on the other side. They do need to find a way to set this up where they can get Male dead over the course of a couple of turns and not just sit here and survive.
And yeah, they're using up all their time thinking about this one, Corey. Right now they got queued up a 12-point attack with both Eager Owlets coming through for 6. These Eager Owlets buffed up right now by 2 Majestic Skies and a Stand Together. For Male, they're going to get things started maybe with a Kindling Carver on maybe the new Kato. Let's see where they want to go. Another Kindling Carver.
So now they've got the ability to make 3 more attackers, but instead we'll just see another Carver activation and a Praxis Trove. A little bit awkward here with the Carver at 0. They would have to play the Kato in this case to get that 1-cost unit.
Yeah, so they use Know When to Hold them to find Crawl. Now they're really popping off as Kato gets the Defile. Kindling Carver is going to come down. They're going to be attacking with a lot of stuff here, Corey, but is it going to be enough for lethal? Oh, another Crawl off the top?
So what can we get back to that? Now there's a Gust Rider, so if you block the 2/4 strength, that's only 8 coming across. So yeah, Cotillion here can block in such a way that maybe they kill, the Gust Rider and one of the Katos. However, they're going to be falling to 2 here, and as a result of all of this attacking, that's 16 going to be picked up by Male, and they're going to go back up to 28 here.
Male ran out of time?
I'm not sure what happened there. I was actually surprised they didn't use their Kato Shade just to make another a Totemite.
Yeah, and this is a bad spot because if you're Cotillion right now, it's almost like you have to just basically leave everything back. Maybe you could... I mean, I don't think you can even send with 1. Like, if they... Well, I guess if you play both of your units, that gets up to 6. If you attack with 1, you have 5 blockers. If Male sacrifices Kato to a Kindling Carver and then sacrifices the Shade to get a Totemite, that means there would be 5 lethal attackers coming through, so you'd have exactly enough. So that means that if Male literally had nothing in hand, drew nothing for the turn, and drew nothing off the Carver, you could afford to attack with something, but... Oh, okay. So they got the tower, but that's not going to do it.
Yeah, I was also doing the count there of what happens if they had to stand together. And Cotillion was only 4 points short, despite 2 attacks in a row with the Shrine. Cotillion was still just, basically 1 unit away from being able to get across the finish line here. But as a result...
We're in Big Giants coming off Kato, plus Shrine to carve it territory, and that's going to do it for Cotillion. This match is going to be now tied up at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, really well executed there by Male. They had that opportunity, that one really tricky turn where they had used their Kindling Carver, and it was the decision of, well, if I don't play this Smuggler and go get maybe a swift refusal or a combust set on my market, I lose the entire opportunity. And it really looked like to us it needed to be combust, just given that, on the board they were going to 1. And, just said, nope, this is the turn I need to get done trying to carve it. Sure, I have to lose a unit, but I've got multiple shots on the next turn with Kindling Carver that I have the ability to dig through my deck a little bit, maybe find another smuggler, maybe find, something like a Shadowlands Guide and really get going. And, thankfully for Mail, they gained just enough health to stay out of range of Cotillion's attacks. And then on the very next turn, those Kindling Carvers really delivered. They found the Shadowlands Guy. There was a Trove involved, and they kind of just went, fully bonkers. Their decks just went fully off, and they managed to fill up the board, make just barely a big enough attack despite the awesome turn that they had. And here we are going into game number 3 as a result.
For Cotillion, kind of an awkward opening hand. They've got the perfect 1-2 punch of Gloaming Wisp into Majestic Skies, but past that, it's power all the way, so they're going to redraw into no 1-drop hand, but otherwise a pretty solid looking curve. And then for Mail, really everything you'd love to see with both an early Kindling Carver to get some sacrifice things going, and a Grenahen to help find whatever they might be missing.
Yeah, this is the first time on Cotillion side that we're actually seeing an Equivocate. First, real piece of interaction from them, a way to disrupt, a Kindling Carve, or maybe a lifesteal attack that's being enabled by a Shrine to Carve it.
Isle is the pickup for Mail. Cotillion, they're going to get the turn passed back to them, and they can now lead things off with maybe a wild Cloud Snake. I guess they've got to be somewhat concerned about getting it picked off by a Snowball, but we haven't seen one of those fade animations yet from Mail.
Yeah, no, an interesting spot here for Mail. Do you just run out the Grenahen and try to set up your game plan, or is this the kind of unit you need to defile? And yeah, Mail a little bit afraid of how quickly that Cloud Snake could get out of range here. Is just going to go ahead and defile that straight away.
Yeah, and this is the danger of with Cotillion is they're not playing with the strongest individual units on their own, and when you don't draw a bunch of them, they don't look too impressive carrying the load by themselves. So Grenahen is going to find Blight Pass Smuggler, and the turn's going to get shipped back to Cotillion. Oh, I guess we could see maybe the Carver come down. It's always tricky when you're playing with a Kindling Carver how much you want to expose it on a turn when you might not necessarily want to use it. Yeah, just a painting. Cotillion will be able to ultimate their Majestic Skies in the near future.
Yeah, the one nice thing here about having that 6 power now in hand is there is a plan as the game progresses. Obviously, Cotillion would much rather be grabbing something like a Lord Stayer's Tower or some other powerful flying unit here to follow up on one of these turns. But if they are going to have 6 power, at least they have something to do with it here. Whereas on Mail's side now, we see that Gust Rider come down. Soon we'll see them pitch 2 power and likely be able to deploy this Blight Pass Smuggler.
Yeah, now we're just a turn away from Carver plus Carvet, Shrine to Carvet territory. The Equivocate does offer the promise for Cotillion of being able to disrupt it in the future. I wonder if Cotillion will just choose to use the Majestic Skies this turn instead of trying to play Cloud Snake. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right. Majestic Skies it does cost 6 to Ultimate Core. Excuse me. One more than I remembered. Anyway, we see Kindling Carver finding a no one to hold him, and that is going to get used.
Soon we're going to see a Curl Pick. Oh, a Broken Contract. That's a pretty heads-up line here from Mail.
Yep.
Getting another really strong unit out here, and I mean, as a result, this is an attack for 15. And yeah, if you're in Cotillion seat, is this a spot where you have to bite the bullet and equivocate one of these things? You have to potentially block and equivocate? Are you falling too far behind, Andrew?
Sure. I mean, One thing that I'm considering is would really love to have possibly used the Equivocate on the Kindling Carver.
Right.
You'd certainly love if you just had something like a Kirin Ascendant maybe to blow up the Shrine to Carve it. But as it stands, the Equivocate is just you just have to give yourself a chance at the card drawing lifesteal generating engine of Kindling Carver plus Shrine to Carve it getting broken up. And Cotillion does agree. A Ruthless Stranger. And okay, so Cotillion could just go power and play the Ultimate, the Majestic Skies, but they actually don't have any big flyers to search up with Majestic Skies in their deck. And so instead, we're just going to see some Gust Rider action.
Yeah, and after the discard here, I assume that we'll see this Gloaming Wisp come down. And
yeah, and you don't love giving Mail more cards that might help them find another sacrifice outlet, but I think you need to play for the upside of the extra card draw going better for you than it does for Cotillion for Mail.
Oh wow, interesting. With Mail not attacking there with the Grenahen, that really looked like a spot to me with Cotillion, with your health being so low that you really needed to just try to line up a double block there, potentially on the Smuggler. Maybe the risk is too high of a Cruel coming off the top, and then that getting to come back out of the void, however.
Would be bad. Alright, so we see some Kato action. 2 more flyers are picked up for Cotillion, so they are starting to build up a pretty big air force here. The only question will be is will they be able to actually finish off the job from Mail's relatively high 35 points of health before maybe the Shrine to Carve gets turned online again.
So we'll see that Arcanum Elite come down. They get back up to 10, but yeah, Display of Menace is a real Andrew. So that's a sacrifice enabler. They do have 4 blockers back. There will be 7 attackers that the Kato is sacrificed into a Shade.
So now they're going to get to draw 2 of the top 4. One of those is going to be a Kroll, one of those is going to be a Howling Peak Smuggler.
Yeah, and with this getting back a Kato, this has got to be enough of units for Mail to make an all-out attack here.
Yep, Howling Peak Smuggler was going to get a Combust, kill another minion. And you know, even if that wasn't quite enough units to lethal, I think it might have been. It was certainly going to put the game well out of reach for Cotillion. So Mail takes down match number 1 here. We saw the strength of flyers against the Menace Trove deck, but also at the end of the day, I think that if you want to beat the Menace Trove deck, it's pretty important that you have access to either in your starting deck or in your market some kind of attachment interaction, especially if you're trying to win through early damage, because Shrine to Carve it just too hard to beat in the longer game.
Sounds like digging around here for another match, and it sounds like we've got Avion versus the Bionic Burrito. Let's head down to the match. I don't know about you, Andrew, but a Bionic Burrito, that doesn't sound like something that I'm really going to be choosing for breakfast here today.
Alright, so we've got Bionic Burrito at the top of the screen. Doesn't look like it's being shared to us with the overlay right now, so I'm not sure exactly. It looks like the game count is Bionic Burrito 1, Avion 0.
Yeah, jumping
and we
into
see
the deck
a freeze out get dazzled.
So yeah, Avion is on Skycrag control. We see some of the players bringing in this. They're using No One to hold him to go ahead and get Joe, the Endless Horde. And they're using that one as an ability to play a really long game, use the treasure troves to keep up card advantage, but then eventually just getting, you know, a massive dragon that can draw you additional cards and take out additional units. Whereas taking a look here on the Bionic Burrito side, I'm guessing that this is a Huru Kira take. Let's take a look at their deck. Yeah, this is...
So that Joe of the Endless Horde is probably locked out right now from No One to hold him.
Yep.
Man, Bionic Burrito's got him so close to dead, Corey. And they're all the way up at 51, but Avion's got a lot of good cards in hand.
Yeah, it's one of these situations of, okay, I've got the time. I've got a healthy health total here. I'm at 51. But do you really have the time? Like, how are you going to get through all this card advantage Avion is stacked up here? So we see them now rereading for an Honor of Claws, gaining a Player Aegis.
Yeah, and Dazzle is just such a powerful option to have access to for these control decks. It's like you get to a long game and it's like, okay, I can with the Dazzle and the ability to stun a unit or to negate a spell. It's like I feel so insulated against so many things. We're gonna see a Hojin come down, Crown Breaker. A fitting choice for this weekend as players got alternate art copies just for entering this weekend's Throne Open. As a reminder, yeah, we give away free alternate arts with entry to any of our open events. A Levitate is going to respond to the Torch, get a little extra Justice Sigil action.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Bionic Burrito, unable to find something like a bubble shield to protect from that torch. The Hojon will bite the dust.
Yeah. And I'm not saying Bionic Burrito needs to pack it in. They should play it until they're convinced that they can't win anymore. I think at the time when the no one to hold them finishes off on the Zhou and the Zhou comes down is a pretty good sign that we might be done for.
Okay, looking at that Silverblade Intrusion though, Andrew, that does look like a card that lines up really well in this matchup. Avion is really bad at getting these cards out of their hand. And yeah, if you can use that to, prevent something like a Hailstorm or a Torch, Avion does have a little bit of a difficulty actually answer these things. However, now they're getting enough units in play that time might have passed here.
So well, we didn't even play the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain. Maybe waiting until we have a second unit to combine with the Silverblade Intrusion.
Okay, that's a pretty darn good second unit.
So is it possible that Bionic Burrito could string something together here? I mean, getting to combine Silverblade Intrusion with your Huru Envoy is pretty dope. And one of the great things about Silverblade Intrusion is that as a one-cost spell, Dazzle can only negate units and spells that cost more than one, and it can only stun units that cost more than one.
Yeah, and we're going to see Zhou try to fire off 3 damage here to the Ikaria. We'll see the Silverblade Intrusion come down. Hit both the Ikaria and the Envoy. That'll pick up a card. Additionally, with, all those cards in Avion's hand, we're going to see a Denouncer to hand and one into play. And Avion now only has 7 power to work with.
And wow, we're even going to get to take down Zhou here. That's pretty dope. Or are we? Bionic Burrito is reconsidering.
Yeah,
having 2 big flyers is pretty nice.
Exactly. I only need one of these to get through. Would it just be better to maybe put my invulnerable and damage units just in front of yours? I'm not sure. It's
optimistic since the Denouncer is still vulnerable to damage right here and could be stunned by something like a Permafrost. But to not try to get the Zhou down, but the Zhou is just a 6/6 flyer once it's fired off its ultimate and made its first attack. It's not like there's anything special with the dragon now at this point.
Yeah, really tricky spot now if you're Avion. You can't permafrost this Ikaria.
Yeah, I mean, they have Clan Tactic as an answer. And they do have their 3/3 flying crafty occultist as a blocker. The question that they're struggling with is sort of how much they didn't cash in any treasure troves at all there, Corey. That was the thing they could have done.
Too afraid. Would rather just hold up double dazzle and a clan tactic. Really feeling like, okay, if I can get through this turn, I think I'm safe. So just wanting to hold up all that power. We see Ikaria's ability used, pumping up that additional Valkyrie Denouncer, which is now deployed. Secure Ascending come down. Yeah, without a spell.
I like that by holding off on the Ikaria ultimate, they were until this turn, Corey. They could have done it earlier. They managed to get that Valkyrie Denouncer buffed up to a 4/4.
Did you just notice that, Andrew? Avion just immediately fired off that snowball, ready to fire off the Hailstorm and get rid of every unit on Bionic Burrito's board. And then there was a pause. And now Avion was questioning, is this Hailstorm actually going to work out? And yeah, we're going to see. Here's a bubble shield fired off, and it looks like Avion's going to try to protect the Kira. Holy moly, Andrew, that's a Silverblade Intrusion off the top.
Oh my goodness, I can't even believe it. That's going to be so good. That's going to get to protect both flyers. And yeah, I mean, this hailstorm is gonna kill like the 3/3 crafty occultist. So now Avion is definitely susceptible to just losing in the air.
What
Oh
a pick!
wow.
Why they're gonna save both of the spell-based units, so saving the Kira and the Envoy here.
Oh, I would have gone for the jugular, Corey.
I think I was in your boat as well, Andrew. You already knew you were gonna save the Kira from the hailstorm thanks to the Aegis.
Yeah. And I mean, the good news is that they're keeping around 2 pretty good units, and there are going to be a whole bunch of Valkyrie denouncers revenging into the top of the deck with Destiny. Avion's going to have to deal with all of those at some point.
Yeah, no, Avion's really on the back foot here. We see them fire off one of these tropes. They find an Honor of Claws. But remember, every unit in Bionic Burrito's deck is lethal at this point. All of their units that they play deal at least 2 damage. That if anything gets through and hits Avion, the game is over. Avion is a Skycrag deck. This is not a deck that is going to be very good at gaining health or gaining armor. You know, there's Clan Tactics, there's Dazzle, there's these ways to protect themselves, but do they have enough of it?
All I know is that, Corey, this is a game I would have lost if I'd been playing either side, because I just was like, my reaction was like, oh, this game's over.
Okay, so we see a no one to hold him for Garden of Omens, and
Oh
now
my.
multiple Valkyrie, all 3 of the Valkyrie denouncers that we've seen in the last turn or two picked up, and now a Mavloff Huntress.
Generated over brick. It did brick, but Mavloft Huntress. Mavloft Huntress is going to go and try to kill this Zhou.
Yeah, moving the Zhou out of the way would allow for both the Envoy and the Kira to potentially be lethal attackers here. So I assume that this will have to find a Dazzle.
Okay. Wow, snapping off this attack. Oh, you can give the stats. That's juicy.
But the Clan Tactic is just enough.
Yeah, it is nice. Bionic Burrito is going to get to draw a card if either player plays a spell on her Envoy. Okay, Valkyrie Enforcer means that that Zhou is not going to deal with the air units next turn. The question for Bionic Burrito is sort of how much do you hold on? Do you like sandbag threats at this point in the face of maybe like additional hailstorm style action? We're going to see another revenge flyer come down.
All right,
I wonder if Avion is just out of juicy fate units to get with no one to hold him. Certainly a while before that the peak does anything.
Yeah, that might have been a no one to hold him just to not have to draw that in the future, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, Savage Incursion.
That probably makes a bunch of dragons. Yeah, that probably does do something pretty good. I assume there's enough cards in the void. Yeah, alright, so now we got 3 Sapphire Dragons. And even Zhou's gonna attack? Holy cow. I mean, they do have a Dazzle. It makes some amount of sense. The Sapphire Dragons having Overwhelm too is a really big deal. Just because, like, maybe Bionic Burrito, if they didn't have Overwhelm, could maybe jump to stop lethal next turn. But now I'm starting to think that Bionic Burrito is just gonna die in a moment here.
Yeah, 18 Overwhelm flying damage. You've got the Zhou as well. We had a spot where the Bionic Burrito has to like Valkyrie Enforcer a Sapphire Dragon, not really because they're afraid of the flying, but just so much that the Overwhelm is just a terrifying threat here. You're 1 flyer short from, threatening lethal that way.
Okay, I like this attack. And it looks like Avion is gonna, just trade him off. Avion's gonna get some stunned 2/1 soldiers. And if you're Bionic Burrito, I think this is gonna be hard because you get the Valkyrie Enforcer. Oh, you know one thing they could have done, Corey? I don't know. It probably doesn't help you. Is you could silence your Mavloft Huntress.
Right, and enable an attack with her as well.
To unlock the 4/4 imbued unit.
Yeah, that would have enabled a potential lethal attack. Of course, we know that wouldn't have worked because of the Dazzle in hand. There would have been the ability to stun, basically all of Bionic Burrito's units would have died. They would have killed some number of the Sapphire Dragons such that I think that they would have survived.
Can you kill enough things here if you're Avion? Because you have an Ice Bolt, a Permafrost, and 2 Dazzles. That would kill all of Bionic Burrito's units. So if Bionic Burrito has nothing and Avion goes for it, Avion is going to win here. Torch is going to add some extra insurance, as maybe now like one of the attackers can fail getting through, and you would still be able to win.
I think that we have to fire off that torch now because Bionic Burrito does still have that player rage.
Oh, we didn't use the Ice Bolt mode, I see. Alright, so we see Permafrost, Dazzle.
Double Dazzle, this gets all of the potential blockers out of the way, and that's 20 damage in combat, actually. Avion did the math, found a way, hey, I can remove all 5 of your potential blockers here, and a game that looked really favorable for them to a spot where I thought they were stone dead after the Bubble Shield Silverblade Intrusion play, but Avion manages to clutch it out and force a game number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, wild game. That was a game where I know I was gonna lose either side of it, like just because I didn't think either. I thought there was a point in the game where both players were just both basically dead.
Yeah,
both players managed.
There was a spot where I would not have faulted Bionic Burrito for packing it in and saying, okay, this game's over, let's go to game 3. Then the Silverblade Intrusion pick up off of the Bubble Shield, and I was like, wow, that is brutal for Avion. I thought that they, had this one in the bag, but, really, really well done by the Bionic Burrito to stick in it and really fight back. GG's to them, they're going to take it, and then Avion just finds the line to manage to survive exactly that one turn through a Maveloft Huntress, through, Kira pumping up that Huru Envoy, and then, yeah, that last turn, Andrew, somehow, let's remove 5 of your blockers and just kill you.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to if we talk to Bionic Burrito after the game, what their thought process was going into that decision on that last Silverblade Intrusion about keeping alive their sort of card draw units as opposed to the flyers and going for a lethal line there. Certainly seemed like a pretty close call either way. But unfortunately, the way it worked out, Avion was able to, for Bionic Burrito's sake anyway, they were able to tie up this match at 1 game apiece. We're going to get started here with game number 3. Bionic Burrito, a pretty good draw. They've got a good 2-drop in Generator Dovid, and then they get to follow that up with Huru Envoy and Maveloft Huntress. For Avion, we're a little bit short on power here. And with Crafty Occultist influence requirements being a little bit harsher, it's a little bit less reliable even if they pick up 1 more power. So they're going to go all the way down to 6 with just a Dazzle and Honor of Claws. Dazzle is a really good spell for when you are sort of like going off and you've drawn a lot of cards. It's not exactly the one you want to see early because it's just not a permanent answer. At the end of last game, Avion just needed lots of flexible sort of tempo tools to help them deal with lots of things. But right now they need actual good cards. Jotun Hurler can be one. It doesn't do anything against Generator Dovid, but it does line up against some of Bionic Burrito's threats.
And maybe if you get to combine that with a Hailstorm or a Torch on a future turn, you can end up taking down this Generator Dovid. But in the meantime, yeah, this is a 4/4 that gets to come brawling in, and now we're gonna see if Bionic Burrito is seeing that fate having happened, knowing a Treasure Trove that wasn't played. Maybe you play Hojohn with the Silverblade Intrusion up. Maybe you just run out this Huru Envoy and just see what's going on. Lots of decisions here for Bionic Burrito. We'll see which route they end up taking.
Because the thing is, Bionic Burrito kind of knows Avion has a snowball. Like, if Avion had drawn a Zhou, and that's what caused that fade animation, Avion would have just played the Treasure Trove. They wouldn't have held up power here, in all likelihood.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll see. Right. Plunder is, they're going to go by that decision, but we will see the Imbue lock down the Dovid, and now a 7/5 killer. And that's just 3 attacks here on Avion's side, and they're spending their turn playing Treasure Troves. They're still trying to dig out of this redraw issues that they've started with this game, and really lacking answers on their side to keep pace, like Permafrost.
Yeah. So Generator Dovid's gonna whiff there. A Hailstorm though. So the ordering doesn't work out right, Corey. If you Hailstorm and then Snowball the Imbue Generator Dovid, the Maveloft Huntress still sticks around. The damage gets applied to its buff first.
Yeah, so instead we'll see Avion fire off the snowball here at the ready generator.
And now Avion's like, ugh.
Yeah, sick to their stomach.
I saw that you had a response there, or you had the choice to. And so they know, like, if they just go Primal Sigil Hailstorm and it is Silverblade Intrusion or Bubble Shield, it's just pretty close to game over. Not literally, it's only 11. So they're just literally not even going to go for it.
Yeah,
They
gonna
just fired
pump
off
the
a snowball
brakes.
for nothing, just to get that information. Maybe it's the right play, but it's a painful one.
Yeah, so we'll have to see Avion here fire off this Dazzle. Again, if it's a bubble shield, it's an absolute disaster. Luckily for them, it is not. So Avion now has a sense that, hey, that's either, Silverblade Intrusion or a Levitate. But they've already gotten rid of that Snowball. So if it's a Levitate, they no longer have the option of combining that Snowball with the Hailstorm.
Brewer Envoy. And, alright, Crafty Occultist, maybe? You
Yeah,
could
that
get
seems
a
like a great play here.
3/3. You could get maybe you get to find a better spell.
Yeah, an awesome turn here for Avion would be getting to play this Crafty Occultist, getting a Grenadin, maybe finding something like a Permafrost. Find a Skycrag Silas and a Zhou. Okay, we can fire off that Trove this turn. Has the power to go places, but really don't know where we're going just yet over Avion. And, there's not much runway left with 10 health to play with. A Valkyrie Enforcer now picked up on the other side. Thankfully for Avion, there's no flyers that's going to allow to push through.
Alright, so now we do see the Silence by own Mavelov Tantras to unlock my imbued unit.
Yeah, really.
Avion could go for maybe a double block on a Generadovid, or maybe just chump one of them, or maybe just take take 8.
Yeah, I don't know that you can afford to just take 8 here facing down potentially 5 attackers in the next turn. It really feels like to me, if you're Avion, that you're gonna need things to go well over the next turn and the turn following to even get a spot that you can't afford to take all the damage. So yeah, they'll double block. They will have those soldiers, but they're not gonna get to use them this turn. And if you're Avion, Andrew, do you just have to bite the bullet here and hope that this hailstorm somehow works out?
I mean, you basically are. It's really tough because it's not like if you go for you don't have a lot of options, right? Like you can treasure trove or honor the clause, but it's like if you honor the clause and you find like a clan standard or something, it's not like you that also just gets bricked by the same sorts of cards.
Exactly. So yeah, we are going to see Avion fire off this hailstorm, and I think they've got to be sick to their stomach pulling this one. You know that it wasn't a levitate based on what happened last turn, and yeah, we'll see that Silverblade Intrusion fired off. Justice Influence is enabled, so there will be a Denouncer going to get added to hand. One's going to be revenged into the deck.
I don't know what one drop you could hit here.
I think
like
it was only Permafrost.
Yeah, Permafrost is a good call. That one plays. All right, well, the Crown Watch tactic might have meant the difference, but it already was exactly lethal as Bionic Burrito takes down this round 1 match 2-1 against Avion's Skycrag control deck. And a pretty impressive showing there for Bionic Burrito about just sort of how much having a couple of key cards like Silverblade Intrusion line up really well against the spell-based controlled strategy could just make it a nightmare, because so often they just really rely on that hailstorm to be the sort of the big catch-up moment for them. And whenever we've seen players incorporate cards like Silverblade Intrusion or Curtain Call or Stand Together, just a real fantastic direction to go if you're trying to be better against some of those sweeper type effects. All right, so that actually was the last match of round number 1. We're going to take a brief break, and then we will be back with round 2 here at the Revelations 5K Throne Open. Welcome. We have another Throne champion with us today. We are joined by Collector, the winner of the Draft Open and our newest competitor in the 2021 Eternal World Championship. So we're going to get to know him a little bit today. Throughout the course of the show, we'll be bringing you some segments from the interview. So first off, thank you for joining us, Collector, and congratulations on winning the Draft Open.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Where are you joining us from today?
Southeast Michigan.
Oh, fantastic. And if you wanted to tell the Eternal community a little bit about yourself, what do you want people to know about you?
Go by Collector in Game, or Brad. That's sometimes my stream. I've been playing card games since like 7th edition for Magic, and been, a lot of different ones since then, and just having a lot of fun playing Eternal. So.
Yeah, and you've been successful on the Eternal tournament scene for quite a while now. I remember going back to our first year of ECQs. I remember you winning one an ECQ, and then I believe the literal next one you were back at our top 4. So
yeah,
a long run of success for you. But let's go back to your beginnings with Eternal. Do you remember the first Eternal card you ever saw?
I don't remember the first card. I know like I signed up back in closed beta, then like I got in towards the end of closed beta, and I didn't play too much because collection wiping is not something I'm a fan of. I was like, I don't want to grind that again. But I played a lot starting to open beta.
Which faction do you identify with the most in Eternal, and why?
I'd probably just go with fire. I like the direct damage you can do from it. You see that fire in a lot of my tournament decks, like whether it's Chonkers or Yetis or the draft event just now.
What's the bad card in the game that you just can't quit playing and trying to add into decks?
Me and my teammate Avion, we often meme about Horu Pledge and trying to get that to work. So like that 6/3 guy that becomes invulnerable when you've pledged, and like bayonet and things, we'll try a do deck of it every so often, and it doesn't often work.
What card in the game sort of always has your number? A lot of people have this card where it's like they build their decks a lot of the same way, and it's just like this card always gets them.
That's a little tough just because like, play a decent variety of decks. Back when it was an expedition, Cast in a Shadow, they always had multiple copies of it, and they always get 2-for-1s, and it's not good fun, for me at least.
What would be your battle skill of choice in real life?
I should probably just go with Endurance, never, get tired or wear out or whatever, so.
If you could have any card in the game get an alternate art, what would it be, and do you have any ideas for what you'd like to see for that?
I mean, I've been pushing for a Torch for a while. I'm surprised you guys haven't yet. And not really sure what I'd put on the art.
Probably something fiery.
Yeah.
What's your favorite format? What's your favorite deck of all time?
Favorite format right now is draft. Throne like is it's really wide open, which is fine, but just like it's really hard to prep for a tournament when anyone can bring literally anything. And draft just a lot of fun. Type plays in it, everyone's kind of on the level playing field there too, so that's always fun. My favorite deck I ever played was the Shimmer Pack deck I brought to my first ECQ that I'd won. It was really fun. Like I played a lot of Shimmer Pack way back in open beta when it first came out before it got nerfed to 8, and I was happy being able to play it again. And
did you build that Shimmer Pack deck that you won that tournament with?
I think I took a base off of Eternal Warcry, like changed a couple of cards, watched Yoda Bite stream, and he was trying out Ava, that primal 3/4 unit. I was like, oh, that actually works really well in this. So I put 4 in and, played that. If I remember that ECQ right, like everyone was on FJS at the time. And because everyone was on FJS, they all cut all of their harsh rules because it was really bad against other FJS decks. So it was like perfect time to go really wide on them.
See, I got there the other way. I was always really into Ava, and it never occurred to me like, hey, what if I just put a Shimmer Pack in my market, or if I'd put a bunch of Shimmer Packs in my deck, and I could just evolve the hatchlings into Shimmer Packs? That'd be really awesome.
Yes, and Corey, we know it's never occurred to you that once you've got a couple of 1/2 flyers, you need to do anything more to potentially win the game. Okay, then we're back. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, Corey, it's time for round 2 here at the 5K Throne Open this weekend. And for round number 2, we're going to start things off with Parmely on their Cambrai Relic ramp deck up against Torchy on Skycrag Yetis. And so for the Cambrai Relic ramp deck, what we're going to see is a lot of, cheap relics like Pillar of Progress, Amber Lock, Coveted Gemstone, trying to quickly accelerate their power so that they can ultimately do things like play and equalize with not many cards left in their hand to both kill all of the enemy units and balance things out in hands. And then the top end card for them this weekend is Valiant Guardian, 4 copies of that 8-cost Sentinel from Revelations. Up against them this weekend, Corey, they're gonna be facing Torchy, who's got a new take on sort of Skycrag Yetis. What are some of the new things to expect from this deck?
Yeah, so we see a lot of the usual suspects. You still see your Snow Crush Yetis. You still see the Thunderox Masterworks, your Wumps. Like the core of the Yeti deck is still here. But Torchy chose to take it a couple of steps further, and a bunch of those flex slots they've converted into Prowling Amorax, which is that 2-cost 2/2 unit that when you play it, you get to choose either Quick Draw or Aegis, and then it's going to gain that skill. Additionally, if you attack with exactly 2 units, +2 strength. So this is a tool against some of the more controlling decks in the field. You choose Aegis, you can get this really strong Aegis threat down. Protected from something like a Permafrost or a Torch, where a lot of the other Yetis are vulnerable to that kind of effect. And then on the opposite side, when you're up against something like a Stone Scar aggro deck, hey, let's just choose Quick Draw. Try to deal with this one Stone Scar aggro deck. They don't have that much removal. If it just turns down in unit combat game, this is a threat that can just keep attacking turn after turn for them. The other thing we're seeing is Tormented Crown. And this is that 2-cost legendary relic where after 3 turns the enemy player is taking damage, you get to transform into the Curse of Torment, making all the enemy units reckless, and whenever a unit hits you, you draw a card. So if you play one of these long games against sort of a mid-range deck, maybe like the Hurukira, maybe like the Legion spells, maybe against one of these Praxis Trove decks, if you can get that thing enabled, you can accrue a bunch of cards and actually play one of these mid-range games with them, where usually Yetis just runs out of cards. Once you answer all the Yetis, hey, the game's basically locked up as long as you've got a high enough health total that you can get across the finish line before they draw enough Champion of Furies and Torches maybe to finish you off. This really gives the deck some staying power. This is the ability to play 3 or 4 extra turns out, accrue a bunch of cards, and turn over turn deploy a bunch of Yetis, pump them up with Wump and Thunderox Masterwork, and really try to get over the finish line that way.
All right, and for this match, it will be another best of 3 single elimination match. One thing that I like about what Torchy's done with their deck is they're playing with a couple copies of Fire Sketch, and
yeah,
I like that one a lot if you're ever playing with a Fire aggro deck, which has trouble attacking through some bigger units. I mean, we just get to a longer game, and the ability to make it so that Valiant Guardians can't block because you have this power card, which gives you the ability to exhaust an enemy unit just turn after turn, is going to be a nice bit of advantage there for well, I guess a Valiant Guardian is endurance, so let's be clear. Maybe not that one, but other ones it'll do it a little better against. All right. As soon as the match will be getting started very shortly, and we'll be joining them. But yeah, a lot of just like sort of 1-ofs and 2-ofs and 3-ofs in this Skycrag deck this weekend. So we'll see which of them pull their weight and which of them don't in this match. It's time for our next round. All right. Torchy at the top of your screen on Skycrag Yetis up against Parmely, who's drawn down to 6 cards. Maybe they unlike the first couple. And Torchy's going to get things kicked off for us probably on turn 2 with a Yeti Pioneer for Parmely. Ooh, they're just going to go with an early Builder's Decree. I love it. Just locking out the turn 2 play. What a cool little line. You oftentimes don't see that one played with that Amplify either.
Really heads up, because you look at Parmely's hand. Sure, you have this authoritarian creation. You've got access to a bunch of ways to generate power that you're probably thinking, wow, it'd be really awesome if I could just amplify this. Look at their hand, though. You're playing against a Yeti deck. Are you actually going to live to play any of these cards? And yeah, really, really heads up play that I really like there from Parmely, just saying, nope, we're gonna pump the brakes here. Unfortunately for them, Torchy still managed to follow with a Crunch and a Pock, so there's a bunch of Yetis in here now that they're going to have to contend with. But at least they know what's going on the other side. They know about this Yeti Pioneer. They know about these Torches. But unfortunately for them, Crunch's Infiltrate fires off here. Berserk enabled by discarding that Snowball, thanks to Pock. everything seems to be going right up Torchy's alley here, with the exception of not getting to deploy anything on turns 1 or 2.
Yeah, Crunch did a nice job of smoothing out the draw there. All right, for Parmely now, they played that coveted gemstone. They could go for maybe an Avigraft on that Crunch the Hoarder.
And that would absorb
We
quite a
could
bit of
even see an
damage.
amplified Builder's Decree, make a 5/5.
Yeah, one of the tricky things with that is Parmely does know about multiple torches in hand, and it might actually come down to a spot where they would have to lock out the torches and kind of just, you know, accept, hey, I don't know what's happened to the rest of your hand since the last time I saw it, Torchy, but hopefully you haven't found a permafrost to move this Sentinel out of the way. So they're going to take the more defensive line here, and interesting, they're actually going to fire off the second Builder's Decree here, just get another look and try to slow down Torchy a little bit.
Oh, Slag's a nice one. Kill an enemy relic. So
Yeah,
look at that. Kill the Avigraft after getting that with their Blazing Salvo and using that to unlock the Avigraft, unlock the 3/3 Valkyrie lurking within, and bring Parmely down to 16 as they draw Valiant Guardian for the first time.
Yeah, namesake card here of Parmely's deck, but several power away from getting to deploy that one. We could see the Authoritarian Creation come down, try to take out, you know, the Snow Crushed Yeti. Would absorb a little bit of extra damage as well, thanks to having that 5 armor, but you're not getting any closer to playing the Valiant Guardian. Is this a turn that Parmely can afford to take off and just play Ancestral Oasis? They determine that it is.
One thing that Parmely has going for them, Corey, that's going to be pretty important is they can crack that coveted gemstone at some point and get a copy of Stormhalt Knife out of the market, and they'll be able to now since they're at 10 or lower health, and it'll be free. That's a pretty big deal. So no plays from Torchy though.
Yeah, interesting not deploying that Thunderrock's Masterwork, not wanting to, you know, deal additional damage here to Parmely, but if you're going to put them down to 10, that play that you just described, Andrew, about the Stormhalt Knife, that is enabled now.
Yeah, and the reason why I think you saw Torchy go for that is that they're really concerned right now about the possibility of a Shenra Speaks or an Equalize. They'd love to be able to Blazing Salvo, get into the market, grab one of their negate effects, and be able to use that to stop the sweeper from destroying their board. And, you know, let's be clear. Torchy doesn't need that much more out of their units. They just could use to protect them sort of for one more turn, because then the torches will just be lethal.
So yeah, we'll see that creation come down an extra strength thanks to that Pillar of Progress. Not that they needed it to take out the Snow Crushed Yeti. But that will leave them invulnerable to damage from spells here. Unfortunately, though, not going to leave them invulnerable to attacks here. So we are going to probably see that Valkyrie take out the Authoritarian Creation. But I think we're saying, probably, hey, is this the time that I want to cash in and get that Stormhalt Knife? They choose to. So now they've got the ability, Andrew, on the next turn, should they draw an undepleted power, they can play the Guardian and the Stormhalt Knife in the same turn.
Parmely is really close to being dead right now, but they're not yet.
That might have been the pickup they needed. So now you've got access to Valiant Guardian plus Stormhalt Knife here this turn.
Yeah, are these two enough to swing it back around? I mean, I guess you can jump the
No, they used that last turn.
Oh right, you're right. That's gone.
And remember this.
Frost, not an answer for the endurance of the Valiant Guardian. We're gonna see a chump attack here.
Yeah, now this is no units in play, and so we'll see the Oasis fired off here. What can Parmely find? Invoking for Time. I mean, this is the kind of spot where I think of your Parmely shoes. If you just find a refresh, you'd be so happy.
Oh, any kind of health gain would be a huge pickup. And right now, Parmely is looking at a random time unit, spell, and attachment, choosing one of the three to draw after cracking their Ancestral Oasis. They picked up a Dashing Scoundrel. Not sure what. Love to know what their other options were. Is the Valiant Guardian's just going to take out the site?
So yeah, this will leave 2 units back on defense. We see the Prowling Amarak picked up, but yeah, I'm going to ignore that one. Torchy's plan here has largely become torches upstairs.
Yeah, I wonder how they plan to get the rest of the damage across. They don't have it in hand.
Yeah, not having found it here. So we'll see the Blazing Salvo fired off. All spells in the market, so nothing that they
Yeah,
can
I think they might not have accounted for that, Corey. That maybe they. I wonder if maybe they have some kind of damage source. But when a card like Valiant Guardian makes all of your spells cost more, that applies to the ones not in hand too. So you're not going to find any 2-cost spells.
Yeah, it looks like to me here with this Combre Insignia now second Valiant Guardian.
Yeah, looking at Torchy's market, Corey, I like the line. They have a seer in that market, but yeah, I think they just didn't account for the fact that they were not going to be able to get to that with the Valiant Guardian in play. So a really impressive showing there by the Combre Relics deck and by Valiant Guardian. I mean, the ability to turn a game around like that, I mean, it feels like we've seen that game played out in these tournament broadcasts so many times where it's just like, you feel like you're making a little bit of progress against Yetis, but oh man, they're just one of the best decks I've ever seen in Eternal at sort of getting across those last like 5 to 6 points of damage. And that was a case where, thanks to Valiant Guardian, thanks to Stormhalt Knife, they were actually able to actually stabilize at a low health total and win the game.
Yeah, it really was that perfect storm that you had called out, thanks to that covetous Gemstone being able to pull the Stormhalt Knife out of the market, and then that 1-2 punch of, okay, I've got the relic weapon, it provides me a little bit of extra health, I can take out your 3/3 flying, and I'm gonna play my Valiant Guardian, I'm gonna play my one big threat, and I need this thing to hold the fort. And given that the slag had been used earlier in the game, there was no real way to kill that giant sentinel. It was just sticking around, and Torchy pivoted the best they could to that. Okay, I'm just gonna fire every torch effect that I can upstairs, but just came one spell too short.
All right, so as we wait for both players to get started here for game number 2, we'll see the Skycrag Yetis deck up first. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of angles to worry about for sure when you're playing against the deck like Combre Relics. Like we saw, it is probably true that if Torchy had played out the Thudrock's Masterwork on that one turn, they would have won that game. But certainly, you've got to fear a lot of different things. You got to fear powerful relics, powerful units, spells, and sweepers like Shenra Speaks and Equalize. So certainly a challenging thing to figure out if you're playing the aggressive side of that matchup.
Yeah, the onus is really on you to make the decisions and kind of fall into the opponent's traps. And yeah, we don't know what the world looks like, for sure. If the game was played differently, maybe there weren't the builder's decrees involved. That maybe you don't lose all of your units and most of your hand to an Equalize. But given the way the game played out, yeah, we had the ability to see all the hands. We knew that, hey, if you get down that Thudrock's Masterwork, you get just enough damage across the finish line that between your torches, maybe you can end the game. But you don't know if your Torchy sitting on the other side that it's going to be exactly power into Valiant Guardian on the follow-up turn. You don't know what the opponent is exactly building to. You know their general plan, their general strategy. But yeah, it could have been such a worse situation for them if 2 turns earlier there was an Equalize there and the whole board is gone and all you're left with is a site and no Yetis to pump up.
All right, so getting started here for game number 2 of this match. Torchy is going to redraw their hand. They don't have a 1-drop, but they've got a pretty solid curve otherwise. Prowling Amaruk is a card that Torchy's playing this weekend, despite not being Yeti, just really appreciating how well it slots into the overall curve, and probably liking that it gives them another potential Aegis threat when they go up against a more controlling strategy.
Yeah, and the Prowling Amaranth looks like it'll line up exceptionally well here against the hand that Parmely's managed to set up with double Defiance. Giving that one an Aegis, you might be able to lure out one or both of those, but I think that we'll see here. Oh no, gonna start off with the Prowling Amaranth. Not really looking to, get a lot out of the power use here on the Yeti Pioneer. Willing to say, hey, I just want to get the Prowling Amaranth down, something that I can, feel assured is actually going to be there turn over turn, and thanks to the Champion of Fury, going to enable that attack with 2 ability, and that's +2 strength, and this is 8 damage already coming through on the 3rd turn.
Whenever you attack with exactly 2 units, Prowling Emmerich gets +2 strength. Yeah, the theme of attacking with 2 units in Revelations, it's one where it's you can approach it. You can both build decks all around it, but also just in regular aggressive decks, these cards just give you a way to potentially grow a unit or gain some kind of advantage just by doing the thing that you already wanted to do, which was attack with multiple units in a turn.
Yeah, and the Prowling Amaranth just lined up perfectly there. It managed to get both Defiances out of Parmely's hand, and thanks to having another 1-cost Yeti there, this authoritarian creation, we know that this is just going to bite the dust. Sure, it gets to take out that Champion of Fury, and Parmely probably is, content with that. But Torchy's going to get to keep on the aggression here. They can play a Wump if they want to. They can play a Prowling Amaranth. They can play a Yeti Pioneer. And we know, hey, this authoritarian creation, it's going down. 3 more damage, thank you, to the Wump coming across. And, Parmely now really on the back foot. But that Avigraph, Andrew, pretty big pickup.
Yep, locking out all of the Wumps until maybe that Avigraph gets slagged as Prowling Emmerich number 2 is going to show up. I expect to see that one when you summon it, you can choose Aegis or Quick Draw. Against this matchup with relatively few units in Parmely's deck, I expect we're going to see Aegis picked most of the time. Choosing not to play out the Yeti Pioneer, though, probably fearing something like an Equalize.
Yeah, keeping a little bit in reserve there as we see another Monastery come down. That'll play one of the Justice Sigils, and Amberlock play the other one, and, Parmely keeping pace here. Things are getting a little dicey this turn now as this Prowling Amaranth will get enabled. And more Aegis threats coming down that are going to be resilient here against this Shenron Speaks as Parmely down to 10. So close to this Valiant Guardian, Andrew. Will they be able to hold on? And even if they get this Valiant Guardian out, is it going to be good enough?
Yeah, it doesn't gain you health or anything like that when you play it, so you do need to sort of start a new turn with it to kind of like get value out of its attack if you truly want it to pull you back into this game. Yeah, the Shenron Speaks, it's kind of unpleasant. Parmely doesn't have great options all around. They could crack the Amberlock, they could just play Ancestral Oasis, or they could play Shenron Speaks. The advantage with Shenron Speaks is it kind of at least does something, but it doesn't even like set you up particularly well to have a good next turn. That's my big problem with that.
Right, yeah, you can play the Shenron Speaks, you can break the 2 Aegises, you get to kill 1 Yeti. The issue is how many units of Torchy really want to attack with? They might just attack with both their Aegis units on the next turn to get the extra strength on the Prowling Amaranth. So we see that Amberlock popped. A Builder's Decree will lock out the Yeti Pioneer, but yeah, if you're Parmely, this really looks like it's equalize or bust.
Looks like it's going to be bust for Parmely in game number 2 here, but that means we're going to get an exciting game number 3 for all the matches. I suppose maybe we put a card into the game that you can invoke here for 1 that gets you back in a spot like this, but it's beyond me if we've made that card yet. Destruction's not going to do it.
The amplified decimate version of Reap. We'll just see Parmely burst all their power away and try to gain a bunch of health.
Yeah, amplify decimate. We haven't done that yet.
All right, we see Torchy there. Even up the score 1-1 as Yeti's taking down Combray Relics in that game.
All right, so yeah, in game number 3, it's going to keep coming down to the same things we've been talking about, which is sort of how well can Parmely stabilize the board. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, against a deck like Yetis, this is the spot where maybe a Sandstorm Titan would help you out a little bit, just because a big endurance blocker is so often the best thing that you can get against a deck like Yetis, because their removal is so often takes the place of damage or stunning. And that's why Valiant Guardian is so great at 8, but it takes a while to get an 8-drop into play.
Yeah, you have to do some serious work, and the Yetis are not going to make that one easy for you coming out of the gate so quickly. See if Parmely getting to start off on the play this game, if they can change things up a little bit. They still haven't found an equalize, which, again, one of the key sort of payoffs to playing such a heavy relic deck. See if maybe they can combine one of those with one of their nice ramp starts and get out to that Valiant Guardian.
Yeah. And as a reminder, as soon as this match is done, we will be joining another game in progress. But we're going to wait for both players to join game number 3 here. We give them a minute or two break if they want to take it to make sure they're at their best. We want to see good, clean action. Don't want anybody stressed out because they need a drink of water. But yeah, as far as in game number 3, we have yet to see a few of the fun ofs I'm interested in seeing. I really like the Throne Room against and Tormented Crown against this Cambrai Relics deck, just because it's not something that the Cambrai Relics deck is naturally trying to deal with, right? Like they're just so focused on enacting their game plan of ramping up and playing sweepers that killing attachments, that's just not the easiest thing for them to do every time.
Yeah, and I mean the payoff that you're getting from the Throne Room also is just truly fantastic in this matchup, right? Like once you get the Daraka, that is a real potent threat that the Cambrai Relic deck, they're usually pretty good at dealing with, people trying to go wide with those Equalize and the Shenron Speaks. If you're just going to play one big threat after another, it's not like this deck is playing a bunch of Vanquishes that it can answer these things cheaply. And then obviously, of course, if you get to that island, just being able to send 6 damage directly upstairs. We already saw how close Torchy was to winning that first game with just direct damage off of torches upstairs through Valiant Guardian. That, hey, if you're going to get 6 on a summon ability, sign me up.
Great point. All right, so still waiting here. Excited to find out who's going to win this one in advance. As a reminder, it's going to be... Oh, all right, let's stop talking about that. Let's watch the match. Torchy is going to be atop of your screen playing Yetis, and Parmely, once again, looks like they've kept their 7. Pretty nice little early curve of Amber Lock into Authoritarian Creation and then 2 sweepers. So Torchy's definitely going to have their work cut out for them, but they've got a solid draw themselves with a nice 1, 2, 3 of Yetis.
Yeah, both hands look absolutely awesome here. Like you said,
so those
Andrew,
Skycrag Silexes are going to come into play tapped, and that's going to slow down the Yeti deck.
Yeah, definitely going to need to peel like a banner or something here to get going. I did not notice that those are both Silexes. That's a good point. This will allow, double Aegis unit as the start, not the end of the world. You could also choose to forego playing one of those and play Pockpock this turn, but I definitely like this more as you've got the access to Fearless Yeti plus Pockpock on the next turn if you really want that. Will we see Parmely just fire off an Authoritarian Creation, try to take out one of these Yetis? Is this something that, hey, I've got double Equalize, I'm so happy with the way the things are, just take the damage, but Parmely with multiples of each in hand, just looking to kind of clear up the board little by little.
This is I was expecting to see the Master Recory just because it would stop the Authoritarian Creation from trading anything else. Like, if you play that, you just kill the Authoritarian Creation. And now instead we're going to see an Equalize. And yeah, just a huge deal. And because you have to sacrifice a unit, that means that your face Aegis would protect you from Equalize, but your unit's Aegis does not protect them.
Right, and as a result now, Parmely, inching closer and closer to Valiant Guardian territory. Of course, we don't see that in their hand just yet. But I mean, this is game plan fully enabled for Parmely. They're disabling all the enemy spell damage thanks to that Authoritarian Creation in play. They've kept the board clear of units. And yeah, I mean, this is a spot where we're firing off Shenron Speaks to kill a single crunch just to keep that relic weapon in play. Knowing there's a snowball there on Torchy's side, they don't want to, possibly set up spots where, hey, these are going to be able to pick off other things in the future. And yeah, here comes Thudrock's Masterwork, and we're just sending Fend off straight to the void. Nothing to select with that one.
Yeah, I mean the thing about it is that right now for Parmely, it's not like they're really like pulling crazy far ahead, but you know, maybe you crack an Amber Lock and top deck a Valiant Guardian, and now you're really close to being able to just like run away with this game.
One time influence and one power here. Parmely so close to getting that namesake card down. We see a Crunch the Hoarder picked up on Torchy's side. They'll deploy that 4/4, and that Seed of Progress is going to unlock everything that Parmely has been dreaming of. Avaref taking out Crunch. An 8th power. Torchy here just going to fire off that snowball. Yeah, they're going to have to show 1 damage to themselves here.
Right? You can't deal damage to things invulnerable, and right now Parmely is just invulnerable to spell damage, so.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we've managed to get to Thudrock.
Thudrock's pretty big. With the Thudrock's Masterwork out, it is a 6/5.
Yeah, it's still not big enough to brawl here with this Valiant Guardian. Play the top 2 cards of the deck. That's an Ancestral Oasis. That's...
They must have hit an Enter the Monastery. Yeah, I was about to say. Wow, and now Parmely's up to 15 power. Oh,
Yeah, it's
last,
gonna
because they're going to crack the Ancestral Oasis.
Yeah, I think if you're Parmely here, you're just happy to get another go at it here on the next turn with another Ancestral Oasis invoked. Alright, Champion of Fury comes down. Second Thudrock's Masterworks. Now, we can jump kick the Thudrock. That can get in, kill the Authoritarian Creation. That'll make a snowman. But uh-oh, Andrew. That's another Valiant Guardian.
It is, and it's going to be pretty good, because the first one's also really good. And Valor means that, like, right, you can't even double block here. I mean, you can. You just take a lot of damage, because the Valiant Guardian, we get +1/+1 for each blocker. Yeah,
Yep.
like, that absorbed, I guess, net 2 damage. Looks
Right
like
now.
Parmely hits a power and an Amber Lock.
Is the Pillar of Progress what you're after if you're Parmely? It looks like the answer is no. A Defiance, a pretty nice pickup. Just an extra layer of protection. I think we'll see another Authoritarian Creation likely come down. Now just going to hold on to that one. And yeah, Torchy picking up a Wump. One of the best draws they could find here, but it's not going to be enough. Parmely and their Convoy Relics Act advance to our top 16.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff by the Valiant Guardian. I mean, it just, once it comes down, it's just like, okay, you're going to have a really tough time playing your spells, you're going to have a really tough time at blocking me, and you're going to have a really tough time attacking into me, because I'm an 8/8. And it was just a ton to deal with for the Yetis deck, and so now we're going to see Parmely advance to our top 16. All right. We're going to try to check out Mollybach and Sunnyvale's game number 3.
Jumping into the action, we see Sunnyvale at the top of the screen. They're battling the Huru Kira, a deck that we've seen them battle with before. And on Mollybach's side, we're seeing them battle with Sling of the Chi.
Looks like we've got an 8/8 Generator Dovid blocking some 7/7s and some 7/10s. This is wild. I wonder if we're going to see Geminon win the game with her mastery. But yeah, this deck, this Sling deck certainly got hit with some balance changes recently. Roast no longer overwhelms, though Sunnyvale not doing any blocking on them. And, oh wow, Kenna went, looks like Kenna just went off Corey, so when you've hit the enemy with 5 units, you get to draw a spell from your Void. And looking good for Mollybach right now, you gotta say.
Yeah, Permafrost in hand here. That can get rid of this other Generator Dovid. Being able to re-pick up this Strategize here. Yeah, this is going to get them access to the additional power that they might need. Oh, but interesting that Generator Dovid, that actually has Endurance, but unfortunately for Sunnyvale, doesn't actually have the ways to push it through, and Mollybach here going to take down this match 2-1 and advance to our top 16.
Yep. So Sling of the Chi, you know, not gone. It's weaker than it was before, but Mollybach doing a nice job getting himself to the top 16 there with that win against the most formidable players in the Eternal world in Sunnyvale. You know, a world championship competitor and just an all-around master. All right, so looks like we got to see Male in game number 1. Looks like they're in round number 1. Their match is still going on, so we're gonna check them out against Cappycook, and Male looks to be down a game right now. They're up against, it looks like, an even take on Mask of Torment. We've got Decro's Ruin. All right, so we got some real stuff going on over there. Looks like these players maybe played a long game 1, as we're just getting started here with game number 2.
Yeah, a long and grindy affair there in the first one, and we're gonna see the long grindy affair start off here as we see Decro's Ruin attached here to Male, that cursed relic. Slowly going to drain Male of their health turn over turn every time they draw an additional card, and you know that Yoan Hurler picked up, that's drawing an additional card, so Male's gonna pay the price here.
Yep, the good news for Male is that against all these relics, they've got a couple copies of Display of Menace, and that'll kill the enemy relic. Give all the relics in the Void bound. Even-handed Golem, gonna show up and do even-handed Golem things and draw 2 cards, picking up 2 copies of Nash Desert Prince.
Not the greatest number of flyers for that one in this matchup, but actually the Iranahas it makes each turn, just the ability to pick off things like these Kindling Carvers, pick off the Katas. I mean, this is a deck from Male that really needs to go wide and actually build out a formidable force, that if you can use those 1/1 deadlies to kind of keep things in check from a Shrine to Carve It, a really effective plan going along against the deck.
So,
Nice
pretty
turn here for
solid
Male.
turn there. Turn going up for Male as they, sort of used Kroll or used Carver to sack Hen, but then they drew a Kroll, which brought back Hen, and then they got to play a Gust Rider and really just tearing through their deck like these Menace Trove decks are so apt at doing.
Yeah, and still loads of decisions here for Male. Do you just hold up the Display of Menace? Do you want to deploy a Kato? They're going to choose to hold on to the Display of Menace this turn, but now, we've advanced to turn number 4. Even deck, what are you going to deploy this time? Do you go to Mask of Torment? Do you maybe just play Vinegrafter and the Marius Mandrake, setting up for that ultimate on the next turn?
Yeah, the Mask of Torment is nice just because you do get +1 power for the next turn. It's pretty bad if Male is just sitting back with 3 power. It has a Display of Menace in hand. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, so Mask of Torment's going to go down, and we see Praxis Trove get picked up. So now things are really going to start accelerating here for Male, as I'm guessing we're going to see maybe like Trove plus Grenadin Drone.
Starting off here with the Carver. That's going to pick
Oh,
up a
going
Blight
Carver.
Mask Smuggler. And that one's got to
Yeah.
be one that Male's going to change their decisions for here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can go like, you can play the Smuggler, you can play the Kato, and now with Carver in play and trying to carve it in hand, you're really set up to start applying a ton of pressure on the following turn.
All right, on Cape side, what do you... I mean, you don't really have an amazing play this turn, right? Again, the even deck's really struggling on turns where they have odds amounts of power. Sure, you get to play a Crest this turn. You know that you have the 6 power now on top, but where do you go from here? Do you deploy this Mask of Torment and just, your opponent's gone into the market. It's pretty likely they have that Shrine to Carve It. You already see the Kindling Carver in play. That's a potential huge attack coming on the next turn. Is this something that you just have to play an even-handed Golem and maybe a Vinegrafter to hold the fort? Maybe the even-handed Golem can find you something important here. Maybe you can find something like Ascended Agent and take out that Kindling Carver. Looking through their deck here, I don't see Aramat's designs. They're really going to struggle clearing out the board of all of these units. Yeah, and we're just gonna see them deploy their Mask of Torment and send the turn back. So the world is Male's oyster here. How much damage can they push through this turn?
Yeah, if you play the Shrine and you sacrifice the 0-1, then we're talking about a 3 Berserk. Oh, okay, so they actually sack the Kato Shade. That's going to maximize the number of units they have to attack this turn. They might not be in a position where they can afford to use the Kato Shade this turn. But, I mean, the whole thing is complicated. They picked up Display of Menace, which could once again be used to kill a Mask of Torment, or they could try to just stick to their Shrine to Carve It plan. These are the kinds of tricky decisions that you make, and one of the things that makes playing with Kindling Carver a challenging card at times is, you had a plan set up for this turn that you were working on since last turn, but then something juicy rolls off the top, and with Kindling Carver, you get one turn to use it or lose it. And so for Male, they're having to decide, is it worth giving up a turn of Shrine to Carve It to get access to Display of Menace? And the answer they're coming to is no. Their answer is let's go.
See, an odd attack here. So this is 9, 11, 13, 18.
I don't know why
21.
would we block Kato Shade instead of like a Grenadin drone?
Yeah, I would definitely prefer to block the Grenadin here over the Kato Shade. The Kato Shade's gonna bite the bullet anyways.
Okay. Looks like we're rethinking things. Yep, I like this block a bit better. Taking a lot of damage, no doubt about it, but this is certainly the one that sort of maybe sets you up the best for the following turn. Is now the health totals are pretty wildly imbalanced. Maybe you just start off with something like Even-Handed Golem, and hopefully that delivers you the goods. If you were to go Marius Mandrake plus Vinegrafter, you could use the Vinegrafter and you would have, I guess, 1 power left afterwards, and you'd gain some health and draw some extra cards, but not necessarily catching you up in the game as much as, hey, it always feels good to draw some extra cards and gain some extra value.
All right, I've got a line, Andrew. Even-handed Golem into Sabertooth Pryleader to kill your shrine. It's not pretty. You have to get pretty lucky here, but I think this is one of the best chances you have to get back into it. But unfortunately for Cappycook, they do not manage to find the Pride Leader. And no way to actually kill this Kindling Carver either means that sacrifice is coming on the next turn.
Yeah, and this looks like Male's just going to be able to finish this one off. Trying to Carve It, just such a good card at winning games.
Yeah, and with a snowball here, and given that Grenadin drone is in the void, the Shadowlands guy can get back that. That's 2 additional attackers. Move the Golem out of the way, and yeah, 6 attackers, 2 blockers, and they each have 3 strength, Andrew. I'm not a mathematician, but I can say that's a lot. See, Male, I believe that evens up the scores. I believe Cappycook managed to win. Yeah, Cappycook managed to win game number 1, so that's actually going to even up the score here in our match, Andrew, and that's going to take us to game number 3.
Yep. All right. So for game number 3, between these two players, we'll have Cappycook back on the play, and that's something that they're going to really appreciate. I mean, one of the challenges, with playing even-handed Golem decks is you are at real risk for coming out a bit slow. It's like when you looked at that game, it's like their turn 1 was nothing, and their turn 2 was play like a relic that got blown up, and like turn 3 was like play like a 1/1 that drew some cards. We're not talking about the stuff that's sort of impacting the board the most, but this is a bit of a slower approach to an even-handed Golem deck. We are not playing with any power accelerating time cards, which is something that we are used to seeing more out of a Xenon approach to even-handed Golem, but instead at the 2-drop slot, we've got just a lot more units, things like Damara, Death Swift, Saboteur, Desert Alchemist, the Vinegrafter, which is obviously a fantastic way to slow down more traditional aggro decks. Vinegrafter is a little bit weaker when your opponent's trying to attack you with going wide with something like a Shrine to Carve It. They are playing with 4 copies this weekend, Corey, of Waxing Moon. Waxing Moon is one of the new relics from Revelations, and the cool thing about it is that it's sort of like 2 relics in one, right?
Yeah, so like on the Waxing Moon side, your units have Deadly. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for in this matchup, as really Cappycook's going to be on the back foot. They're going to be wanting to hold the fort. But if they can get enough units out like those even-handed golems, hey, 1/1 Deadly holding back potentially something that's going to, get lifesteal from the trying to carve it. Hey, you'd be totally happy with that. So maybe not the best offensive threat, but a solid defensive threat. And on the opposite side, the Waning Mood, whenever you start a turn with that one out, you take a damage and you draw a card, then that just builds perfectly into what they're trying to do. They're trying to build up to these huge Mask of Torments, make these really big plays with the Merriest Mandrake, and really try to just, raw power just overcome what the enemy is able to do. Like we see them playing with Azendel Revealed in their starting deck. I mean, that's multiple copies of an 8-cost unit in a deck where you don't get to play things like Torch and Permafrost and Defiance and these 1-cost cheap interactive, pieces because you're choosing to play with even-handed Golem. Even within your own factions, they don't even get to play with Suffocate. So they really have to take some, liberties with their deck building. And, the Waxing Waning Moon combo here is one of those ways to just say, hey, I'm going to keep myself defended with the Deadly side. I'm going to pick up extra cards with the Waning side. And, we'll see if they can do a better job of it in this game. As we see the opening hand, or we see that Dichro's Room, we see the Mask of Torment, a little bit of Power Light.
Yeah, Power Light is the big concern here. I think I would redraw that hand back. I wouldn't want to be so dependent. And yeah, this hand looks a lot better. We got a Desert Alchemist, a Ascendant Agent, a Damaris with Saboteur. Unfortunately, Ascendant Agent can't kill Shrine to Carve it. Only kills units and relics of one faction or less, but still, obviously, you'll hit a lot of the, like the Kindling Carvers and the Katos out of this deck. It'll kill Praxis Trove. One thing about Waxing Moon, Corey, really nice with the Aranas from Nash Desert Prince. You can sort of
Definitely
get to it gives your 1/1 killers deadly.
Yeah, definitely something that I overlooked there discussing that one is, the 1/1 killer is already, I think, something awesome in this matchup for taking out all of the, pesky units that Mail has between Katas and Kindling Carvers and the like. But hey, if you can give those things deadly, you're taking out all the smugglers as well, just able to fully clear out Mail's board. Maybe that is something that we'll see as this game plays out longer. And yeah, I mean, we had a really long game 1 in this match, and we joined this one in progress in game 2. See what ends up happening here.
And yep, early start off with a Grenadin drone for Mail is always nice. Gets you some extra units to work with. A couple of ambush units here that could get into this attack, but they're both being X1s. I doubt they want to trade with a little Grenadin. Both players having pretty defensive openers, Corey.
Yeah, Mail here really lacking the tools to kind of develop, missing the Grenahen, missing the Kindling Carver, doesn't have access to a display of menace. They have a Kroll in hand. They don't really have any way to fill up their void. They have a Howling Peak Smugglers they can get into their market, but they don't really have a way to accrue card advantage. And look at Cappycook's side, it's like, well, I don't have an even-handed Golem, so I can't really develop my plan. I've got Desert Alchemist and Damara, but really would rather have more power before I know what I need to do with these cards. They have a Sabertooth Pride Leader, which is absolutely awesome when you get to ambush it and take out that Shrine to Carve it. But yeah, same sort of deal. They don't really have a path forward just yet.
All right. So no plays just for Cappycook. They're just content to just sit back and then see, as the game develops, how they want to use their interactive cards. For Mail, they're going to be happy to just keep on attacking with Grenadin Drone, and now this turn they could potentially go for something like a Howling Peak Smuggler and start crafting a game plan. It's funny, every time we've sort of seen Mail play so far and seen this deck in action, they've always had the Carver, so it's always been rather trivial that you go to get trying to carve it. I'm curious in this spot if we will see them go a different direction, and we do. They go for Strange Burglar.
Yeah, I really like this choice.
Yeah, and that one's a nice way to help draw some extra cards and power up your board. Desert Alchemist going to do some plundering. Looks like, no, actually they didn't plunder. They were happy to keep their hand as is.
I just didn't want to not use their power that turn. They had already wasted all their power on turn number 2. Mail is actually starting to build a formidable force here, right? If they did go and get that Shrine to Carve it, this is 10 damage that's coming through. Cappycook really realizing, hey, I need to actually get onto the board. I can't just sit around here forever. Unfortunately for them, there is that snowball. That's going to get fired off. Take out this Desert Alchemist. Yeah, we'll see the Defile fired off also. That's going to steal away the Vine Grafter. Maybe that one can be brought back later with a Crawl. Cappycook here, do you fire off this Damara in hopes to draw power, maybe steal a card from Male's Market? They do, but unfortunately for them, they don't manage to find the 5th power source. A very different game from our previous game, Andrew. Neither player really
Yes.
getting all the wheels turning.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen Male not have to play a game without the luxury, really, of having Kindling Carver. And
Right.
just being able to just keep churning and seeing more cards from your deck, because it all just kind of feeds into itself in a really nice way for you. Strange Burglar shows up, gonna power up these Granadin. When you play it or any other stranger now, units get +1 strength. For this turn, anyway. And we'll see Vinegrafter cash in its regen, get to eat a little Grenadin. And Cappycook once again misses 5th power. There was a point in this game where Desert Alchemist could have plundered a card into a sigil. At the time, it didn't look like Cappycook necessarily needed much more power, but it's you maybe could feel that constraint because, I mean, what a sigh of relief if you're Cappycook is like, yes, you do have these relic answering cards in hand, but just the knowledge that at no point in this game will a Shrine to Carpet being played is fantastic. If you're Cappycook, like you do have the answers for the shrine, but like Male is aware of that, and you might get into a spot where it's like, well, I would love to play something, but I want to hold up my answer to shrine. If you've just stolen the shrine, just go ahead and play your cards. You don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. And as a result, we're just seeing Male, get to actually deploy the strongest fusion on the board, and now they've got this luxury situation, Andrew. You could start drawing cards with the Strange Burglar. You could try to stay aggressive and keep attacking with it. You've got access to the Praxis Trove, so as the game progresses, if you find some ways to proc that maybe multiple times in a turn, you can set that up. Like, Male has a plan for right now, and they have a plan going forward. They just need to figure out what they want to be doing. Whereas, Cappycook, it's so much of their hand is reactive in this sense, and their tools are largely offline. Like, send an agent. You're not really going to kill a Grenadindrome with that. The other 2 units, they're multi-faction. You can't actually answer them just yet. So we see here, Male's going to use Strange Burglar, take some damage, draw some cards, among them a Broken Contract that's going to end up making that 4/1 soldier.
All right, so Howling Peak Smuggler's got an attack coming in. We're going to see a Sabertooth Pride Leader eat that Howling Peak Smuggler. Pretty nice for Cappycook. And Male might feel good about this because maybe they feel like they've gotten a Relic Answer out of Cappycook's hand, but that's pretty much been what Cappycook's draw has been this game.
Yeah, little do they know that there's more to come as we see 2 Jotun Hurlers here pitch to the Gust Rider, and we could see, a Snowball come down, take out this Damara. You could even see the Kindling Carver deployed here. It's not like Cappycook has a ton of answers to that. But again, if you're in Male's seat, Cappycook really hasn't done much this entire game. They passed on turn 2. On turn 3, they ambushed out that Desert Alchemist, and we'll see that Snowball fired off. Just a little bit worried about, getting that shrine stolen. And now a Waxing Moon picked up. That is a way for Cappycook to actually pick up extra cards, but is going to be slow and take a while. And while that's going on, Male's got access to the Strange Burglar, and we see another Snowball here picked up off of a Jotun Hurler for Male.
Yeah, an interesting attack here with this 4/1. I like it a lot because Mail was able to sniff out that realistically, the getting to trade the snowball for a 3/5 is a pretty great deal for them.
Yeah, and as a result, now we'll see Mail use their smuggler and get that Royal Decree out of their market.
Yeah, the great thing about Royal Decree, so first of all, it deals with all the saber-tooth Prior-Leaders. And then the next big thing that it does is it means that even-handed golems are going to be shut off for the rest of the game. As now there's going to be a few odd-costing Seek powers floating around in Cappycook's deck. They did pick up a copy here of Waxing Moon, so maybe they'll start get that one down, start trying to get some advantage with it. One other direction they could go is they could go for Vine Grafter and hold up this Death Saboteur to try to ultimate one of these Damaras. They haven't yet, but now they do have 5 power. But we're gonna go for Waxing Moon. So Cappycook's units are deadly.
Yeah, now we got the Waxing and the Waning Moon going on, the multiple moons of Myria.
Yep. And so I think we've got them like in a good like alternating spot now, right? Where we're always gonna sort of have one Waxing and one Waning. So basically, for the rest of the game, Cappycook's gonna draw an extra card, and their units are basically always gonna be deadly.
Yes, they have set up that sequence. The sort of issue that I'm seeing is Cappycook hasn't found any other ways to gain health, right? Like there's no Daikro's Ruin that's punishing Mail every time that they go into their market and they play No One to Hold 'em, or they draw cards off Kindling Carver. As now we're seeing No One to Hold 'em, pick up Kroll, take 2 damage, get a 2-cost unit back, and if that Vine Grafter they stole a few turns back with that Defile, that's going to let them go into their market, and they're trying to carve it now, Andrew.
All right, Marius Mandrake is the extra draw. The Cappycook does have a couple of ultimates in hand. The question is, without having access to Sabertooth Prior-Leader to pick apart that shrine to carve it, is Cappycook going to have a good answer to the potent force of a shrine to carve it?
Starting off, just going to deploy the Marius Mandrake and the Vine Grafter and immediately ultimate it. So the Marius Mandrake gain a couple health, draw that card. And I believe there's a Malediction here on the market. Yeah, there's a Malediction in the market for Cappycook. Is that going to be enough, though? Like, will they actually be able to... Will they actually be able to survive this turn to get to the point where they could use that Malediction? So yeah, they do get that Malediction. Now, if you're in Mail's seat, you have a way to sacrifice, but you would have to exhaust the Strange Burglar, which would be a 7 strength unit with the Shrine to do it. They will start off there, take 3 damage, pick up 3 cards. You have access to this Defile. Still have the Display of Menace. So yeah, we see Shrine come down along with the Kindling Carver. And sending in everybody but the Kato seems to be the attack here from Mail.
Yeah, I mean, these blocks aren't terrible. Like, we're going to take 7 if you're Cappycook, but you are killing a Kindling Carver and a Howling Peak Smuggler. I think Mail is like, their perspective is just like, well, look, I just got rid of most of the stuff. At least I don't have to deal with all of it.
Right, now they have the ability, they could fire off this Malediction and it would just leave the Pride Leader against the Burglar. There would, however, be a totem, or sorry, a shade emerging from the Kate, which I believe that we're probably past Totemite territory. We might be into Gladiator territory here with the number of units that are in Mail's Void.
Yeah, I don't love the Malediction route. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's tough. If Mail just has so many cards in their hand that for Cappycook, it's almost like you have to sort of imagine that trading a couple of things on your board for a couple of things on their board sort of just leaves you in a bad spot overall long term. Whereas
Right.
maybe if you get things going now, you've got a second copy of Marius Mandrake, maybe you can string together something powerful. But yeah, it looks like I think we're going the malediction route, based upon this attack here.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Malediction plus Send an Agent fired off to then also kill the Shade.
Yeah, it's a pretty plausible direction. I think Happy Cook ran out of time on their turn, and that's really unfortunate. So the giant that's going to pop out of Kato is going to be a Praxis giant. You're not going to be able to kill it with Send an Agent.
Additionally, it does proc the Sacrifice, of which, Mail didn't have one observably in play. We knew in their hand they had many ways to cause a Sacrifice. But yeah, that's going to go back and get another Kato. This will get another Gladiator. Shadowland's Guide, I believe, is going to get back either a Kindling Carver or a Grunadin Drone, and yeah, this is a massive attack. So you can play a Damara, block the 2 Gladiators, but that's 25 coming through. And we see Mail advance to our top 16.
Yep. Couldn't quite get things rolling for Cappycook there in the last the last game, and so they're gonna drop. That was the last match of the round, and so we are going to take a couple-minute break, and we'll be back with round 3 here, our top 16 at the Revelations 5K Throne Open. Stay tuned. As we mentioned, you won the Empire of Glass 5K Draft Open, our first ever Draft Open. So heading into that event, sort of what was your preparation like, and sort of what was your take on the format as you were getting ramped up for it?
So I'm on Team Barbarian Camp, and we did a fair amount of team drafts where we'd all be on a call and discuss, okay, what do we think are our picks here, and all that type of thing. We in our Discord we also had some things where do a draft walkthrough where someone would screenshot their entire draft every step of the way and write what they were choosing and why. Is just kind of a way for people to follow along who couldn't be there. And then some divergent drafts where that's similar to the walkthrough, except you don't say what you're picking, and everyone picks at each step of the way, and then you compare decks at the end, and compare choices like, hey, why'd you choose this here instead of that, and things like that.
Yeah, I've always found doing little walkthroughs like that can be really informative. And you talked about your team, the Barbarian Camp. Who is that squad of players to inform everybody out there?
So right now, I think there's about 12 of us. So there's myself, there's a rank 13, Avion, Black Ice, GT100, Mail, M Gallop, Ambivalent Thoughts, Batteries, Farafa, Stormblast, and the Overmaster.
So, as you mentioned, you were testing with your teammates, walking through drafts. What sort of skills, if somebody is trying to, work with others and trying to learn better and improve their game, what kinds of tips do you have for people as they're trying to test and get better?
Well, for one, don't be super defensive of your card choices. You are going to disagree with the other people. You will be wrong sometimes. You just gotta learn to accept that, I guess. Aside from that, just being able to explain, not only figure out what the right pick is, but be able to articulate it to other people really helps, for why you're doing something, so that way when it comes to do the real thing, you're not just auto picking and then oh, I picked that when I really should have picked this one later. It's it kind of slows you down, so you know why you're doing things instead of just doing them. So talking about sort of getting better at playing Eternal and just in general getting better at games, sort of what would you say are your strengths in terms of when you're playing a game like Eternal? What are the things that you do well, and what are the things maybe that you've had to work on to get better so that you could
now be a multiple-time world championship competitor?
Something I definitely had to work on for a while was like slowing down when I was playing. There were often times, like even in like the top 64 or some previous events, where like I'd be playing and go like on their turn, I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and then I'd like pass the turn to B, and it's like, oh, I actually played my banner first instead of the unit that I needed to play, so I could do my other thing, and like things like that would happen. So I needed to make sure I take a step back and actually take my time on my turns, make sure that um, what I plan to do is still what the correct plan is to do on my on the current turn, and to actually do it properly.
All right, I'm not going to let you off the hook being that humble, because the first part of my question was, what are you really good at? What are your strengths? And you just skipped straight ahead to what have you worked on to get better at?
Okay, so for strengths, I mean, I like to think it's being able to remember like all the cards, like all the outs I have in my deck, and generally if it's constructed, at least the vast majority of your opponent's deck, or if not the entire thing, in the top 64. Um, like at any given point, you only have so many things that will actually help you, either win or like at least advance towards winning, and like trying to set up to draw those and give yourself the best chance to have the most cards that help in is something that's important. So
when you are drafting, do you usually like take a snipping tool, take a little screenshot of your deck, keep it up on the other monitor, and like look back at it? Or are you one of these people you're just able to, yep, these are my 45 cards, the 5 cards my market, and I just have it memorized and I'm ready to go?
I can do a decent amount of that, but I do always have a screenshot up on the other monitor too, like just like, okay, like I know I already used like these 2 removal spells. I think I have one more. Let me just double check what it is. Okay, like yeah.
All right, welcome back to the Revelations 5K Throne Open. Andrew Baeckstrom and Corey Burkhart here for another great round of action, as we have 16 players left in our field playing for $5,000 worth of cash prizes and the opportunity to play in the 2021 Eternal World Championships. Up this round, we've got a new deck, Amphitheater Combo, up against Bellarino on Combre Kira. And Corey, we call this deck maybe Amphitheater Combo, and Frafa is our #1 seed. But I think this deck really has the ability to play out much more like an aggressive deck, which can sometimes backdoor into a combo finish. At its heart, what it's about is it's about getting some aggressive units down, like Auto Tread, Grenadin Drone, D'Angelo Huntmaster, Prowling Amaruk, Amarin Stinger. But then it does have the possibility of combining Malaga Amphitheater and Auto Tread together in a very satisfying package. Auto Tread sort of costs you 1 and a discard a card to deal 1 damage. Every time you deal a damage to one of your units hits the enemy player, if you have a Malaga Amphitheater out, you can replenish up to 2 power. And then with Sodi's Spell Shaper, if you put that on Auto Tread, well, each time your Auto Tread hits the enemy player, it's also drawing a card. And so now it's basically costing you nothing to use the Auto Tread, because you both are drawing a card and getting power back each time, and you can finish them all off that way. But Malaga Amphitheater, with its Mind Fire and it's slow and will do a very nice job of helping you push damage with your aggressive units, and Sodi's Spell Shaper, as we've seen, can be a great way to a great pairing with an Aegis unit like a Prowling Amaruk, And then later on, you can even use that spellcraft to equivocate something.
Well, I was
All
going to
right,
get into
Corey. Well,
Ballerina's
I
deck.
didn't give you much time to get into your thoughts on this match, as it's ready to go. So we'll have you tell us about the other side of the matchup as we get down in just a moment. All right, here we are. Frafa is going to be up against Ballerina, who's on Cumbre Kieran. What can we expect on that side of the matchup?
Yeah, so Ballerino eschewing the Primal, so we're not going to see, Bubble Shields also giving player Aegis or anything like the Mavelov Huntress out of their deck. Instead, they're trying to leverage a lot more power and tempo elements. So we see things like Pause from Reflection, something that you usually see out of like Elysian spells, as this way to kind of disrupt as well as protect your own things going on. And additionally, sort of the big draws to doing this are Lessie Combray Archmage. So every time you play a spell, it'll get +1/+1, you'll gain an armor, and trying to use that with Gavel's Insight, which is, the uncommon fast spell from Revelations, where you can give a unit +2/+2 and overwhelm this turn. You can kill off enemy relics. Obviously, we're seeing tons of relics here this weekend. We're seeing, Sling of the Chi, Waxing Moon. There's a Combray Relic ramp deck in the field. So there's a lot of relics going on. That amplify ability, having access to that in your starting deck, a really good way to disrupt what your opponent's doing. But you're able to build lots of large units in the Combray spells deck. In a lot of these Kira decks, you can build pretty large units, but you usually need like Levitate to kind of push through and end the game. Well, there's been a lot of flyers running around as well. Why not just build a giant overwhelm unit and just kill them in one fell swoop? And that is what Ballerino is here to do this weekend. Unfortunately for them, though, no units to really get that going with. And on Frafa's side, we now see that Prowling Amaret come down. They're going to choose Quick Draw here, attack with only 2 of these units, not battling with that Grenadin drone to get that permanent +2 strength on it. And yeah, as this game progresses, Frafa's just going to be able to build that into a more and more formidable threat. And without something, like a killer unit to just go attack into that, you can't really block this thing as it's going to grow into a 6/2 and then an 8/2 Quick Draw. And it's definitely not
Yeah, and
something
these
Ballerino's
small
going to want to
statted units are just not lining up very well for Ballerino against this auto tread, are they?
Yeah, no, they really haven't gotten anything started here to actually do anything in that space. Like, we're going to see a Fearless Crescendo here thanks to the 4th Justice. There will be a card picked up, but this would still kill it. And okay, for Ballerino, that is definitely something. Now, the Silverblade Intrusion, you could, choose to give him vulnerable to damage. You'll keep that Kira around this turn. And we'll be able to absorb an attack as additionally, but is that better than maybe just pause for reflectioning and picking it back up for a later turn? That's something for Ballerino to figure out here. Is that Silverblade Intrusion going to be too important later on in the game to maybe protect multiple units?
Yeah, I think you're going to see something get used here. Oh, okay, just a pause for reflection. So planning for the future a bit here, Ballerino. Does mean there's going to be a pretty big attack coming through. Pristine Light, the pickup for Ballerina, that's going to kill all units with 4 strength or more. Potentially will kill both Prowling Amarok and even an auto trade if it gets big enough someday.
Okay,
skewing the attack 2 bonus, just going all in.
Yeah, wanted more damage here and the ability to, maybe have some additional threats, but now, fortunately on Ballerino's side, they didn't manage to find a power to deploy both Ikaria and Kara and protect them with that Silverblade Intrusion. That could have worked really nicely to lead into Pristine Light, maybe forcing that auto tread to try to discard a card and grow up to a 4/4. But now this is going to be a bit of a dicey situation for Ballerino. Your opponent has shown, hey, I'm willing to go wide and just attack you with, the various instinct units that I have. I don't need to try to build to this, combo finish. I've just got the better units, like bring it on. And they're not even willing to, pump those up even larger. So kind of dancing around here, the answers that Ballerino has. How are they going to combat this? See a Kiran Ascendant, a Manacles, a Stand Together, and a Sword of Unity as the remaining options in their market. Should they try to, Kira and Justice Etchings that perhaps? No, they're just going to fire off without using the exhaust mode to hold up the Silverblade Intrusion and try to hold back some of these attacks.
A Silverblade Intrusion going to get played onto the Kira. It's going to draw them into a Destiny trap, into the Scorpion trap with Destiny. And so Kira is going to be able to trade with the Prowling Amaruk. A ton of damage is going to come across. Frafa doesn't quite have lethal core 8. They could use Torch and ditch something to auto tread, and that would get Ballerina down to 2. This game's been a struggle for Ballerina to sort of figure out how they're going to come back against this. It's just not very pleasant. They'd much rather play against like removal spells than auto tread, and they're actually having to sink in a bunch of power, and you get a big swing from sort of countering the sort of the removal spell with your Silverblade Intrusion.
Okay, so thanks to the Smuggler, they are going to be able to go get that Sword of Unity out of the market. They do need to make it to the next turn, though. Like, that is the danger here. See, that Sodi Spell Shaper picked up for Frafa.
Yeah, so if you're Frafa, if you just go in, if you just go like Torch your face, ditch 2 things to auto tread, that puts Ballerina down to 1, and then you're attacking with 5 things. It's not clear to me. I guess a Pause for Reflection is the card that would concern you about that line, because that gains them a little bit of health. But I think that does maybe provide your best bet for winning this game. You have to be very afraid of the fact that Ballerina just went into the market and likely got a Sword of Unity.
Yeah, and Frafa ends up, biting the bullet here. They know that things aren't getting any better. Like you just said, Andrew, the opponent went into the market. Ballerino has access to that Sword of Unity. There's going to be a huge lifesteal attack. You have to make getting while the getting's good, and this is the last turn that it's really going to be good. But yes, if there's a Pause for Reflection, this would be a disaster. But thankfully for them, it's just a Silverblade Intrusion. We'll see 3 good blocks here deployed by Ballerino and taking out a lot of Frafa's board, but this Torch, just enough to get them across the finish line.
Yeah, they'll have it by 1 extra point, No, wasn't really much of a sweat at the end.
Not even close.
Their number 1 seed, Frafa, is going to continue their great run in this tournament. They're going to be up a game against Ballerino here. We'll see if Ballerino can strike back in game number 2 of this best of 3 set. That was a game where we saw a couple of the pieces showing up of the sort of the Malaga Amphitheater auto tread Sodi Spell Shaper combo showing up there for Frafa, but only 2 of them, and they never really like sort of combined them all. But yet still just able to win the game, because auto tread is a really fantastic unit against things like Kira and Hojin, Akaria. Before they get to the point in the game where they're really beefed up, it's just so much harder for them to play this sort of like, oh, I've got a couple of protection spells to stop your Ascendant Agents or your Hailstorms, when the reality is auto tread is just converting every card in your hand into a real and must be responded to removal effect.
Yeah, it just really looks like to me, looking at our remaining field, Andrew, there's not a deck in this field that's really playing the whole Vara's Favor plus, Annihilate sort of package that kind of puts the players playing auto tread into that stressful situation of, well, I really need to discard a card to pump on my auto tread, but I really don't want to pitch a card just yet. And then you do end up saying, okay, well, I'll pitch it to get out of the Vara's Favor range, and then it gets annihilated. There's a lot of just different decks in the field. Like, we have several different Kira strategies, we have some Sling decks, we have some Yetis, we have some different time strategies, but there's not that sort of crutch being put on the Amphitheater strategies. And as a result, when there's a lot of decks like, Kira and Yetis, those are 2 decks I really don't want to fight up against an auto tread. Sure, Yetis has Snowball and Torch, but it is still a thing that if the auto tread can come down and take care of a couple of Yetis for just, 2 power, that can be a disastrous situation for the Yetis deck in terms of trying to get over the finish line.
All right, so we've got game number 2 here. Ballerina will be on the play. Alessi, Combray, Archmage, a pair of them in the opener. For Frafa, they've got Malaga Amphitheater. That's the new Praxis site. Pretty nifty card. Whenever one of your units hits enemy player, you replenish power up to the current durability of the site. And for Frafa, last game with Prowling Amarok, they chose Quick Draw. More afraid of the ability to get through blockers. This game, they're also going to choose Quick Draw. So, you know, it's proven itself quite a versatile card, showing that already we've seen that players are finding different times when each of its summon choices of gaining Quick Draw or Aegis are applicable. Turn 3 Kira ascending with Justice Etchings, a beautiful little curve thanks to Justice Symbol.
And this is an awesome setup for Ballerino. Like, sure, you don't have a way to protect your Kira now. You've expended all of your power doing that, but you have multiple Alessis, multiple one-cost spells in hand. You've got access to that stand together. But here we go. This is, you know, a pretty good 2-3 punch here from Frafa. You got the Amarok now growing quick draw size. You see that charge unit come down. There's now a bunch of deadly units, you know, lying in wait. And what Ballerino's deck is trying to do, different than the way that the Hurukira decks are set up. There's no, you know, no levitate to punch above, you know, above the board here and get away from those deadly units. I mean, they're gonna just try to push through a massive attack with Overwhelm. And it's gonna have to be really, really massive. Otherwise, you're gonna be losing that one to the deadly unit and maybe not be able to finish the game off. But we do see multiple copies of Fearless Crescendo, however, which will help with that flying pursuit.
Yeah, Amaranth Stinger has always been a fantastic card whenever you're going up against sort of ground-based approaches like you outlined. We see a copy of Gavel's Insight, a new set 11 Revelations card. One cost, give a unit +2/+2 and overwhelm this turn, and amplify 2, kill a relic on the enemy player. It's a nice little pickup though if you're wanting to play if you want to play a Combrade deck against a field of slings or Shrine to Carvets. We're going to see Malaga Amphitheater make its first appearance on our tournament broadcast. Looks like we're going for a slow, Corey.
Yeah, so unable or unwilling, maybe not unable, to want to Mind Fire here and push through an aggressive attack, wanting to protect the site. And this is really going to help explain to Frafa what is Ballerino's strategy? What is actually going on over there? And, you know, now they're going to get the news of, hey, this is what the Justice Etchings got out of the market. It's a stand together. Additionally, you have to deal with 3 one-cost spells, and these are 3 units that love seeing spells played.
So we could see something like Fearless Crescendo or 2 to power up the Alessis. All right, so Corey, Scorpion Trap. Yeah, you're playing the spell. Like,
correct, it is Destiny.
You're not thrilled about it, but you're playing a spell, and Alessi's gonna get powered up by it. So pretty nifty here for Ballerino.
Ooh, and I like this. Grabbing the Manacles is a really heads-up decision. You're gonna be able to block down this Stinger here, and you know all that's gonna be left on Frafa's side is this little Scorpion and the Parmely Amarok. And if you can stun both of those and make sure those things aren't leaving play anytime soon, you can keep both of those units locked out. But we'll see Frafa, because they got in, they will gain back 2 power refreshed from the Malaga Amphitheater. And now, given Ballerino drew some cards there, now they're ahead on cards. We can't get 1 card here with the Supplier, even though we're not ahead on units in play.
And we're going to see Kira ascending with flying thanks to Fearless Crescendo. Probably take down the Malaga Amphitheater here.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot here for Ballerino. I mean, is this a spot where maybe you have enough 1-cost spells now that you could fire up the Alessi machine and, you know, Fearless Crescendo one of them, try to push through a bunch of damage? But Ballerino wants to, you know, play it slow. They think that they're ahead here on the board. Take out the site, manacles down these 2, you know, maybe problematic threats here on Frafa's side, and see if they can win out a longer game here through the Scorpion traps that are still remaining in their deck.
Hey Corey, so Frafa has started to assemble the pieces of this game-ending combo that could win them the game. They have Malaga Amphitheater in hand. They have Sodi Spellshaper in hand. They are now just an auto tread away from sort of winning the game. Now, it does require you to sort of have enough power to assemble all of that. So, realistically, what it would take, I guess if they have 6 power, that should be enough. Because they would be able to go Malaga Amphitheater, auto tread, discard a card, hit you for 1, get 2 power back, and now I have 3 power to play Sodi Spell Shaper. Oh no, but now you need another power to keep it going.
Right, you would still need 1 more power to be able to discard a card to the auto tread, or you would need to be able to ensure that maybe your Mollybach Amphitheater, you get to use the ability to exhaust 2 units off of that site to push through and another unit to gain back the power.
Right.
Frappa here with
Frappa's not feeling like they have enough time, and they're going to go for a Sodi Spell Shaper with the Spellcraft to equivocate the Kira Ascending. Ballerino could use a Silverblade Intrusion or a Fearless Crescendo or even a Gavel's Insight to just sort of gain some power back, or to gain a card back, but they're just going to let this happen. A little unfortunate when you have to play Sodi Spell Shaper and not attack with the unit that you played it on, but if Frappa did it, they understand that just a Kira would, or an Alessi would probably just grow large enough to eat their unit.
Yeah, it was one of those complicated situations also where you had the Sodi Spell Shaper and the Pause for Reflection. You know, maybe you want to use it on your own units to break the manacles to try to free up maybe like your Prowling Amaranth for an attack. There were a lot of decisions there for Frappa. But yeah, like you said, chooses to go with the Sodi Spell Shaper, but unable to make an attack as a result. Now the 2 Alessis are going to push Frappa down to 18. Yeah, and the Enforcer comes down and silences away that Sodi Spell Shaper, so no cards are going to be drawn off that copy of the powerful weapon. And all the while,
like the
Frappa
idea
still
of
has the
bouncing the
bad news.
manacles. Oh, sorry, Corey. What was that?
You know, Frappa still has all the bad news here. From that slow that we saw earlier, we're going to see them use the salvo here on their own Scorpion to try to free up the Amaranth. I do enjoy this play a lot. Are we gonna see Ballerino use the Gavel's Insight to save the Scorpion?
That would be amazing. Yeah, so the way Manacles works is summon you stun 2 enemy units, and when Manacles leaves or one of them like leaves or becomes unstunned, the other one does too. And so yeah, by killing the Scorpion, you get to free up the other one. So Manacles is like a pretty dope removal spell in terms of how much just tempo and how much it can deal with for only 3, but it gives a player like Frappa some options about how they might want to counteract it.
Yeah, you chain 2 units together, but if the chains are broken, you know, they're going to run free. And as a result now, we'll see the Manacles sacrifice, the Prowling Amaranth runs free, the Amphitheater's coming down, and there's some real protection here. Frappa's got this Pause for Reflection, they have access to this Backlash, and, you know, it is very likely that they gain the power back here from the Amphitheater.
So they went for the Daring Maneuver on the Praxis, on the Aurelian Supplier. Wow, we're just going in here. Also going to bounce the Valkyrie Enforcer.
That one out of the way. And yeah, this is an attack for 13. Thanks to the armor gains, this only drops Ballerino down to 6. But yeah, they're in a dicey spot now where, sure, you have these 2 Alessi, sure, you have the spells that you want to play. Another 1-cost spell is actually a pretty nice pickup here for Ballerino. That can gain you some additional armor. Doesn't look like they can just get across the finish line. So yeah, they're going to have to play it a little bit slowly here. Take out this Amphitheater, and where do you go next, Andrew?
I like playing maybe the Justice Etchings without going to the market. One of the nice things about Alessi is it gains you an armor every time you play a spell as well. And so with 2 Alessis, you know, you're almost getting like a Roland's Favor for 1.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't see the Justice Etching. I think Ballerino heads up there realizing the play that Frappa made really makes it seem like, okay, a Backlash is a disaster scenario that could be arising. As see a Scorpion.
Yeah, I didn't love that attack. I mean, I wonder how is Frappa going to win this game, Corey, if they don't have that 8-2? Like, you didn't have a way to get it through, but maybe someday you top deck away too, and without it, I just worry it's just going to be too hard to actually have enough attacking force to win this game.
Yeah, and now as a result, like, you don't really have any super threatening thing in play. Ballerino's no longer on the back foot. They're no longer afraid, okay, I'm just going to all of a sudden die out of nowhere. It's go time. Ballerino's just going to start firing off spells here, gaining additional armor. We now see both these Alessis up to 6/6. Yeah, does Ballerino even need to make an aggressive line here, like attacking with both and using the Silver Blade Intrusion on their own turn? It doesn't even look like it. So yeah, they're just gonna say, okay, I'm happy enough with this. I'll hit you with 1 unit. Maybe I'll just hold up all these spells. Maybe I play the Ascendant. They're gonna go ahead and play the Smuggler. I assume that we'll see the sword grabbed.
Yeah, and with a bubble shield and a silver blade intrusion ready to go, there is the backlash, but Ballerino is at a virtual 10 thanks to the 6 health and 4 armor. And I'm not seeing how Frafa can pull out of this one. They don't have any pieces of the combo, and they just don't have the kind of attacking force that can line up against how big these Alessis have grown. So, it's been a minute since we've seen Alessi winning tournament games here, but you know, it's got some new tools with Revelations, and we're gonna see what they can do next. And yeah, Ballerino interestingly went for the Kieran Ascendant.
I
Gets
think
another
just being
flyer.
I think just being super safe here. They realize that Frafa has smaller units than them. They don't have any pieces of the combo assembled. It would take way more power than they currently have available. That I think that I'm going to win with my LSC in the sky. I have the ability to maybe on the next turn use this sort of unity if I need it.
All right, so D'Angelo Houndmaster shows up. Whenever you attack with exactly 2 units, you may pay power equal to the number of cards in your hand to play a 4/4 Hellhound attacking. Does just get eaten by the Alessi, unfortunately. And yep, Frafa is just going to have to concede this one here, Corey. And assuming Ballerino manages to attack with their 7 strength worth of flyers, and with a bubble shield and a silver blade intrusion, I imagine that'll happen. Frafa can backlash this bubble shield, but then it just gives up the game in the sense that now you've shown your hand and you've said, well, as long as you can manage to attack with that 7/7 Alessi, you have won game number 2, tying up the match of 1 game apiece between these 2 players.
Yeah, a total reversal of the script there in game number 2, where Frafa, sure, they were able to get down the Amarak and the Stinger, similar to what they did in game number 1. However, there were actual units coming down on the other side from Ballerino. Ballerino was able to, have a Kira, have 2 Alessis, and while that Prowling Amarak did get up to a 6/2 and then an 8/2, it was not as threatening given the amount of armor that was gained through the Alessis. They ended up holding back the fort of all the Amaranth Stingers, all the suppliers. There was really nothing that could contend outside of the Prowling Amarak on the enemy side. And then once Ballerino got into the spot where they felt safe enough they could hold up a spell or 2 each turn and not continue deploying to their board, it really just became a race to, can Frafa really find multiple answers here in a single turn, and dealing with that many, 5/5s and 6/6s was just too much for them to overcome.
All right, so as we get ready for game number 3 here of this round of 16, we will be watching these 2 players to determine who's going to get a slot in the top 8 of this event. As you know, as for what's on the line, top 8 is when the cash prizes kick in, and we are playing for a $5,000 cash prize pool this weekend. In addition, sort of every round that you get further just increases your chances of making it to Worlds, both by the fact that if you win the tournament, you go directly to Worlds, but also in part of our effort this year to increase the opportunities for consistent performers. If you make it to the top 4 of multiple opens this year, that also qualifies you for the World Championships. So a lot of ways and opportunities if you want to play in these events to get on your way to the World Championships.
Yeah, and we have a few players left in our field, Netscape Navigator, Notorious GHP, Batteries. I mean, you go through this list of the top 16, Andrew, and it's, there are a lot of players here that have now made a top 16, maybe multiple top 16s, have made a top 4, looking to earn that second top 4, trying to earn their slot into that last chance qualifier, trying to win this match to get into the money, as you mentioned. And yeah, if they can win this round and the next, maybe they're that much closer to booking a ticket through multiple top 4s to our 2021 World Championships.
Yep, and we had And also a good thing to pay attention to if you are trying to make it to the World Championships is the Tuesday Night Eternal Community Run Tournament Series. I'm a Straight won their invitational last weekend to book a ticket to the World Championships, and they've got another season starting up soon. So if you are interested in looking for more ways to play it out, check out Tuesday Night Eternal. Not all of their events are on Tuesdays, but they offer more high stakes action for players who are looking to put their skills to the test in the Eternal sphere. All right, we are awaiting the players to rejoin, and yep, we give these players, as you mentioned, a couple minutes if they need it. One of the cards that really stood out for me in that last match, Corey, was just Alessi, obviously, with a pair of those showing up so early. One of the things that's really nice about Alessi, like we've talked about, is just that armor gain, and sometimes you can use that to fuel up. I always like the old Alessi Molten Fist decks. That was
Yeah.
always a fun favorite of mine.
Yeah,
But
building up
makes
a
a nice
13 relic weapon, your style.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, again, when we see these Justice aggro decks, they're frequently focused on protecting their units, and so a great way to do that to beat them is to just attack back. And we saw that working to some degree in game one, and to a lesser degree in game two. Just, but the big thing is that you got to be able to account for sort of how big the Alessis might get. That's what sort of stands out to them is like Kira is really good at sticking around, but it's pretty hard to get Kira really big. One of the things that Alessi's so good at is like Alessi, she can just get really big, and as we saw, even with having access to some amount of damage based removal on the side of the amphitheater deck, it just wasn't enough to get through the Alessis. All right, and it sounds like just as a heads up for everyone is that we might be having a little bit of a technical issue with some players not getting a prompt to rejoin their games. What that just means is that they need to wait sort of the 5 minutes in between games that we afford players, and then their match will just automatically begin. So things should still run smoothly as far as in game, but might just be a little bit longer with us in between games. So. All right, so looking here into game number 3 of this matchup between Frafa and Ballerino. Frafa is our number 1 seed in this event, and they are going to have their tournament life at stake here in game number 3. They've redrawn once, and their second hand looks pretty solid. They've got a couple of 2-drops and an auto tread, and then for Ballerino, they are a Combre deck, and that first hand only had just Justice Influence. Their second hand looks a bit better, and they'll keep with Hojin and a couple of ways to proc its renown.
Yeah, an awesome hand here for Frotha. You've got access to that banner, diplomatic seal will unlock the third influence, and then yeah, you've got a power cell into auto trap potential opener, or you could just play the Amaranth depending on what you draw here. Interested to see where they go. So yeah, we'll see the power cell deployed. So get them that power burst. They're gonna choose to hold onto it just in case, maybe you find the amphitheater in the next turn, you can make a really explosive turn. So we'll see Hojon deployed on the other side. So we could see an auto tread come down.
Yeah, we could just see auto tread just pick off the Hojin. I like that play. It also, because it's a Sentinel, it powers up the power cell. Every time you play a Sentinel, it gets +1 strength.
Yeah, and just, look at how devastating this is for Ballerino. Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, Kira ascending, and yeah, there's that bubble shield in hand, but this auto tread is just an absolute punishment for Ballerino without a way to silence it, without a way to kill it, and without a way to actually, permanently buff up their units. I don't know that they can even play a unit here this turn, Andrew.
Yeah, it always feels a little rough in this spot with 1 health units against auto tread because, if you're Ballerino and you don't play anything, well, you're certainly not getting anywhere. But at the same time, it's like you're literally just giving Frafa an excuse to both kill your unit and grow how much damage they're going to be getting you by making the auto tread 1 bigger. I think if I'm Ballerino, I think you have to just play things out and hope to some degree you run Frafa out of cards a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately on Ballerina's side here. Yeah. You know the situation's good when you're discarding torches to buff up the auto tread. As 6 damage is going to get pushed through that way. Grinding Drone's going to come down now for Frafa. And, you know, we're kind of seeing a repeat here of game number 1 where Frafa just keeping the opponent off balance, keeping Ballerino stuck in the situation of how do I actually get my strategy going? And the auto tread backed up by, you know, things like Torch, by Blazing Salvo, and just an aggressive start thanks to, you know, Power Cell and Grinding Drone alongside. Really making things a headache here to actually block, as we're going to see that Power Burst fired off.
Going for the Aurelian Supplier. They will get to draw 2 since they have more units and fewer cards.
Yeah, Frafa, they're not taking the opportunity to maybe keep this Kira off the board for one more turn, instead going for a route that actually helps them develop their game plan a little bit further. Supplier finding that power, so we'll see a Fearless Crescendo here fired off. Ballerino there maybe looking for a Silverblade Intrusion to give him vulnerable to damage while taking out this Power Cell, but unfortunately for them will not find it. So should this Kira block, she will be dying. Choosing to not block at all here, taking all the damage, falling from 17 to 7. So Ballerino now has access to that 6 Justice Influence. They can have access to now a 4/3 Endurance. Flying Aegis Kira. Alright, Andrew, they're starting to build up a big enough force, but an Equivocate there's got to be a huge draw for Frafa.
Yeah, it really does seem like it, just because it gets to both remove... Oh, okay. So what line are we going for here? We Blazing Salvoed the Kirin Ascendant. We picked up a Seer.
Yeah, I wonder if the line here now is you sear the Kira Ascendant on the ground, and then you're battling again with everybody?
And just because you've Blazing Salvoed already, you've made it so that the Kirin Ascendant is just such a bad blocker.
Right. That it's like, okay, maybe it gets traded off for a Grendon and Drone, and maybe it just gets thrown under the bus to take out an auto tread? Or, sorry, to absorb an auto tread? Yeah,
So
this is a dicey spot
Ballerino.
here.
Yeah, I like Ballerino trading off with the auto tread. No more. I'm tired of dealing with that one.
Yeah, but, I mean, looking at these blocks, Andrew, this is 6 getting through, and even through the 1 lifesteal, this would be putting Ballerino down to 2. These blocks leave them taking 7, gaining 1, going to 1, and that auto tread alone would be lethal.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you need to just block differently so that you like chump with the Kirin Ascendant, so that way you don't have to make this trade.
Right, maybe
it's going to be really tough to come back if you have no board presence going into next turn. But that looks like that's where we're at.
can a Lessie. So if you play a Lessie, crescendo it, you could get maybe the manacles out of your market, and that would leave you at 2 with 1 armor. See the Alessi fired off and the smuggler, but holding on to the crescendo to proc both of them. But it looks like Frapa's got some potentially unfortunate news here for Ballerino.
Yeah, the Soundmaster. I think we're going to be technically not dead because the armor will keep us technically alive.
Right.
Yeah, you can crescendo and then block the 2 big things, and then you're sort of taking 2. You're losing your armor, losing a health, and going to 1. But we're talking about working with literal nothing up against 4 lethal units. And yeah, Hojin's not going to do it. Rafa's going to take this one down and is going to keep themselves alive. They are in our top 8, and that is a big deal for them as they are a #1 seed. They've been just crushing this tournament all weekend, and so we will see what they can do next.
Yeah, I think I know why our match took so long to join. It wasn't any sort of technical thing, Andrew. It was just Rafa was so confused they had lost a game. It had been so long since they lost another game this whole weekend. I mean, I think it was 25-3 through the qualifying stages, and now they're 3-0 here for our top 64 into that top 8. It sounds like we do have one more match going on, though. We've got Netscape Navigator and Phoenix. They're both on 1 win. So we'll head into their game number 3.
Sounds good. All right, these players are playing. We've got Netscape Navigator on Elysian Spell, so our old friend Droll Ascending. Ooh, look at them be making some maybe Berserk attacks. Nope, just going to do some regular attacks. And whoa, one of them hits and picks up an Accelerated Evolution.
Really nice combo with the Droll Ascending.
Absolutely. Up against them is Phoenix, who looks to be playing some kind of, maybe just another Hurukira deck. I see a Spore Folk, but I don't see a Shadow influence on that. So I'm guessing that's the handiwork of an Equivocate.
Most definitely there, as we see Phoenix here pick up another copy of Justice Symbol. So they're definitely going to be able to, unlock the influences required for that Ikaria Valkyrie Captain and the Silverblade Intrusion. Looks like also breaking the stun here off of that Kira Ascending. Interested to see, will we see Phoenix just fire off a Silverblade Intrusion right now? Let's get them a card, plus we'll get to play a Justice Influence, which will, unlock the 8 influence ability now on Kira. This is a pretty massive attack.
Yeah, the pause for reflection on Hojin could be a big deal here. Looks like it will be.
So yeah, no lifesteal action this turn, and absorb up the Kira attack here with that Droll Ascending, but Netscape Navigator is going to be in a potential situation where Hojon's going to make one of these massive attacks with lifesteal potentially turn after turn after turn that I don't know if Netscape Navigator can let Phoenix hit them with a Hojon and actually get this game over with. Like, looking at the health totals, you have to get through 22 more points. You don't have access to Droll being online just yet. That Master Conjurer, though, Andrew, not a bad pickup. Power short of being able to utilize that one's full potential this turn.
Yeah, I think the Master Conjurer, I guess. Well, I don't know if it complicates things. It's great to get that one down and started, but you can't necessarily get that one fired off yet. Okay, so looking maybe at a Geneve Merchant, cashing out the Master Conjurer, picking up Steady Spell Shaper, solid. So what is the question? The question here is, do you do an Accelerated Evolution to get an attack in? Looks like the answer is yes. It's going to be a Berserk attack. Wow. So this is going to open things up for Phoenix to have a big turn back, Corey, because we're sort of we're committing ourselves to basically not answering the Hojin immediately. But you certainly got to like Netscape Navigator's sort of long-term plans here with 2 sort of powered up Droll Ascendings. They haven't hit the last sort of chapter yet, but they're doing quite well for themselves.
Right, yeah, they're still 2 influence away from unlocking that last ability. Obviously, though, Andrew, we can see Phoenix has got more than just a big turn here. They have, kind of a dream going on. They've drawn that Silverblade Intrusion. They have this Maveloth Huntress in hand. They've got the power to enable the Hojon without that. So yeah, we're going to see him first start off, play the power, attack with Kira and Hojon. So this is now, the Kira can be simply eaten, and the Hojon is a absolutely massive attacker. So we're going to see Netscape Navigator choose to absorb at least some of this hit from this Hojon. Will they try to eat the Kira? They choose not to, so we'll just see 12 points of health gained here for Phoenix, but now will they use maybe the Maveloff Huntress imbued onto the Hojon to try to take down one of the, probably the flying Geralt? There is some sort of, you know, opportunity cost there, leaving the Berserk one around. You did just see Netscape Navigator go to their market in the last turn.
Yeah, what an absolutely phenomenal turn here by Phoenix, taking advantage of Imbue with the Kira pumps, with the Empower pumps on Hojin to make just an absolutely monstrously large killer unit. And now with Ikaria coming down, I mean, the board has just swung wildly back into Phoenix's favor. The power of Kira ascending should not be underestimated, I suppose.
Yeah, and all the while, I mean, you have the Kira, that endurance, and that can block for you. You play the Ikaria, and now you've got the Silverblade Intrusion to also defend your units here, as Netscape Navigator just has to start their turn off with the Strategize, send away that Learned Imitator. They do find the Primal symbol, so now if they play any spells, they're also going to be shooting Phoenix upstairs for some damage. The issue is that they don't have the Sodi Spell Shaper yet deployed. See a Wump and Mizo drawing off the attack ability, given that it's not a spell, it's going to bite the dust.
Now a Silverblade Intrusion is going to try to make the blocks even more difficult, or try to make the attack even more difficult for a Netscape Navigator. A Pause for Reflection, though, will bounce Kira back to hand. The nice thing about that is that you're both sort of stopping the draw from getting eaten, and now making it so that the Kira can't attack and pump up another unit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Valkyrie Enforcer is going to be maybe the nail in the coffin here, it almost feels like, for Netscape Navigator. There's a lot of, like, the Geralt Ascending Sodi Spell Shaper combo is pretty ridiculous. Like, every time you play a spell, you're dealing them damage, and then you're getting to draw a card, thanks to the Spell Shaper, once you have that sort of 8 Primal Influence mode unlocked. If you've never had that combo before, it's really fantastic. But a Valkyrie Enforcer just means we're going to take Geralt Ascending all the way back from sort of the Chapter 4, or whatever you want to describe, of it, back down to base level as a 1-3.
Yeah, and given that Netscape Navigator here being attacked for lethal has to fire off that second Pause for Reflection, they choose to bounce the Hojon back to hand, shrinking the Maveloff Huntress, given that they are no longer imbued with that 10 strength unit. And oh, interesting, Phoenix here just choosing to hold on to the Valkyrie Enforcer, and maybe we can see Netscape Navigator make some magic happen, but they don't have many things left in their deck in terms of like Pause for Reflections to keep pace here. Kind of have to find a good one here, Andrew. So we're trying to equivocate this massive Hojon. Thanks to the equivocate, we deal 2 damage. Okay, a snowball, that's something. So we could try to snowball now the Maveloff Huntress. That'll also deal a damage. Thanks to Geralt's ability, and the Sodi Spell Shaper could draw a card.
Yeah, the challenge with that is there is a Silverblade Intrusion. So yeah, we're gonna see the double block plus Silverblade Intrusion line again, and you know, we didn't see the Valkyrie Enforcer come down. I thought that I would have been pretty scared if I were Phoenix. I know you want to get down Kira. I'd have been pretty scared to let a Geralt start off a turn like that, but it all worked out pretty well for them. Netscape Navigator falls to Phoenix, and we will see Phoenix in our top 8. All right, so we did have 2 other games going earlier when we hopped in on this one. Check in with our producer, Tim. How are we looking? Anything still going on out on the field, or are we... Okay, we get to see Male once again. They're up against A rank 13. Let's check out their game 3 and see if there's any action left to check out. So all right, so Male, how are you looking? A rank 13 looking to be on Skycrate control. They got a Zhou, and they're gonna form bend one of these relics. Which one did they hit, Corey? It looked like it was a 3-cost one, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was a Shrine to Carve It. Maybe it was a Praxis Trove.
Yeah, definitely
Nonetheless,
difficult to tell.
a Savage Incursion is now going to get picked up off that Howling Peak Smuggler. Looks like it's fully powered up too. It's going to kill the Cell Sword, bring along some Sapphire Dragons, and we've seen Male dig themselves out of from some tricky spots in the past, Corey, but I'm not really seeing the tools here this one. And with 24 worth of dragons attacking next turn, Male is just going to die if they don't do something real here.
Yeah, on this board, sign me up with Team Dragon. I'm on A rank side of this. This is, 3 Sapphire Dragons. Whenever you get those off the Savage Incursion, you feel like $1 million. And while A rank here, maybe not going to wheel in $1 million by winning this one game, they are going to put themselves into the money matches. They are now into our top 8, taking down Male 2-1.
All right, so was that it for the round, Tim? What do you think? I think that might have been it, but we'll make sure we get 100% confirmation on that. All right, sounds like we're all done for this round. So that was our top 16 round, and so now we are going to be transitioning into the top 8, and that'll be a lot of fun to find out who is going to punch their ticket to the World Championships. So we're getting down to the real tight money matches now, so you're not going to want to miss the exciting conclusion of this tournament. Myself and Corey will be back in just a few minutes with the top 8 action here at the Revelations 5K Throne Open. So in the actual draft open itself, did you have any memorable decks from your qualifying matches that you want to tell people about?
In the Swiss, I had a triple call and allies deck. That deck did some busted things occasionally. And then in the top 64, like my first deck had 2 grafters and 2 Ixid merchants, and we have a really consistent metal things on turn 6.
Was that sort of strategy of playing your best card in the market something that you were looking to do in the format?
If I could pick up enough market, for sure. Like putting 1 metal thing in the deck, you're going to see it a lot less often than playing 4 market cards plus also a Wasteland Broker that deck had. Normally, like if I just had a Wasteland Broker, a Merchant, I would not be playing my best cards in the market just because if you play your best cards in your deck, you'll draw them just as often as you do the Merchant, but then you can use the Merchant to get rid of power for a medium card to make your overall draws better, instead of just trying to get your most powerful card.
And then in the top 8, what deck did you draft there?
Top 8, I drafted another Stone Scar deck. I don't quite remember I think the first pick was between a Battle Bear and a Passionate Stonehammer. And I did end up going with the Stonehammer just because while Battle Bear is a really good card, if you're in Horu, it's 2 colors. I do not like starting drafts with 2 or 3 color cards just because there's a lot less likely of a chance to be playing those in your end deck compared to just a really good 2-drop. So and from there, like it just kind of all came together, like getting past a Shadow Creeper into a Basher, into like an Auto Tread and things like that. Like the deck just kind of like passed me everything I needed, it felt like. So
that's got to be a pretty good feeling when you're playing for a spot in the World Championships.
Yeah.
Do you have a particularly memorable match from the weekend?
Yeah, in the top 64, actually against my teammate Batteries in the top 16, his deck had 3 Rage Crafters in it with a Short Hopper in the market and an Icy Gaze. So pretty much every game he went turn 2 Grafter, turn 3 Activate it, turn 4 5/5 Berserk Short Hopper, stun your unit. So I mean that was really strong. Luckily I had like one of my 2 or 3 Laser Blasts plus a Basher every time he did that. But if I didn't, it would have been a lot of pressure for me. So
yeah, it's always a sweet one also when it happens it happens in one of these tense spots where it's like, okay, for you, that was the finals of that draft being the top 16. You get to redraft again in the top 8. It's against a teammate, so it's one of those situations of this player's really excellent. They're really good. They know that they think the way that you do, or you at least have similar lines of play in terms of how you think about the format, and getting into one of those spots where it's like, all right, I don't love exactly how this lines up, but I can beat my buddy's best draws if I set up one of the good draws that I have available to me, and you're able to set those up, and like you said, 2 out of 3 of the games, and it's like, okay, I kind of have the trump card to what they've set up. I can just overpower what they are doing here.
Yep. Well, one of the games he slow rolled his short hopper because I did play the turn 3 basher. Then he slow rolled it long enough to let me draw my laser blast to be able to kill it. So.
Oh.
But you didn't have it the entire time?
No, I did not. So.
Oh, you can't tell him that. Oh, that's torture. All right, welcome back to the Revelations Throne 5K Open. Corey, we have got a top 8, and just going to run out the names. We got Frafa, they're playing Amphitheater. Mollybach on Sky Craig Sling. DDD is playing Hurukira up against Quadric on Yetis. Notorious GHP, they're playing Sling, and they're up against Phoenix on Hurukira. And then A rank 13, they're playing Sky Craig Control up against Ronan X on Sky Craig Sling. So we got a couple players on Sling. So, and then the rest of the field, we've got a couple of different takes on some aggressive strategies, whether it's the Amphitheater deck, the Yetis deck, or the Hurukira deck. So we're going to see sort of which can come out on top this weekend. So we got some aggro, we got some mid-range, we got some control. A lot of fire primal overall. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of evolutions we see to maybe combat against that in the near future. All right, but for this round, we are going to start off with Frafa on Amphitheater. They're up against Mollybach on Sky Craig Sling. And I'm misspeaking. We're starting with Notorious GHP on Sky Craig Sling. They're up against Phoenix on Hurukira, and we've seen a little bit of Phoenix playing. We haven't gotten to see much of Notorious GHP yet this weekend, but they've had a lot of success over the years in our tournaments. We'll check out that Mollybach Frafa matchup as time permits. As far as the Sling versus Hurukira matchup, a lot of it is going to be defined by how well the Sky Craig Sling deck can sort of get off the first couple of turns without being well behind on the board. And then ultimately, do they have a sling, and can they start actually taking advantage of some of their bigger units? The reason why you really don't want to be behind in the first couple of turns is once you get to the spot of the game where you're trying to slam down your siege breakers, your Gemnons, and your roasts. It's going to be so much nicer if you're not just getting annihilated if they go to the market and get something like a pristine light or permafrost your unit, and then now you're taking a huge crackback on the way back.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm interested to see here is how much does the Grand Suppressor plus Belak sort of combo there end up mattering in this matchup? Like, if you start with a turn 2 Grand Suppressor, sure, there aren't that many summon units out of the Kira deck. Sure, you're blocking, Merchant Smugglers, Valkyrie Enforcers, so you're hitting some of the things from the enemy side. But then just being able to play this massive flying threat, potentially lock down things like a Courier or Valkyrie Enforcer on the enemy side from attacking, or things being Fearless Crescendoed from attacking, how much of that can Notorious GHP laying on when they don't find a sling? Like, how much can that actually push them ahead in the matchup? And, maybe be a strategy of just, hey, your Justice unit deck, you don't really deal with big units very well outside of going into that market for that pristine light that you were talking about, Andrew.
Yeah, and so we're going to be seeing if Notorious GHP can overcome that sort of raw power of the Hirukira deck. This is obviously one of the most successful sort of strategies that we've had in Eternal for a while now, with the printing of Kira ascending last year. Just so effectively able to both answer things, present threats, and continue to enhance its units while it's also gaining card advantage along the way. So it's going to be a real fun match. We do have best of 3 matches. And yeah, we're just, a couple rounds away now from finding out who's going to be the winner of this tournament.
Yeah, and earning that slot to the 2021 Eternal World Championships. You just got to win this one and 2 more, and just 3 matches total for one of these players to book a seat there.
Yeah, and that's going to be a fun event, as always. All right, so still waiting on those players to join for that event, so just going to sit tight here for a second. The round has begun for the rest of the fields, but, our players can make us wait. That's no big deal. Notorious GHP, we frequently see them playing what is widely considered the best deck, so it's not a shock to see them playing Sling, which was one of the more popular decks in our top 64 field this weekend. Playing a couple copies of Obstructive Flicker this weekend. I like that one a lot, Corey. It's a real nice one because it both gives you the versatility to catch up. You could just use that on an early turn of the game. A Kira attack, so that's going to be something to watch out for, is how much are they playing around it, because Obstructive Flicker can either deal 1 damage to each attacking enemy or negate an enemy spell that isn't fast. Alright, with that said, let's see what Notorious GHP and Phoenix can do. Alright, top of your screen, Phoenix on Huru Kira. They've got an Akari and a Valkyrie Enforcer for a nice early little Justice curve out. Notorious GHP, they've got a Skycrag Blueprints. They got a Hailstorm and a Crafty Occultist to work with. So solid opening hands for both players.
And importantly, a Sling of the Chi there on top for Notorious GHP. So their path is forged here without, maybe a way to proc it just yet, but maybe that Crafty Occultist can manage to put together a plan, as Phoenix here just using their turn, using that Justice Etchings, finding another Justice Sigil, and sending the turn back to Notorious GHP. But unfortunately for Phoenix here, still lacking the Primal to get, this most potent threat that they could have played on turn 2, the Janitor Dovid, down. But now they are going to be able to play this Icaria with the Bubble Shield back up.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix's draw would have been so much better here if they just had 1 Primal Influence and got to play that Janitor Dovid on turn 2. I mean, you look at Notorious GHP's hand, does not have an immediate answer to that kind of threat. As it stands, Notorious GHP. Oh, they're actually going to go for the Crafty Occultist. So they're going to ditch the Skycrag Blueprints. Yeah, they are. So they're going to make a 3/3 flyer of their own, sort of electing to go for this rather than getting down a Sling. But that makes sense. Sling doesn't have any units in hand to work with quite yet.
Yeah, and an unfortunate turn here for Phoenix, just working completely on power. They don't even have the ability to hold up the Bubble Shield any longer to protect this Icaria Valkyrie captain. Just has to use her ultimate ability. It will buff up the Valkyrie Enforcer in hand. But yeah, not making any headway or any progress here on the board. And now Notorious GHP has been given the time. First Sling of the Chi comes down.
Alright, so Valkyrie Enforcer buffed up to a 4/4 is going to knock the Crafty Occultist out of the air. We'll see an attack for 1 from Ikaria. And Notorious GHP does have a Tamaris that they can deploy at some point here. It deals 1 damage to each enemy without flying, so it doesn't kill the Ikaria, but it would, if they shifted it out, help proc their Sling of the Chi.
So the trope here just gonna find a Cobalt Waystone.
Yeah, this might be a game where we just see Tamaris get played 4/6 as just a 4/6 flyer.
Yeah,
Do a little bit of blocking.
given Notorious GHP, they're just choosing to, hey, I'll play my Waystone, I'll gain Aegis, and I'll play a second Sling of the Chi here. That actually looks pretty likely to me, Andrew. Obviously, hoping that they can draw, something that'll have enough strength, that 6 strength ability to be able to deal damage to the enemy units with Sling of the Chi. But, worst comes to worst, just a large flying blocker as Phoenix now finds that 6 Justice Influence. Still unable to deploy all these primal cards in their hand, but they does buff up the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain as Notorious GHP's health down to 16.
Yeah, and so we do see a Tamaris just get played as a 4/6 flyer. It is now we are now going to get to draw 2 cards as both Sling of the Chi see Notorious GHP having a unit with 6 health or more.
All right, a big draw there for Phoenix. They now have a Huru banner. What can they get going? What can they actually make happen now that they have access to the Smuggler, to the Janitor Dovid, to both of these snowballs? We're going to start off with the Smuggler. To bring to justice, so they'll just be able to use the silence and stun mode on this, granted that they don't have a player Aegis, and this is actually going to put Notorious GHP into a precarious 8 points of health here.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix is just trying to go for, I'm just going to finish this game off fast,
We'll see an instant attack there from Notorious GHP. We'll see the Hailstorm fired off. We see that bubble shield used to protect the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain. Will the Phoenix just let this happen?
Wow, yeah, they let it happen.
And I
So now we'll see.
assume that you can't let this one happen and go to your turn with no threats in play. And it seems like Phoenix agrees. Just going to use the Aegis here to protect the Valkyrie Enforcer.
And we'll get 2 more cards thanks to our Sling, but with another bubble shield picked up by the by Phoenix, got an excellent chance of being able to just ride this Valkyrie Enforcer in the air to a victory.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things
Occultist,
here,
a Crafty Occultist could help though.
but its summon ability is not going to be online because of this Grand Suppressor that was deployed.
For which card? Oh, the Crafty Occultist. That's a great point. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it up into the air. Yep. Grand Suppressor does hit both sides. Presses all unit summons, including this Janitor Dovid. Okay.
Well, if 1/4/6 of flying was good enough to play, is the second one good enough, Andrew?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's like, if you're Notorious GHP, are you okay with this? Do you want to put your fate in the hands of this Tamaris getting there?
I mean, you just saw Phoenix fire off a Levitate just to draw a card on their turn. You gotta hope at that point maybe my opponent doesn't have a second. And yeah, it actually looks like, we go back to Phoenix's turn here, and not having the Levitate now to get into the air might actually be a pretty big drawback for them. They're going to deploy and immediately ultimate this Ikaria Valkyrie Captain so that they have those 2 flyers, but yeah, Bubble Shield, double Snowball, and Notorious GHP at 4.
Now Phoenix transpose. And yeah, this is really slipping away from Phoenix very quickly because Kenna's going to come down. Ooh, turn to seed. Well, that'll probably just interact with the bubble shield, but it's still. We're really working through all of Phoenix's last threats and defenses right now for Notorious GHP.
Kind of come down. She'll try to make her killer attack on Ikaria. It is successful. No, finest hour Silverblade intrusions on the other side.
I mean, Notorious GHP is definitely not out of the woods. Like,
no, a levitating here still ends it.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Definitely chose to take a risky line there, not using the turn to seed. Obviously, we know it would have been stopped by the bubble shield. And there's a levitate off the top!
Oh my gosh. I don't know if there was a way that Notorious GHP could have beaten this exactly because there was still that bubble shield to work through, but incredible. So Notorious GHP is going to lose a game that I bet they had pretty much close to locked up in the win column. And they're going to have to battle back in these next two.
Yeah, and that was, you saw them draw so many additional cards off Sling, but not proccing the 6 strength ability against a deck with, the ability to take all these, tricky and aggressive lines. We saw Phoenix there just stuck on influence. They were stuck on power for a turn, but they managed to find a line where it was like, hey, I can push through a little bit of damage here. Valkyrie and force your unit out of the way, a little bit more damage here, and all of a sudden 24 was 16, 16 was 8, 8 was 4, and Phoenix managed to find an actual winning line from a situation where it started where they couldn't even play their cards, Andrew. And I think that's something, to really applaud them for.
Yep, so Phoenix managing to narrowly escape game number 1 with a victory. It looked like things were going so well for them early. But yeah, I mean, you just kind of see we've seen a couple of times now these Huru Kira decks, and it's just like you can really just never count them out. They just have so many potential ways to chain off a couple of good spells in a row and put out a bunch of flyers, sometimes out of nowhere with Silverblade Intrusion, that it's just never really a sure thing that even if they're pretty low and behind, that they can't find a way back into the game, and that's exactly what happened there. So, yep, Notorious GHP. I think they played the game well. The obstructive flickers didn't do much there. I guess in this matchup, I guess we can expect them to see maybe negate some of the sideboard or the rather market spells, and additionally justice etchings. But a lot of the best spells are fast, like Silverblade Intrusion, Levitate, Bubble Shield.
Yeah, a lot of this matchup is going to be dictated at sort of Phoenix's pace, except for in the spots where Notorious GHP is just leveraging, their powerful effects like Sing of the Chi on 6 strength units, or, kind of making killer attacks. Like, when Phoenix is driving the action, they're going to know how to dodge the situations, generally speaking, with Obtrusive Flicker. Like, I don't think that we'll see them attacking a 2-1 Kira without some sort of protection or the desire maybe to play out a spell should an Obtrusive Flicker be played to pick up a card. Additionally, I don't think we're going to see any Hojons being attacking without the ability to enable the Renown or without having already played a power to enable the Empower ability. So while Obtrusive Flicker, I think, matches up really well against things like Yetis and the Skycrag control decks that we're, seeing on other parts of the bracket, it does look like here that card might be a little bit of a liability for Notorious GHP. Or at least not at its best if it's not, a liability, so to speak.
All right. For game number 2 here, we will have Notorious GHP on the play with their Skycrag Sling deck. And one of the things we didn't see any beefy high attack units to take advantage of the Sling, but maybe, I'm starting to think we might get to. We've got Sling of the Chi, a Belax the Ravenous, and a Roast in hand. Belax the Ravenous, one of our recent monthly promo cards, 2-cost, 8/8 Flying Dragon. Summon, sacrifice 8 strength worth of units. But, with Sling of the Chi, you could sort of just cash it in as a removal effective if you're in that spot, of which it kind of looks like they might be this game. Really nice combo with Roast.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Just having a way to sacrifice that one, immediately bring it back. sure, maybe you
Did
have
you
to
say
wait.
most definitely or roast definitely?
I did not say
All right.
most definitely, but maybe I should have.
All right, Ikari Valkyrie captains the first play for Phoenix. Ooh, cover from the storm. Yeah, it's a new sort of sweeper effect that Primal decks can get. 4 costs deal 3 damage to each non-hidden unit. Don't think we got any hidden units in this Haru Kira deck this weekend, so gonna pretty reliably deal 3 to everything on that side.
No stealth action on their side, so Notorious GHP knew that they wanted to fire out their Hailstorm there, just get rid of that Ikaria and not enable any sort of power enabling shenanigans. Maybe wanted access to an additional sort of sweeper effect here as we see the Justice Etching plus Kira combination. Kira drawing the card, and that's going to go grab the site out of the market. So Phoenix here setting up to play a much longer game with now access to that Croviat Palace in hand.
So strategize. Yeah, Choreographed Palace is such a nice one. Just because it gives you sort of pump, which is a nice pump effect, which is or berserk, which are both great, but then also draws you cards, and so it's almost like the site was tailor made for this Hurukira deck, and just like this is the deck which basically pumps up its units and draws cards, and that's exactly what that site does.
And maybe then the unloved mode of actually killing your opponent by berserking all of your units, but hey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it frequently comes up that players can craft a game plan around Sack the City coming off of Choreographed Palace. And the threat of it is also a huge deal. Sometimes you will see players not make certain attacks because of it. So, meanwhile, Notorious GHP right now deciding, do I want to just fire off this Belax to just maybe kill this Janitor Dovid or this Kira? And they are going to. Leaving Phoenix with just a 4/4.
A conservative play from Notorious GHP, but overall I'm into it. Like, you have a play that you're quite happy with on the next turn with Kenna in your hand that can take out the Janitor Dovid. You really just don't want to get into a situation where Phoenix, about to be going into their 6 Justice Influence, can really snowball the game out of control, drawing a bunch of cards with Kira. You know, kind of take your shot there while you can with the Belax and get that one off the board. Phoenix now with this smaller Janitor Dovid enables the onslaught. So heading into the market here, Phoenix is going to be able to potentially find, bring to justice like we saw last game, and this will be able to ensure a killing of a unit, and that it is actually what we're going to see them grab this time through.
Alright, so Skycrag Blueprints will get us closer to that Skycrag construct. So that Skycrag Blueprints is a 1-cost spell that gets you a Fire Primal Sigil. We haven't talked much about it. If you play it when you have 3 Fire and 3 Primal Influence, you get a relic that you can sacrifice for 7. And it'll transform one of your units into a unit that costs 3 more and it gets double damage. So could be a pretty big deal in a couple of turns here.
Could be also something that, you transform that unit into something that costs more. Notorious DHP might be able to transform that into a unit that actually is enabling the sling to draw them some cards as well. So we're going to see Phoenix not end up playing the Palace this turn. They're just going to fire up the Bring to Justice and deploy that Jotun Hurler. So again, Notorious GHP does manage to find a Belax, but doesn't have a Grand Suppressor here, so they're not going to be able to keep it around should they choose to deploy it this turn. So cover from Darkness, like the Dust, and yeah, they're just going to choose to fire off Belax here. Killing itself to kill the Jotun Hurler.
Yeah, so this is a tricky spot now for Notorious GHP. Without Kenna, they don't have as big of a unit to potentially combine with the Skycrag construct. The Coriolis Palace is going to turn. My guess is we're going to see a withstand here, and once again a fast spell. So you can't mess with that with obstructive flicker. So, and it's got Aegis. One thing Notorious GHP could consider doing, and it's a bit of a gambit, is they could consider just firing off this obstructive flicker here to remove the Aegis. And now this gives them the possibility that if they top deck a unit that works with Sling, they can actually kill the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler. We're going to see a snowball take down one of the fresh recruits, and we picked up another Skycrake Blueprints. Corey, I think that might do it here for Notorious GHP, because I think what we're going to see is a snowball take out the fresh recruit. Phoenix kind of knows the last card in hand, and then they can sack the city, and there's really not a lot of reason to not go for this here.
Yeah, and we see them immediately go for it here, Andrew. As the sack the city comes off of Coriolis Palace, thanks to the withstand the turn before. That's 14 coming through, and Phoenix is going to advance 2-0 over Notorious GHP into our top 4.
All right, so we'll check out Phoenix in our top 4, and it looks like that was actually it for this round. So probably our fastest round of the day, Corey, is we are rolling right along here to our top 4. So we're going to be back in just a few minutes, and this tournament is really crescendoing to a finish here. So stay tuned, and we will be back with the concluding rounds of these Revelations 5K Throne Open. You originally qualified for World Championships, as you mentioned, a couple of years ago, playing that Shimmer Pack deck. That was in Constructed. So obviously, you're a well-rounded player. When it comes to Eternal specifically, when you are playing with your teammates or you're just playing against other people, what areas of the game, what sort of things do you think you do as far as like actually in the game that other people could stand to get a little better at if they want to be joining you at the World Championships later this year?
So from what I've seen of different, like, just streams and like, watching other viewers and spectating and whatever else, like mulligan decisions, honestly, like, mulligan, Eternal's mulligan system is, pretty unique compared to like Magic or some other card games. You're guaranteed 2 to 4 power in your second hand. Um, I see some people just not take that second hand enough. I see other people just like they'll go to 6 a lot, and I go to 6 maybe like 1 in every 100 games. Like it's just not worth it most of the time, especially because you are still limited to 2 to 4 in that 6-card hand, right?
Yes.
So it a lot of games are won or lost at the mulligan screen, and you need to learn when to mulligan. Like make your deck have a plan. If you're playing like a mid-rangey grindy deck and your hand is all 4 and 5 drops, and you're versing Yetis, you might want to ship that, because it's not going to win.
You're looking at your first hand. What are the common things that you're thinking about when you're deciding, maybe your hand is okay, it's got, like you mentioned, some power and a couple of units. What are the sort of the tipping points typically for you when you're going to redraw? What are the tough sort of calls?
So for the first hand, like, there's the obvious if it has like 6 or 7 power or 1 power, that's probably going away. But like for the more difficult ones, like you'll often have hands that like are 1 piece short of being really good. Like you'll be one power short, or like, like 1 3-drop or something in your hand can really come together. If you're on the draw, like you're more likely to want to keep those hands, because like if I have a 2-power hand with a bunch of 3s and 4s, like in draft, I'm probably likely to find that by the end of the 3rd turn, if not the 4th, especially if I'm playing a bunch of 2-drop plunder units. So I'll tend to keep those hands because I do have a plan and I just need 1 power to pull it off. Other hands where like it just there's nothing really coherent does, like you just have like a 5-drop, a combat trick, like maybe a relic weapon or something, like just it doesn't do anything. So I ship hands that don't do anything for a long time, or it's a little matchup dependent, right? Because you're versing control deck, maybe you can keep those hands that do nothing, but that might just walk into their plan. So it really just depends. But
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good breakdown of it. We saw some of this actually in the draft open that you won, where there were some hands that I got some supreme anxiety watching people keep. Like there was a one power hand where there was no pledge card and the person had to seek power and it was all 3 drops and it was just like, oh man, I understand why the person's keeping this because this hand's really powerful. You know, you have that plan like you're talking about of like, yeah, this hand can really come together, but you sort of have these like guidelines almost in place where you're like, okay, do I have the 2-drop plunder units? Are there other ways where I can find power, like how many seek powers, stuff like that are in my deck? It's not just this, hey, I look at my hand, okay, it's that simple and done. It's like, no, there's a lot of context that's going into all these decisions. You talked about, hey, what happens if you're playing against Yetis and I have this 4 and 5 drop? It's like, well, let's not talk about the game against Yetis at turn 4, turn 5. When we get to turn 4, turn 5, hopefully I've done something earlier in the game to get myself to turn 4, turn 5. But if you're talking about playing against a control deck and it's like, yeah, I've got Diana, Moonstone Vanguard. I've got 4 power. I'm pretty close to playing the Diana. Yeah, maybe it's not the worst hand in the world. Like maybe that's something we can start talking about as this is maybe a path forward. I think that's a really good way of breaking it down, actually.
Yeah, like I think my first game against Killer King, I kept a 1 power hand, but I had Okessa's Audience and Auto Tread in it. So I mean, even if I never drew more power there, like hopefully 2 power with Auto Tread could wipe through his deck of a lot of X1s.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he had the Execute, but you know.
right, welcome back. It is semifinals time here at the Revelations 5K Throne Open. We've got four fantastic players here, Corey. Mollybach, DDDD, Phoenix, and A Rank 13. So a mix of some familiar names and some new ones. So should be a fun little round for us here, as we're going to be watching both semifinals back to back. We will be getting to see both of them. We're going to be starting off though at the top of our bracket with Mollybach on Skycraig Sling up against DDD on her Kira. And this is a matchup that we actually just got to see this past round. And we saw the Kira deck come up on top. I'll be curious to see how Mollybach's specific lists and how he can manage, if he can manage to fare a little bit better in the matchup. But it's certainly going to be another exciting one between two of the sort of decks that we've come to see a bunch of. No obstructive flickers in Mollybach's deck this weekend. Got a bit more of removal, and got some islands favors. So interested to see a little bit less Belax action, a little bit more Hailstorm, Jotun Hurler action, and so gonna have to see how that can do in this. They've got the transpose market for everything from Death from Above to Sudden Schism. No cover from the Storm though for Mollybach, so maybe missed that tech, or maybe didn't like it for this weekend's tournament. But it actually sounds like our game's ready, Corey, so we're going to actually get right into the action. All right, top of your screen, DDDD. We saw a fantastic run from them in the past with a mono fire deck, but this weekend they've got Huru Kira.
Yeah, and starting off much better than we saw Phoenix in the last round, despite Phoenix being able to take down Notorious GHP and make our top four. They were unable to play a turn 2 generator of it. As we see Mollybach have to face down that fearsome threat here. They're going to try to respond with a crafty occultist. They will go ahead and discard that Belax, which will give them access to a Gunnerin, but they no longer now have a unit that can proc that Sling of the Chi in their hand.
Yeah, but just by finding a Sling of the Chi feels like a real victory for Mollybach. A Levitate, though, is going to get generated over it up and flying. DDD's power is going to be a little bit depleted. They've got a seat with no sigils and a Justice symbol, so a little bit behind, but a Permafrost for Mollybach. It seems promising.
And I like this from Molly. This is start applying the pressure going the other way. You don't want to play that long of a game with these Huru Kira decks. Whenever they start chaining cards together, thanks to those Huru Envoys and those Kira Ascendings, they can really keep the flood of action going, and also getting to deploy that Sling of the Chi here will give them access. If they can draw one of those strong or hardy units, they can start dealing damage or drawing cards, and if they're lucky enough, maybe it's a roast or something of that nature, start doing both, as we see Justice Etchings with Kira Ascending come down, and DDDDDD off to the races, starting to pick up bunches of cards here.
Yep, the old combo of Kira Ascending plus Justice Etchings is a great value play that also gives you some nice selection. For Mollybach, though, just their hopes and dreams rely on something coming off the top of their deck to combine with this Sling. And Grand Suppressor ain't exactly it. They've got a Skycraig Silex that they're one fire influence away from getting online, so a lot of potential stuff in the works that's good for Mollybach, but not quite coming together quite yet.
Yeah, and as a result now, things are starting to slip back the other way. We're going to see a Levitate here now fired off on Kira. That's going to pick up 2 more cards. We see a Bubble Shield at the ready now for DDDDD, along with that Silverblade Intrusion. So just all the protection in the world. Now we see multiple copies of Elise in hand. Gonna need another unit that they can actually attack with. It's not like this Valkyrie Enforcer can be played to silence off that Permafrost any longer, thanks to this Grand Suppressor on Mollybach's side.
Yeah, I like the Vanquisher's Blade that DDD picked up. Nice bit of a tech against big units out of Sling, while also interacts with some of the discard related strategies we see from time to time in the meta. Valkyrie Enforcer getting suppressed. All right, a transpose for Mollybach. Do they have something good for a spot like this?
Let's take a
look. Peek. They have a Furnace Mage, a Sudden Schism, a Rejection, a Turn to Seed, and a Death from Above. I gotta be honest, that's not exactly doing it for me, Corey.
Yeah, there's no giant forecast unit. Like, obviously, you're going to play the Siege Breakers in your starting deck because they just play too well with all the tools that you have going on. But having, maybe a forecast unit that you could get that could proc either half of the Sling of the Chi would be really appealing. But unfortunately, from only not having access to that this go around, as we're going to see now, Kira unlocked the 8th Influence. Felice comes down. That's going to give +1/+1 and Overwhelm to each of these attackers. Then Kira is going to buff up the Valkyrie Enforcer, giving an additional +5/+4. And all the while,
And just to put some salt in the wound, this double block of Mollybach ain't even gonna work. A Silverblade Intrusion's gonna do its thing. Oh, but a transpose for a rejection, so maybe it won't do its thing. And all the Silverblade Intrusions get discarded from the deck, but...
All right, if there's
the problem is the Valkyrie Enforcer. Yeah, if you can deal with the Valkyrie Enforcer, maybe you have a chance. It's tough because the big units don't do it, and Crest of Fury certainly doesn't. So, we've seen some... I feel like we're due for a pretty good draw from one of these Sling decks, but I gotta be honest, the past couple ones we've seen have been pretty anemic. So, for Mollybach, they're gonna certainly need that trend to stop. I mean, they did beat Frafa, our #1 seeded player, last round, so they certainly they must have had some good draws, but they're gonna need another set of them to get past this Hirukira deck here in the semifinals.
Yeah, we've seen the Sling players acquire the namesake card. They've found the Sling of the Chi. They've deployed that. They protected themselves with player Aegis. I don't think we've really seen it procced outside of a Belax that's also died in the same moment. We've never seen the Belax plus the Grand Suppressor, join forces and actually leave that threat in play. We've never, seen a siege train come down and actually blast a unit, overwhelm some damage to the enemy player, or anything beyond drawing a few extra cards that we saw in Notorious GHP, but then they just managed to, lose a middling length game to just the Hirukira deck just keeping them off balance just one too many turns. So yeah, really going to need to see some of those high strength units plus the Sling come together. Or maybe, maybe you can actually keep the Huru deck at bay just long enough that you can actually just, hailstorm and then just try to punch them to death with the siege train and a roast. We haven't actually seen that line come up again because we just haven't seen these, strong units actually being drawn from the Sling of the Chi side.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see if Mollybach can do it. I happen to know Mollybach from Twitch. Does moderating on some of the Twitch channels I've seen. So they're a good person, but and I would like to see them do well. But I have no bias, and I'm hoping for a good match overall. As we're looking here, and in our second semifinal, which we'll be starting with right after this, no commercial break in between. Phoenix is going to be on Hirukira up against A-Reg 13 on Skycrag Control. So another sort of like Hirukira versus Skycrag matchup, but this time it's going to be A-Reg 13 on a more controlling approach that can be a bit of a challenge for the Hirukira decks, but with Silverblade Intrusion and the like, they definitely have the tools to fight back against that sort of strategy.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of that earlier on in the tournament, and that led to some pretty unbelievably awesome games of just back and forth thinking that, one player was completely out of it to then, oh, they can't actually lose, to then the other player coming back again. So we're, definitely in for a sweet one here, closing out this series of Sling versus Hirukira, and, with Skycrag Control and Hirukira waiting in the wings for us just minutes away. Definitely got another awesome match ahead of us.
So we're waiting both players to rejoin the match, but we will be getting started here with game number 2 of this best of 3 set. As a reminder, it's a big deal that all of these players just made it to the top 4. By doing so, if any of the players who made our top 4 this weekend can get one more top 4 finish in the remaining opens this year. And we will be announcing the dates for the next 2 opens before our finals match, so stay tuned for that. We've got an Expedition Open and a Draft Open coming up. That'll be fun to look forward to, and we'll have the dates up for that this weekend. So as we get started here, both players are getting ready here for game number 2. In game number 1, we did see DDD kind of thrashed Mollybach. We saw one of those sling draws where it's the players have struggled to sort of combine it with like a siege breaker or a roast or a Gemini, just something where we're both killing something, getting on the board, and drawing a bunch of cards, just doing all of the kinds of things that a sling deck would love to do. This weekend, as far as units that can proc the sling deck, we've got the 2 copies of Belax, 3 Siege Breakers, 3 Geminons, 4 Roasts, and 2 Tamaris. And so not a ton, certainly not playing the full 4 copies, not playing anything like Guardian of Spring, but certainly Molly could have used to draw a few more of them than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, I definitely like Molly's setup relative to what we saw in Notorious GHP for this matchup. Having those extra copies of like Torch, Island's Favors, the ability to try to keep pace with the Huru deck, Huru Care deck early on, the ability to set up your power base such that once you actually get to the sling, you're usually getting to the bigger units. I really do like Geminon in this matchup. Again, yeah, there's Fearless Crescendos, there's Levitates, there's several ways to give flying on top of just already having flying units in the Huru Kira strategy in general. But this is a just massive threat that has to be answered, and here we go. Game number 2, Andrew.
All right, so Mollybach will be on the play. They've got Sling and not a whole lot else with just a Dazzle, but oftentimes that feels like it can be enough for a Sling deck, and Mollybach agrees, keeping this hand. They've got a couple of Crest of Furies to lead off with on the first few turns, so got a little bit of enhanced ability to ensure that turn 4 is really good. And that's what they're going to be looking for, Corey, that a really good turn 4 where they have the Sling, they're playing something, and they're playing something like a Siege Breaker or a Chimeras to get things rolling.
Found a Jotun Hurler there with a second Crest, and given that on DDD's side, all 1 health units, they don't actually have the ability to deploy, and yeah, keeping this Jotun Hurler, Mollybach's going to get paid off here. They're going to have the ability to deploy one of those depleted power cards, play this Snowball, and that's going to weave perfectly into their sort of game plan here. The next turn, Sling plus Cobalt Wasteland to protect themselves, and they're just going to be hoping to find one of those big units.
All right, we see an Akari Valkyrie Captain, and we see, oh wow, everything's working now for Mollybach. They've got a Roast on top of their deck, but they can play a Kenna this turn, and then next turn they can just play Roast, or maybe we'll see them try to set up with Sling of the Chi first. But the game has suddenly swung dramatically on Mollybach's favor, getting that Kenna to just eat that Ikaria and just making it so that, Mollybach has a clock, and now with Roast, they have this potential to just take over the game.
Yeah, and you might be thinking, oh, well, wait, isn't this not great? Now they can't play Sing of the Ching with Roast this turn? Well, Mollybach doesn't really have any need to rush there. They got to deploy the Kenna. They were the only one with something in play going into DD's turn. They removed a unit that had the ability to provide, extra resources, gaining DDD power, providing the extra buff to all the Valkyries in their hand. All the while, Molly's pretty happy just getting to, draw extra cards and, get extra power here. They have the advanced information now of, I can set up a great turn with their Silex, drawing a treasure trove, deploying the Sling, and they know that's protected thanks to the player ages. And now they've got the ability of Roast with Permafrost as well, should the Roast not take care of any sort of problem they want to answer here.
All right, so Roast is going to deal some damage thanks to the Sling of the Chi, but a Silverblade Intrusion will keep these units alive. Vanquisher's Blade is a really smart pickup for DDD, Corey, because it's by that weapon having the text that enemy cards can't leave the void. It means that the Roast is not going to get the advantage of its Entomb and play itself shifted. One of the things that makes it such a powerhouse combo with Sling of the Chi, and all of a sudden, things are now starting to look a lot dicier for Mollybach because that 6/5 has endurance and flying. It's not exactly clear how Mollybach is going to answer it. And we could just see something like a Torch right now on Valkyrie Enforcer while the shields are down, but maybe we'll see a Permafrost, or maybe we'll just hold up Dazzle. Okay, we're going to go for the Permafrost.
Yeah, and the important thing there to fire off the Permafrost is if you can get rid of the Endurance somehow on the Akari Valkyrie Captain, it's because you're killing the unit here. There are many copies of things like Hailstorm, additional torches that Molly might be able to find to combine together to take out that Valkyrie Akaria champion, or captain, excuse me. But as we know, there's that Silver Blade Intrusion in hand that would be able to stop that.
So now DDD could block with Silver Blade Intrusion. They should feel pretty confident, but they like the odds of just winning the race as is, so they're not going to bother. At a certain point here, it almost feels like Molly's going to have to fire off this Dazzle just to get the Plunder and maybe try to draw a Treasure Trove.
Yeah,
But no good use of it at the moment.
And they're not going to choose to opt into that this turn, so it's going to have to be one more shot at it here on their next turn. Given that Endurance, they can't stop this Ikaria.
Wow, and just drawing a Skycrag Insignia. Molly's really up against it, Corey. Yeah, they're just gonna have to go for this. This doesn't really do anything in the sense of like it doesn't actually stun, but they have to do this just to give themselves an out. Drawing the Treasure Trove, they draw Grand Suppressor, and I think that's gonna do it for Mollybach, Corey. DDD is got. I don't see any way that they can mess this one up. You know, as long as Silver Blade Intrusion and Bubble Shield, it just means that 6 damage flying is going to come across in a moment here, and DDD is going to be our first finalist in this tournament.
Yeah, really well done there by DDD, finding the line there, going into their market to grab that Vanquisher's Blade. And then, yeah, when Molly fired off the roast, just having the way to protect their flyer, immediately growing it up on the next turn. We will see Molly try to fight the good fight here. Firing off the torch, it gets blocked by the Silver Blade Intrusion. Molly's going to pack it up, and DDDDD is into our finals.
All right, so congratulations to DDD, condolences for Mollybach, and for for the next semifinal match, we do have the Phoenix versus A rank 13 match queued up. Phoenix is on her Akira. Obviously, we've gotten a good chance to see what their lists are all like this weekend. For A rank 13, they're on one of these Skycrag control lists. I'm going to pull up their list and we can get into the particulars of it. Again, the big new tech is to play with no one to hold them in these decks so that you can get either Jotun Hurler or Zhou of the Endless Horde. And it sort of gives you like this nice little option where you're sort of cycling your no one to hold them into either, you know, a 1 damage effect or drawing an extra card. But then when you combine it with plunder effects like Dazzle or a market card like Howling Peak Smuggler or ditching a card like Strategize or Honor of Claws, it's sort of a nice way to get an early advantage and then convert it into some resources that'll help your control deck going longer. Otherwise, this weekend, you know, we get to see Garden of Omens, Hailstorm, the usual standbys of Skycare Control, and in the market, we've got everything from Formbend, Obstructive Flicker, Royal Decree, Prodigious Sorcery, and Savage Incursion. So, you know, a Spellcrag deck through and through. Nothing too crazy or ridiculous going on, but definitely some nice innovation and some upgrades it's gotten from recent sets. And then on the Hirakira side, it's going to be all about how can they apply pressure, protect it, and not get just absolutely destroyed by things like a hailstorm, for instance.
Yeah, and Phoenix also has multiple copies of Huru Envoy here, so they have ways to turn their more, you know, situational protection cards, these things like the Bubble Shield, like the Silver Blade Intrusion, in spots where, you know, they just need to find more action, they need to find more units potentially to keep pace. They have the ability to do a lot of that in their deck thanks to playing, you know, those 4 copies of Kira Ascending and then the 2 copies of Huru Envoy. All in all, though, this looks like a pretty refined list from Phoenix. They're not playing any sort of like tricky one-ofs to try to catch the metagame off guard. It's a lot of just like, here's my stock Kuru Kira deck that I'm really happy and I'm really confident with. And, you know, they've been putting on a show so far for us, and we'll see if they can continue putting on a show, taking down one of the top competitors in the game, A rank 13, in advance here to our finals.
All right, so we're going to have that match up and ready just as soon as both players join, and we will be finding out who will be facing off against DDD in the finals of this tournament. For A rank 13, we've certainly seen them a bunch in the past, and Phoenix is a name I'm not too familiar with, so interested to see if they can get to the finals this weekend. But yeah, A rank 13, no stranger to our tournament scene. And yeah, the big thing that both players are playing for, as we mentioned, is the right to get to the finals and play for that slot in the 2021 Eternal World Championships. Should be a fun event overall. Corey, what would you say is oh, never mind. I'll ask you that question later because the game's up now. All right, we are here for the second semifinal. A rank 13 up against Phoenix. We've got Sky Craig Control up against Peru Kira. And, you know, a classic battle between a spell damage based control deck versus a sort of resilient justice aggressive deck with, you know, everything from Hojin and Kira's and Huru Envoys all to sort of get value when you play these protective spells on your units.
Yeah, and solid opening hands here on both sides. Phoenix would definitely love to trade in one of these power cards for a spell to be able to rock the Huru or the Huru Envoy or the Kieran. You know, just as I say that, here's a Justice Etchings off the top.
Yeah, and with the great start of Justice Symbol, you get that perfect turn 4 of Kira sending plus Justice Etchings, where you're sort of getting it all. For A rank 13, they're perfectly happy seeing nothing showing up on the board early as they're developing their power, going into the market for the first time with Howling Peak Smuggler here.
And looking to, you know, really start breaking down the puzzle here, getting that Royal Decree that'll allow them to disrupt a lot of what Phoenix has going on and, you know, potentially just answer a problem permanently, given that, you know, Phoenix doesn't really have any way to protect themselves right now. So we're going to see that combo that you talked about, Andrew. Kira comes down, Justice Etchings, we'll draw a card off the Kira, we'll get that Justice Sigil out of our deck, go into the market. But yeah, this is not going to prevent the Smuggler here from attacking and the Royal Decree's Onslaught ability from getting to turn all of a certain card in Phoenix's hand into copies of Seek Power.
Phoenix went straight into the market for their biggest sort of haymaker anti-control card in Corriva Palace, and that's going to be exactly what A rank 13 goes for. Very nice little turn, killing the Kira, dealing with the Corriva Palace before it even comes down, and even getting in 2 points of damage too.
Yeah, and a nice little pickup here though for Phoenix on the back of that. You have the ability to play Hoja on this turn, hold up a Levitate to protect it. If you wanted to, you could play the Huru Envoy, hold up the Levitate. Looks like Phoenix is going to go with the former of those options. Get down the Hojon here. It's protected, you know, from things like the snowballs. And A rank does manage to find their 5th power. They were at a risk there of potentially missing that. But thanks to the Zhou and the treasure trove, they managed to find that. And yeah, this is something you broke down earlier, Andrew. No one to hold him. Kind of a flex slot here in A rank's control deck. They're going to use it here to go find that snowball, try to deal 2 damage to this Hojon. I suspect, yeah, Phoenix is going to fire off this Levitate and keep the Hojon alive, at least for right now. But you know the thing that we're missing here, Andrew?
What's that, Corey?
The Hero Kira deck doesn't really have any spells to play on its units anymore.
No, it's been a pretty light draw. We've seen like a Levitate and a Justice Etchings, but no copies of the Silver Blade Intrusion, Bubble Shield kind of action that helps, you know, make these really big swings in the game where you would love to be able to catch up on board and remove some of its units, but it just messes you up with them. All right, so Rhyme Conclave Smuggler is going to help out a bit with this lack of sort of spell action and get a nice big old Stormhalt Knife. You know, typically a tool that these Hero Kira decks have for aggressive matchups, but, you know, outside of something like the Garden of Omen's Meltdown, a 5/5 Relic Weapon is a big deal.
Yeah, definitely a massive deal, as that could start taking out, you know, multiple of these Howling Peak Smugglers potentially. We're going to see a Dazzle fired off. That'll break the Aegis. Get to transform one of those cards into a Primal Sigil, and I'm wondering here if this is actually going to be the Obtrusive Flicker. Yeah, so the Obtrusive Flicker here grabbed out of the market. So A rank with multiple copies of the Smuggler in play, that can actually deal 3 damage. So even through it in power on the Hojon, they would be able to take out potentially both of these units should they attack. Of course,
Yeah,
again,
and this is a moment where sort of having a sense of what is in your opponent's deck is so big because Phoenix is not going to walk into the easy 2-for-1 and attack with both units. By attacking with just Hojin, it makes it so it's like, oh, okay, now A rank could certainly cash in the obtrusive flicker for a removal, but they're not feeling as good about it.
yeah, now an interesting spot here for Phoenix. Do you still go to the knife? I mean, there's still that flicker there, so you would end up losing the knife overall. Is it better just to go to Generator Dovid here?
Yeah, I like going to the knife. I mean, you know, Phoenix doesn't know if A rank 13 has a lot of damage in hand or has a Garden of Omens. Might as well, you know, put some pressure on him while you can.
So yeah, thanks there to that player Aegis that Phoenix had gained earlier on with the Rhyme Clay Smuggler. They get to protect their relic weapon. But again, as we said, is going to lose the relic weapon overall thanks to the Garden of Omens getting to fire off that meltdown, and now we see the reread fired off. And a heads up line here, Eric able to get back a snowball, still dealing 2 damage thanks to one of these smugglers being in play, and now it's an all smuggler affair left on the board, Andrew. But hey, that's finally a spell here for Phoenix where they can actually, you know, play it on one of their units should they so choose.
Yeah, and it's a tricky spot for Phoenix because they got to figure out how they can maybe get the site off the board before too much value is accrued. So they're going to go straight for the snowball line on the Cure Ascending. Just going to find another power. Janitor Dovid. I think they're looking for maybe like a Maveloft Huntress here. But we just whiffed on that. I mean, these Hero Kira decks really are not optimized for the old Janitor.
No, there are not many soldiers or amplify spells in these decks, so it is difficult for that Generator Dovid to hit. It is a massive threat, but you know, with great power comes great cost as well. And when this Generator Dovid does get finished off, there are going to be 2 soldiers picked up, and it's not like Phoenix has much left in the tank to actually, you know, potentially get over those threats. So we're just going to see the Dazzle there fired off.
Is doing great work. So I believe we've just got resurface left on this Garden of Omens. We get down the Valkyrie Enforcer. It's kind of nice to just silence your Janitor. You don't feel too bad about it because really, once it's in play, all it has is drawback text of that Entomb. So silencing it is a nice move. It doesn't break the fact that it's been stunned. Resurface now with the Honor of Clauses. It's going to give A rank immediate access to pretty much anything in their deck. Well, really just the spells. And let's see what spell they got queued up on top. It was a Hailstorm with a Torch coming a few after that. A rank 13 can get this down to just a completely empty board here.
Oh, but interesting. They're going to choose to pitch to the Torch and hold on to the Crafty Occultist. So should they fire off that Hailstorm, the site can still be dismantled here.
Yeah. Did A rank 13 think this was going to kill everything? It's not like they're just going to lose this site now. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if they thought that, hey, I still have a Smuggler in play even though it was the Crafty Occultist here. And as a result, you know, Janitor Dovid gets to take out the Garden of Omens just before Tamaris joins the fray. And, you know, unfortunately for Phoenix, there's just nothing to follow up with. They really wanted a Justice Etchings or something there. And now as a result, second Garden of Omens comes down. Ice Bolt finishes off Janitor Dovid.
And you know, you can never. We've learned not to count out the Hero Kira decks in a spot like this. A Hero Envoy with maybe like a Silverblade Intrusion on top, or a Bubble Shield, or a Levitate could mean big things. So here's a Levitate. That's gonna Hero Envoy is gonna turn that into a 1-cost draw 2.
And yeah, given the Ice Bolts that have gone on this game, given the Ikarias, there's a bunch of extra power. And there's that Silverblade Intrusion you were talking about, Andrew. And we have access with Maveloft Huntress that can plunder away the Justice Sigil.
And I wonder, we might just see a Silverblade Intrusion right away, because we get to both draw a card and keep the Maveloft Huntress alive after the killer. And yeah, Phoenix is moving in. They have to be scared because, like, the resurface is still there, so, like, they're gonna get a Hailstorm queued up right now, but if you're Phoenix, you can't just let the game go on forever.
Right, and fortunately for them, there's no copy of, Strategize, Wisdom of Elders, Honor of Claws, and as a result, yeah, both of their units are stunned and they're not making any headway, but they have the ability to continue drawing cards, and they're going to fire off the Bubble Shield here on that Huron Envoy, gain an Aegis, draw a card. They don't have a Justice unit currently, but can make that happen.
Valkyrie Denouncer is Justice.
Yep. Can make that happen here with the Denouncer, but do you really... I guess, of course, you can always just trade in the Justice. Should Phoenix have any left, though? Yeah, it looks like they're out.
They were out. And A rank 13 actually didn't put a Hailstorm on top. It was an Honor of Claws. They just weren't going for max card value. They're going to find, wow, Wisdom of Elders and Joe. And when you get to just chain off card draw with a Garden of Omens in play, I mean, you're just like a pig in slop. I mean, look at this. They just play these all for such little power. We're going to see now a Strategize.
Okay, there's a Hailstorm. So now A-Rank has the ability to fully dismantle this board.
Yeah, they're going to start by popping the Aegis on the Huron Envoy, which will draw a card. I mean, this is getting a little dicey because now we're going to see the Hailstorm, but we're also going to see like a Levitate. And if we were to see something here like a Silverblade Intrusion come off the top, I think A-Rank 13 might be able to win this game next turn, but they didn't. They just found Jotun Hurler and Valkyrie Enforcer. Nonetheless, the Denouncer is going to revenge back in, and Phoenix does have a couple more units that they can throw out. It's feeling to me like this is a good old spot to just throw them all out, but we'll see.
Yeah, your opponent had to do so much work last turn to obliterate your board, and at the end of it, yeah, they drew a bunch of cards, but they are still running low on resources. You've managed to keep pace here. So we will see 2 of those units deployed. We will see the Hojon thrown out as well, obviously holding on to the Ruffian to try to set up that potential massive push through, but we will see Tamaris join the fray, so now each of these spells costing 2 less. This Trev's fired off for free. Joe's going to join the fray, and yeah, we're going to have a 0-cost Dazzle in hand and the ability to play this Permafrost still. Okay, Andrew, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Kieran to snowball it immediately. Yeah, Phoenix has been pretty willing to do this. They're more than happy to just turn these cards into just, hey, I just want to gain some health.
Okay, and the Maveloft Huntress, not ideal to get through the Dazzle, but it is something that threatens this Joe.
Yeah, I mean, one way you could do this is you could just go for the Ruffian attack in case there's a Ruffian attack with something big, and then maybe the Dazzle happens, but now it means that you don't have to worry about another Dazzle. So this is a tough spot for A-Rank. You could just chump with the Tamaris, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to drop down to 2. Wow, a gutsy play. And so now I think we'll have to see the Dazzle come out. All right,
Eric, what do you got to deal with this?
Well, we're going to start things off with some free card draw. 0-cost Strategize. You do a 0-cost Treasure Trove. But now we're kind of running out. I mean, you can no one to hold him for another Joe. I mean, that's, you get a free card draw, but we're going to start the turn off with an attack with Joe. And we're going to see that kill Kira and deal 1 to the Trick Shot Ruffian, interestingly. I guess, are they planning on no one to holding him in for Oh, there's a hailstorm.
Oh, and a dazzle. I mean, that's got to be the perfect 1-2 punch if you're sitting on A rank side. So now,
Yeah, I mean, getting free card draw Joe leading to cheap spells is like a lot. So almost everything's dead now. Now we get to know when to hold them. You get the Jotun Hurler, and just for good measure, let's kill the last one of your units. And I think A rank 13 has weathered the storm. There is a Valkyrie Denouncer with Revenge that's going to pop up in a bit. Hey, speak of it. And there's Silverblade Intrusion. I mean, Dazzle doesn't do it against this. I mean, I guess Dazzle just stuns it.
yeah, you just can stun it and try to potentially outrace here. You also have the ability of, just playing the Grenade off the Waystone here. That's, 10 in the air this turn, and then you've got 11 plus the Snowball on the next turn. Importantly, they're not pulling out anything, or not sitting there with 6 cards in hand and not allow any of these denouncers to get played off the
I mean, if you play out Valkyrie Enforcer and Valkyrie Denouncer, you're getting A rank 13 down to 1 flyer, and now we've got 3 lethal attackers for next turn. Now Joe would block 1 and Dazzle deals with the other. But we're getting into danger territory for A rank 13 again.
Yeah, this definitely
the nice
looks like
thing is that the
spot.
plunder means that we're gonna get to draw another card from the treasure trove. Ooh.
I don't think there's a Hailstorm left though. I believe
is there
all 4
not? Yeah.
used.
Have we played all of them? Because yeah, you could resurface treasure trove Hailstorm with the Garden of Omens.
Yeah, and given the Troves being immediately fired off, I think that A rank is out of copies of Hailstorm here. So we're gonna see a new Garden of Omens come down. Ice Bolt on one of the Valkyries that is not stunned. And yeah, now the Joe has to sit home, so that's not a Valkyrie Enforcer to end it.
I think Phoenix has got it, Corey.
Yeah, there's no way for A rank to draw cards, and those are all power and a snowball in hand and cards locked out by no one to hold them. And I think you're right, Andrew. I think this one just slipped away from A rank. I think that Silverblade Intrusion protecting the 1 Valkyrie Denouncer that was Destiny back that turn, finding an additional Valkyrie Denouncer, and importantly finding a Valkyrie Enforcer that moved the Tamaris out of the sky. And now Phoenix is just sitting here trying to figure out, I just have to go for it, right? Like, is there a way I can't go for it? Oh my gosh, they don't go for it!
Did they really?
They didn't go for it. They knew 3 of the cards in A rank's hand.
Oh wow, and now with Torch off the top, that's gonna kill one of the Valkyrie Denouncers. Oh, you probably don't kill the one with Revenge first, I wouldn't think. The other one was... And now Tamaris comes down next turn. So now we're back. Like, Phoenix managed to pick up another flyer. So that's the good news.
Right, back
there's
in
going to be another flyer for A rank 13. So we might... Okay, so yes. But nothing off the top for A rank. Yep,
yeah.
Keep on chunking in with that 4-4. And A rank 13, all of these Jotun Hurlers are now sort of coming up back online.
A Levitate does it. Silverblade Intrusion. No, that doesn't really do much. You could fire it off.
Well, here's what you could do, Corey. Here's what we could do. We could attack with our flyer, Silverblade Intrusion, and then probably Tamaris will block the 3-3, finish it off with a snowball, and then the Silverblade Intrusion lets us play another 3-3 immediately.
Yeah, I think I would have liked your play there, Andrew, and instead now we just have a Silverblade Intrusion back on defense, and we really needed that extra flyer to be threatening lethal this turn.
Really did. Yeah, this is a conservative line that I would describe these last couple turns as pretty conservative from Phoenix, and I'm always terrified of giving the Skycrag control decks like more time like this, just because any one turn could just lead to Honor of Claws and a Wisdom of Elders, and then it's like you're just completely outclassed in the game.
Right, and at any point, if A-Rank ever finds another Zhou, that's basically it as well. Like, sure, you maybe have one more turn to push through, and yeah, that's the spot we're in again, where maybe there's
all right.
one more.
Does a Rhyme Conclave Smuggler get us there?
So you get the Pristine Light out of the market, that can kill all of the flying units on both sides.
Yeah, no, not quite. I mean, if you attack with like Jotun Hurler and you get Pristine Light into the mix, like you get to redraw it. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see what the pickup is. What an incredibly close game. I mean,
Yeah,
it is
absolutely
Phoenix
back
is so
and
close
forth.
to dying too. Like there is just 10 attack worth of flyers on A rank side. Going for the attack. So we are going for the I like attacking with Jotun Hurler if you're going to do that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree, given that you know that you're not getting it on the ground on the next turn, given that there's still that grinded in the Jotun Hurler for A rank to defend themselves with. And now
And they
here,
can't play them both.
right, do you just play the Icaria and pump up the Denouncer in your hand? No, gonna play the Destiny one, and okay, A rank is bricked again. Is Phoenix gonna go for it this time? It's clear
It's
attack
pretty
in
hard
the
not to
air.
go for it this time. Phoenix takes down game number 1 in the second semifinal in one of the most high tense games we've seen in a while. I mean, it didn't seem like Phoenix was still in it, and then it got to this point where it's like, oh my gosh, they might just be a beat away here from just winning this game, and they ended up getting to take it down. So kudos to them for persevering. For A rank 13, I mean, it's hard. Like when you get into those spots, Corey, where it's like I have Tamaris and Joe that can attack, and I have a Garden of Omens, and it's like trying to optimize what you're going to do on those turns can be so hard because you just literally almost have the world at your fingertips. It's not that literally A rank could do whatever they wanted, but it certainly was a lot harder to figure out what their turns should be at any given moment. And it's just like when you lose a game like that, it can really mess with your head because you always want to think back to like what could I have done differently. um, but it's just like, but you can't. You got to focus on the next one.
Yeah, definitely a loss like that has to sting. I mean, your deck did everything that it was designed to do. You kept the Haru Kira player off balance. You swept their board several times over. You managed to go through an entire agenda on not one but two Garden of Omens, nearly a third as well. You managed to play a Zhou and draw 4 treasure troves off of it that you got to play that turn for free. I mean, the only thing that A rank didn't do in that game was eventually find a smuggler to go get Savage Incursion out of their market. That was basically the only thing we didn't see them do. For that game to end up the way that it did, where A rank loses to Phoenix and Phoenix managed to build up enough flyers and eventually just set up a position where they could pristine light and push through, that really stings if you're A rank. It is very easy to, go on what we would call tilt here and kind of just get emotionally upset at the situation. But like you said, you kind of just have to put your head down, realize, hey, the next game, none of that matters. Sure, I'm down 1-0 but that doesn't affect the decisions that I have to make in this next one. And, the rest of that game, I thought A rank had, played pretty well overall. Like they had managed to get themselves into a situation where they were behind, then they were really far ahead, and then it kind of just slipped away over the course of the matter of few draws. If they ever find a smuggler there, I think that they win the game very handily. And we'll see if they can, keep it together, keep it cool, and course correct here in game number 2. We know what kind of caliber of player they are. We've seen them, make our world championships before. We'll see if they can make a comeback here in game number 2.
All right, so DDD patiently awaiting the conclusion of this match to find out who they're playing in the finals. A rank 13 is going to be up on the play here in game number 2. They've kept their hand. It's got a nice start of strategize, at least. For Phoenix, a couple of Janitor Dovids is going to be their draw. And I love Janitor Dovid. I mean, you talk about having a card which lives through Torch and Hailstorm. Well, Janitor Dovid does because it has 4 health.
Yeah, a pretty awesome start here if you're a Phoenix supporter. Double Janitor Dovid, the Justice Etchings. I already have the 4 Justice influences. Of course, would really like to find things like a Kira or Huru Envoy to turn those into a couple of draw multiple cards. And we'll see if this Generator of it can manage to find a soldier. And you look at that, there's a Mayflower Huntress off the top, Andrew.
Synergy. For A rank 13, they're just gonna pass with Wisdom of the Elders up. And for Phoenix, they're gonna, once again be confronted with how much do you want to shove all in. Got a lot of different options, of course, with their draw.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting spot as well, given that they could run out another Generator Dovid here and have two really resilient threats. They could do this, which is another line that's interesting to me. Silas's Generator Dovid. This thing might die at some point in the game. Let's make sure we're not having to push through a bunch of 2-1 soldiers on A rank side as well.
It might die right here, Corey, as we're going to see. Oh, nope. I thought we might see Hailstorm plus Torch, but we're going to see a Howling Peak Smuggler go into the market, pick up a Form Bend, and then we're going to maybe see a Torch. Yep. Okay.
So is this something, if you're on Phoenix's side, that maybe you can attack with your Enforcer, maybe you use your Mayflower Huntress to take out the Howling Peak Smuggler? Is this something that, maybe you just ignore the Howling Peak Smuggler for a turn or two and you just try to apply more pressure? This is a complicated situation here for Phoenix of, how much do you actually have to worry about this additional spell damage from that Smuggler?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play it. I mean, for instance, if you were to go for Hojin plus a Justice Etchings here, Corey, we could be queued up for a Korrivat Palace next turn.
Right, exactly, yeah. It's not just the lines of how does this affect this turn and then my opponent's next turn, it's how does it affect my several next turns. And Phoenix choosing to, hey, I think that this Smuggler could get out of hand. They're going to deploy a formidable, unit here in the Mayflower Huntress. It's out of range of anything like a Torch or a Hailstorm, and now this is putting A rank back on the back foot again. Yeah, they've gotten that Form Bend out of their market, but I don't think that this is how they were intending to try to use that Form Bend.
Oh, I don't know. Form Bend is kind of just like it's a little bit of the the bubble game and spit that we put to keep the roof from leaking. It's
it's the catch-all. We're not like
yeah
super about it, but hey, if there's a troublesome relic, if there's a troublesome unit, maybe I can answer it. But
exactly.
A really nice pickup there for Phoenix. That was actually pretty huge for them. So now they have the potential to do that play that you were just talking about, Andrew. They could go play Hojon, they could play that Justice Etchings, and that would get them to 6 influence for the Silverblade intrusion. Or they can just make this attack like they are now. And, do you want the 6-4 in play? Would you rather just say, hey, this is fine, I can live with just having my Enforcer, no longer stunned, and maybe deploy just a Hojon and hold up the intrusion going into A-Rank's turn? Phoenix looking to push damage here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you can let it go because maybe you don't really want to protect the Mayflower Huntress that much. But, man, that was just 6 points coming across.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can get A-Rank into the danger zone, we saw what that meant last game. Just at any point, if any unit could push through, the game was over. And eventually, A-Rank just ran out of things to block with. They ran out of ways to, Hailstorm and Torch and Permafrost all of the enemy units. And now Phoenix setting up that Justice Etchings. They have the ability here, potentially trade in one of these cards to that Kroviat Palace. They could, maybe get a Trick Shot Ruffian to try to get a one-shot potential in.
So A-Rank 13 can clean up this board with Hailstorm. They either need to use Hailstorm plus Form Bend. If you Form Bend the Mayflower Huntress first, you'll just have basically Hailstorm and then kill everything. Or you could Hailstorm the other 2 units and just Permafrost the Mayflower Huntress. My guess is that's the direction we're going to see rank 13 go with this turn. It's just a question of would they rather sort of be in the spot of leaving a Permafrosted unit out or still having a Form Bend in hand. It looks like they're going to go for still having a Form Bend in hand. As I would be surprised if they let Phoenix start a turn here with Korrivat Palace, which they have to assume is coming, and a unit.
Yeah,
I guess it's +4/+4 in endurance. Yeah, right. I think they needed to do the Form Bend line, Corey. This seems kind of nasty to me.
Yeah, you can't really deploy that Permafrost until the Kroviat Palace has used that Withstand here, and now A-Rank's gotten themselves into what looks like a pretty dicey spot. Is Yeah, we'll see the Palace come down, and just every mode is awesome here for Phoenix. You could basically choose any of the modes and be happy. They'll start with the withstand, and now A rank is, in the danger zone. They're at 5 points of health.
Yeah, I mean, let's give A rank 13 credit. They've set themselves up into a decent spot here because they can just ice ball now the Mayloft Huntress. There's no more units on the other side. They've got a Garden of Omens, so it's not like things are going terribly for them. I mean, just look at all this stuff that they've got going on now. Are they going to go straight? They're going to hold on to the no one to hold them, see what they need. Imagine we'll see a Wisdom here. Wow, picks up a Bubble Shield and a Silverblade Intrusion, and now this is going to get hard here for A rank 13 because that is a lot of protective measures. Because let's keep in mind, when you play a 4-strength unit with a Choreographed Palace in play, they get Endurance. So now, if for A rank 13 to basically get through and kill these Ikaris, they got to get through these first rounds of Aegis. Then there's the Bubble Shield. Then there's a Silverblade Intrusion protecting both of these. I mean, and it's really only going to take one to stick around, because even if you get rid of one and you're only at 5, Sack the City is going to get played next turn. So for A rank 13, I think we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I don't know that I see a way out of this one, Andrew. Given that they had 4 strength already to be able to proc the passive there on Crovia Palace, we'll see this know when to hold them. Could see a Jotun Hurler picked up. That'll find a Snowball. Now the Honor of Claws. We're going to need... Okay, there's a Hailstorm to start, but obviously we know about the Silverblade Intrusion. Can A-Rank manage to find a path here? Starting off with Form Bend, and yeah, as soon as you're an A-Rank side and you start seeing, your opponent get that chance to respond to your spell. Snowball, and I think this is going to lead to the Hailstorm. And yeah, we can see this Crafty Occultist come down. It will bring a Grendon Friend, it will bring a Flyer, but Sack the City will do the final nail in the coffin here. As both of these Ikaris should be able to make Berserk attacks. And we see Phoenix take down A rank 13, 2 games to 0. We're going to have an all-Huru Kira final.
All right, so that was quite an impressive job there by Phoenix, by Phoenix against A rank 13, and we're gonna have like you mentioned, an all Huru Kira final. So we're gonna take a brief break, and we'll be back with the dates of the next 2 opens as well as the finals of this Throne Open with DDDD up against Phoenix. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
So I know that I pulled a bunch of my friends to the game, especially during Eternal Celebration. That was great. They got to try everything. But since then we have 13 mini sets and 11 actual sets now. Are there any plans to make older campaigns or older sets more accessible to newer players so they don't feel overwhelmed by there's just so much stuff, I'm not gonna be able to get it. Why keep playing?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Certainly, it's one of the things that we love is releasing more and more new cards for players, giving people more new things to explore. But if you're somebody who's just joining the game, maybe sort of how do you navigate that? It's definitely an area of ongoing conversation, and something that we're looking into is sort of how do we make this all a little bit more digestible, and how can we maybe help people catch up a little bit better? Because yeah, it definitely makes sense. Obviously, we absolutely love the passion and love people for bringing people to the game, but we can certainly understand why if you've never played we love all of the depth in Eternal, and we know our players do too, but if you're somebody encountering it for the first time, we want to make sure you can have a good experience.
And it's definitely something we know we can do better on. Like we saw with the Eternal Celebration, like you said, you brought in a bunch of your friends who are like, dude, here's this game I love, come play it, like this is rad. Like we saw a bunch of people who had not played for a while come back and play, or completely new players. So we know there's something in that space that we need to be doing better to help facilitate that. But yeah, as Andrew pointed out, like you said, there's 13 mini sets and 11 full sets. We need to make sure also that those players don't feel like, hey, but I spend all this time like collecting all these cards. We don't want it to make it feel like to those players, well, hey, you're just giving it away or anything like that. So there is a balance we need to strike there, but definitely agree with you. Like, hey, we can be doing things better in this space, and it's definitely something that we're discussing and trying to figure out the best path forward on.
So about the draft open, I know that like there are a lot of questions about how the packs for the Swiss and the top 64 were actually seeded. Were those just snapshots of the draft queue from a couple days before the tournament, or?
Yeah, so we match the draft opens, the events where we do draft to the drafts from the draft queues, and that's something that we do. We're our big focus with that is as much as we can trying to match the experience of what players get in the draft queues to what they're going to get like in the event, so that they can have that nice experience of being able to practice in the same sort of environment. And we also got some feedback from players who were interested in seeing it so that the random cards that were generated were coming from just the draft format. With our events, we typically allow it to be everything, but it's definitely something that we're looking into changing for the next draft open.
Yeah, that's nice, because I know like I would have been a little salty myself if like my opponent played air support and rolled 7 mana to loot, and I know that I asked my team and some other people like if they had anything else that I didn't think of, and one of the things that was brought to me is like, do you guys like how much you guys take like the player experience like feedback into account when trying to determine buffs and nerfs, like Severin plus Reap stuff, like they're not, I would let's say they're pretty easy to hate out, but like they see so much play that they're, I don't know, you know what I'm trying to say, like they see so much play that they're just ubiquitous, right?
Player feedback is huge because there's only so many of us who work on the game. With a card like Severin, maybe it wasn't necessarily too powerful to like dominate every tournament. We obviously want to balance is a huge thing though, because it will determine sort of oftentimes how much players play against a certain card. In the case of Severin, these games are taking a very long time to resolve, and they're very wacky and epic and cool games. But we want to make sure that people can get a variety of experiences in the game, and that we're not slowing down people who want to be able to feel confident that they can pick up and join the queue when they have 15 minutes off of work or on a bus ride. And this interaction is really causing a lot of games to just like really drag out and bog down. And with Severin, that was sort of one of the things that we were kind of seeing with the card. But as far as where player feedback comes from, they're critical. We want to make the game as fun as possible for you guys. And the first sign of like could be something in the game that could be better is just you letting us know. It's like, hey, I'm kind of tired of this card. And obviously, your sort of natural reaction is like, why don't you just nerf the card that I told you? And sometimes we try to do that, and sometimes we look for ways where we can sort of, if somebody's playing with a card a lot and having a good time with it, we want to see if we can maybe tweak things to make the experience better for the person playing against it, without having to sort of take the fun and the candy away from the person playing with it. So, well, we want to thank you for joining us, Collector. Super excited to have you back at our World Championships again. Do you have any goals? Is it for you? Is it just awesome to get to be there and compete? Is this something where it's like, no, I really, really want to win badly?
I'm really hoping I can push past top 4 this time. I just want to push past that point, actually get to the finals, and we'll see what happens there. But so
you're gonna try to run up the score. You're gonna go try to win the rest of the opens. Also, like we've got 6 more opens before the World Championships. You've just been crushing them, absolutely. Like you're just gonna go win another one in the next few months.
I'll definitely participate in a few of them. I might not take them quite as seriously as you have, just because I am already qualified, but I'll definitely be trying. So.
Red.
All right, so more Shimmer packs on the way.
Potentially, we'll see.
All right, thanks so much for joining us today, Collector. And we're going to go back to the booth now to check out the conclusion of the Revelations Open.
All right, it is time for the finals here at the Revelations 5K Throne Open. We have two fantastic players with DDD and Phoenix playing Kira decks against each other in a mirror match to determine who will be this weekend's champion, win a bigger share of that 5K cash prize pool, and earn a ticket directly to the 2021 Eternal World Championships. Corey, in this kind of a mirror match, what do you expect to see from these players? What are they going to be focused on?
I think it's really going to be focused on, getting onto the board, trying to set up, your game plan here. These aren't decks similar to, the thing that we just saw at A rank 13. There's not going to be a field of torches and permafrost and hailstorms and ways to answer all of what your opponent is doing. You're going to have to try to overpower your opponent some here. You're going to have to try to make some crafty plays with Silverblade Intrusion. And there's not going to be these huge haymakers back and forth where we saw, Phoenix manage to stabilize and make these really awesome comeback wins. I think it's largely going to be founded on, can you apply pressure onto the board? Maybe you get to make a big play with Silverblade Intrusion, or maybe that Pristine Light out of the market. But in general, I think it's going to be largely focusing on your game plan and disrupting that little bit that you can from the enemy, such that they can't, go crazy with Kira.
All right, as soon as both players are ready, we are going to join that match, and we will find out the champion of this weekend's event. We do have upcoming event dates for you all. They will be visible on screen soon. But basically what we're going to be having is we will have an expedition open towards the end of next month on July 30th. And then we will have a draft open early on in August 13th. So look forward to those. And we are going to have two great, exciting events, and we'll see what the formats look like as we get closer to those shows. Should be a good time, and we got lots more exciting stuff planned for Eternal for the months of June and July. So going to be a fun time. So the game is ready, and we are time for the championship match here at the Revelation 5K Open. Okay, it is finals time. Yeah, all the marbles, Corey. Phoenix up against DDD. We've got Phoenix up first here. Corey, how do these draws look to you?
Overall, if I'm in DDD's side, it's fine. I'm going to have the ability to play a Hojon or a Kira here. I'm pretty happy about that. Overall, I've got two Valkyrie Enforcers. I absolutely love that. I'm a little bit light on spells, but hey, I've got everything going on. I'm really happy with my draw. On Phoenix's side, I'm thankful I'm the one going first here. I've got the ability to leverage this Maveloft Huntress. I have that third undepleted power. I can immediately dismantle this Hojon should I so choose. I also have the ability to be the first one to go into my market to maybe make the game plan of I'm going for that Kroviat Palace. I'm going for that Pristine Light. You see the attack come through here from Phoenix. And now it's decision time. Like, this is the first really tough decision of the game of, do you want to be using your Smuggler this early on? Do you want to just play out this Maveloft Huntress? Maybe you completely shift gears and you just play Janitor Duke this turn.
And we're going to see, that Maveloft Huntress here taking out the Hojon. And for DDD, follow up here with maybe a Valkyrie Enforcer. You could go for a Kira and start protecting that one.
Yeah, I think I like the line that you brought up first there, Andrew, with the Valkyrie Enforcer. I think if DDD had started off with maybe a Justice symbol on turn one, such that they already have the 4 influences unlocked, I'd be really into the idea of playing a Kira with maybe a protection spell available. But yeah, here you play down the Valkyrie Enforcer and you silence the Maveloft Huntress, but now you still have this Hojon to deal with, and that is not an easy threat to simply just scoff at and just deal with. Is maybe, if you try to line up a block here, you can't just afford to take it. You're already down to 22, so put you to 15. But yeah, now Silverblade Intrusion is going to pick up a card from the Huru Envoy. Your Valkyrie Enforcer is going to bite the dust.
Valkyrie Enforcer, a nice little answer for Huru Envoy. One of the few cards that sort of deals with its effect without letting the enemy draw a card.
Yeah, precisely. And we haven't seen anything like a Jotun Hurler be picked up by either player. If DDD had added any copies of those, maybe they could have picked off something like this Hojon and this Maveloft Huntress earlier on. But at least, thankfully, having that second Valkyrie Enforcer does get to disable the Huru Envoy here. But now Phoenix, multiple ways to get into the market here. You know, they have the ability, they could just go get the Croviat Palace. They don't have Aegis, so they couldn't just go get a Bring to Justice or something of that nature. And I guess they could, but you wouldn't be able to just kill the Valkyrie Enforcer, just be stunning it. So see a bit more of a conservative attack here, just the Mavlov Huntress gets sent in.
All right, so Valkyrie Enforcer threatening to trade with Hojin. I mean, part of it in this matchup is like when you get your opponent to do something like play a Silverblade Intrusion and it's not getting played on a Huru Envoy or a Kira or a Hojin, that's kind of a win, right?
Exactly, yes. Yeah, you know, given that they're not gaining power or gaining cards, if they have to use one of their defensive spells, just keeping, you know, I'm going to call it a lowly 3/3 flyer, even though it actually, you know, not the worst threat in the world here, it is kind of a big win for you. Like, you're getting them to expend resources and they're not getting that synergy back. Whereas here we're seeing the bubble shield come down. You know, DDD's getting the player Aegis, they're getting the Aegis onto their Kira, they got to pick up an extra card. And now they've got the multiple units in play that can actually use the Silverblade Intrusion and maybe make multiple blocks here such that DDD can't set up something that they would actually be happy with going long.
And so yeah, now we could make this attack with like Hojin and Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, but with a Kira out on the side of the board, it's a lot worse. You could go for Koryavat Palace. The big risk is like if the Valkyrie Enforcer gets buffed up a little bit, Phoenix doesn't have any flyers to stop that thing from killing the palace.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting here. Will we see Withstand? We are going to see Withstand on the Hojin, so this is going to grow it up to a 10-9 lifesteal. Phoenix just wondering here, do I want to throw another unit into the attack? You know, is my opponent going to have to play the Silverblade Intrusion anyways if they have it? And another nice pickup there for DDD. If, you know, they are behind here. They do need to find a way to kill this Croviat Palace, but they've now found ways to help keep their units alive. They can actually keep fighting onto this board and keep gaining card advantage with these Kiras. Really need to find a way to get this palace off the board. To sack the city on the next turn could be devastating.
Absolutely. And it's a tough challenge. DDD is going to start off here with a Mavlov Huntress. Going to B1 to the Kira. And maybe take out the Hojin. Okay.
Yeah, and I like this
was a little
line.
surprised we didn't see the Silverblade Intrusion played there. But I guess you can play Kira and now have Silverblade Intrusion on 2 Kiras. This is starting to definitely turn around for DDD.
Yeah, and on Phoenix's side, you know, that's kind of a brick, a seat of order here. They were really looking for something to get the action rolling, and now, okay, you've picked up a Hojin, you picked up a Valkyrie Enforcer. These are definitely solid options, but none of which are things that allow you to start chaining off. This isn't, you know, okay, there's a Rhine Conclave Smuggler. That was one of the things that I definitely feel like Phoenix was looking for here.
Yep, so probably will imagine they'll keep that one on top. They do. Now with Valkyrie Enforcer, very interesting. You could just silence the flyer to help protect the site, or you could silence the unaegis Kira to try to prevent more card draw.
And gonna take the line here to protect the site, and the much more aggressive line is this is now 5 units in play. They're gonna get affected by sack the city on the next turn, and yeah, DDD valuing too highly the potential for Silverblade Intrusion to allow for comebacks, maybe enabling a couple of attacks here potentially this turn, but unfortunately did not find a Justice Influence to buff up their Kiras. Should they have found that 6 Justice Influence, they could have grown to 4/3 Endurances and been able to make pretty formidable attacks here into this palace. But now, as a result, you don't have that many great attackers. You don't have the ability to really take out this palace. Do you have to just start by firing off this intrusion right away on both your Kiras, Andrew?
think so. I mean, I think you just can't win. I don't think the tricky aspect of this line is worth as much as just maybe you might find it something off the next. You're like going to play this in combat, and the opponent's probably going to block no matter what. So I don't think you're getting much out of the surprise value of waiting until combat to do this. But it's okay. All right, a Ron Conclave Smuggler is a big deal.
Yeah, that is definitely a nice pickup.
Could mean a Palace of DDD's own in the future.
So yeah, Sack the City would represent 6-8 with a power on the Hojon. 6-12. You're potentially looking at as much as 20 damage. So you're definitely gonna have to make some number of blocks here, and we'll see what Phoenix really allows for DDD to do there. Is obviously knowing that a Bring to Justice wasn't just played. This is very likely to be that Croviat Palace in hand for DDD.
Oh, is it Trick Shot Ruffian just lethal cord? Probably
Most
is.
definitely. I totally missed this actually, as I don't believe that DDD is playing a copy of Trick Shot Ruffian in their market, but Phoenix definitely is. And once you combine that with Sack the City, Berserk Attack 22 in the air, and Phoenix is going to take game number 1 here.
All right, quite a nice game 1 there from DDD and Phoenix, and we are going to see game 2 of this match in this Hurakira Mirror in just a moment as both players get ready for game number 2.
I stand corrected. Both players have a copy of the Trick Shot Ruffian there in their market.
That's all right. It certainly wouldn't have been very good on the other side that game. They weren't quite in the spot where they had it. And we definitely see Flyers proving a pretty big deal in this matchup. I mean, just the ability to have something evasive. You don't have to worry about what kind of Silverblade intrusions might be happening on the other side, what kind of blocks. And, with Valkyrie, the lone Valkyrie Enforcer being the lone Flyer really felt like made the difference there in that game.
One thing I do want to point out here is Runic Transformation. That is the 1-cost primal spell transferring 2 of your units into each other. So you select one of your units, select the second one of your units, and basically they kind of just shift whatever they're doing, right? So you transform them into one another. DDD has a copy of that in their starting deck here, and I'm really interested to see if maybe they can pull off some pretty sweet stuff here, combining that maybe with like Hojon or Kira, maybe kind of use it to set up a really explosive block, or maybe even an attack in a situation where we didn't get to see that game, but if the units actually have to start brawling on the ground more aggressively before the Silverblade intrusions are actually enabled fully, maybe getting to set up awesome attacks there with Hojon or Karya Valkyrie Captain could be quite potent.
All right, so as soon as both players rejoin the match, we will begin game number 2 here of this finals. Best of 3 match. So as a sort of a capstone to this event, where does Throne go here? So Hurakira sort of was a deck that had been on top, that maybe fell a little by the wayside, but with the recent balance changes, maybe back on top. It'll be interesting to see how the meta adapts to, once again, try to contain the Justice Army that Kira likes to bring.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. It definitely looked like it matched up well against the sort of Skycry control deck that we saw one of the teams bring this weekend. Difficult to really say how well it matched up against the Sling decks. Like, there was definitely that one game against Mollybach where I believe it was DDD, kind of put on a really nice show there with their Vanquisher's Blade against the Roast, and there was like a lot of little intricate things that went on to make the matchup seem pretty good. There were some poor draws overall for our Sling players, so I'm interested to see how things shake out, but we'll worry about that another time, as we got game number 2 here kicking off.
All right. So DDD will be up first here as they lost game number 1. Phoenix redrew into a pretty weird looking 7-card hand of Justice Symbol, Hojon, and a bunch of Justice Etchings, and we're going to see them go to a 6-card hand of Maveloft, Huntress, and Levitate. For DDD, seems totally solid. You've got a couple of cheap spells to go with the Hojon. You've got Influence of each type.
Yeah, these have been some rough hands on Phoenix's side. I mean, you're still a primal influence away from getting to use that Mayblock Hunters. You don't even have units to imbue it on, and yet DDD being that they're on the play, Phoenix is already down a card. They saw their opponent fate. They know that a snowball's in their future. Going to hold on to this Hojon, and I think that we're going to see them just get to hold up the levitate here and maybe get to catch that snowball here from Phoenix.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance we won't even see Phoenix play the snowball. It's not like you're super excited to just let your opponent cash in one of these cards to then also
Totally.
accelerate their power.
Do you think that as a result, maybe we'll see Phoenix use one of their more expensive options, like a Mayblock Huntress?
I don't think it's important that you necessarily try to view it and turn it into a huge monster. What's even more interesting is Phoenix was so sure because that the Hojin would get protected, they didn't even bother making the killer attack there.
Yeah, that's pretty heads up. So we'll see DDD here empower their Hojon, and yeah, just going to go ahead and immediately fire off this levitate. See if they can find any extra action. They would love to find a Kira or a Huron fight potentially. For now, they'll be content with slamming in for 6, and I assume that we'll see the Sicaria Valkyrie Captain play, given they have the Silverblade Intrusion to protect from any sort of killer attack or snowball shenanigans.
All right, so we see Ikaria showing up, and she's really close to turning into her fully powered up form with one more Justice Influence, getting her up to a 4-3 flying endurance.
Yeah, to from Phoenix side, you have all these spells, but just nowhere really to put them and utilize them. And if you were so certain the last turn that your opponent had this way to protect a Hojon, now your opponent's throwing out even spicier target with the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain. No extra ways like Levitates to protect that one. That you gotta feel pretty concerned that this is gonna be a Silverblade Intrusion here. Nevertheless,
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a blowout here.
Yeah, so Silverblade Intrusion on Phoenix's side, trying to make the blowout of, hey, I'm going to try to kill both your units, but right back at him, DDD manages to protect both of their units for the turn, and now has found Akira ascending, and they got that bubble shield in hand. I mean,
yeah, it wasn't obviously it was mostly just a Silverblade Intrusion. The trader was Silverblade Intrusion. But Phoenix also lost the killer attack. They'll never get that back.
Yeah, and you also didn't get to push through any damage with your other Mayblock Huntress, and yeah, it's almost like you lost almost your complete turn there. Like, yeah, you got to deploy a Mayblock Huntress, but really what did it accomplish? And, now you're taking 10 points of damage from the 2 units that stuck around that turn. Phoenix in the danger zone here, down to 9.
Is that an official category now? Is the danger zone when you're under 10?
No, I was picturing the danger zone as when my opponent is going to have lethal to kill me, because I thought the Kira Ascending was coming down, but DDD wanted to play it a little bit more patiently than I was expecting.
Oh, wow, we didn't play the Kira.
Yeah, that was what caught me off guard, because I thought for sure, okay, you're going to have 10 strength of units in play. Now it's the danger zone. Like, one clean attack and you're dead.
Oh, it's because of the killer.
Oh, good point. I totally missed that there's still one more killer in play. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, would much rather try to find one more spell to combine with that Kira. And of course, if you can find something like a Silverblade Intrusion, and you're going to be off to the races, or Mayblock Huntress of your own.
Yeah, this was a really well done play, I think, by DDD. They sort of used the Ikaria to get that killer unit gone, and now they can just go straight for a bubble shield. Now they got another bubble shield. And so, they've got the health total advantage, they've got a Kira, it's got an Aegis, so it feels like things are mostly going Phoenix's way right now. You kind of see that by Phoenix firing off a Levitate here just to try to see another card.
Yeah, I would sort of describe things as stable yet still precarious. Like, DDD does have the Kira in play, so any number of spells can be really dangerous on their side. But yeah, Phoenix sort of had the first first shot at finding some haymakers. Ended up finding a Silverblade Intrusion, which is a pretty good pickup, but
Yeah, like if Phoenix could just find like a way to get into the market first, and
Yeah.
they got the Palace going.
this is going to make things a little bit dangerous, as now there's going to be a flying threat. Phoenix is at 9. This can also silence off the Dovid's, detrimental Entomb ability here. Yeah, and unfortunately, if you're Phoenix, you kind of just have to take this hit. You really need the Silverblade Intrusion if you find a Kira or Who or Envoy to start chaining together some extra cards for you. Okay, Andrew, but that's what you were talking about. There's that Rhine Conclave Smuggler, the way to get into the market.
Yeah, I imagine. I mean, you could try to go for something involving Pristine Light, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, given that it's not going to end up killing the Kira, it's a struggle to take such a line like that. And obviously, you're nowhere close to being able to use your Trick Shot Ruffian to make any magic happen. Grab the Stormhalt Knife here. I like this pickup. Yeah, and if you're DDD here, not having deployed the Valkyrie Enforcer, you don't really have a great way to kill the sword. You're gonna have to fire off this bubble shield, try to draw an additional card, and Justice Etchings would have been so beautiful to have access to on your turn.
So now we're going to see the Valkyrie Enforcer silence the Conclave Smuggler. And Justice Etchings probably go and pick up Koriva Palace. Make things quite challenging for Phoenix.
Interesting spot here. Do you just withstand the Valkyrie Enforcer?
I think I like withstanding on the Janitor because it just hits so hard.
Sure, totally valid, and obviously getting to attack this turn, a pretty big game. See that Silverblade Intrusion fired off. Protect the Stormhalt Knife. But unfortunately for Phoenix, that's just going to end the game. All right. So Phoenix agreeing, hey, I can't really come back here through the Corvette Palace, and packing it up, just suicided themselves with the Stormhalt Knife. I was pretty confused what their plan was there, Andrew, but it was, hey, if I'm going down, I'm taking Janitor Dovid with me.
So we're going to get a game 3 here, Corey. I thought Phoenix did a pretty good job of battling back despite, really redrawing into a 6-card hand that was pretty anemic. Ultimately, like, that one turn, that Silverblade Intrusion. Okay. Sounds like my microphone might have stopped working for a moment. Let me try to get that fixed up for you guys.
But yeah, you were talking about the anemicness there of Phoenix's hand. Really didn't get anything going with Akira, as like we saw on this side from DDD. We'll let you expand there on your thoughts once you...
How's my mic sounding now, Corey?
Much better. You're back in action.
All right, sounds great. Yeah, the Silverblade Intrusion turn was just too brutal. Like, they had it set up where they were going to get to combine it with both of their killer attacks, and I thought that was a really nice way to sort of use the material that they had gotten that game. It just couldn't really hold up against the Silverblade Intrusion on the other side. So we'll have to... But in game number 3, we'll see what Phoenix can do with, they'll get to be back on the play, and they'll get, hopefully, a little bit better of a starting hand to work with. So far, it has seemed like the players are, prioritizing the right kind of things. They're prioritizing flyers, getting to use their cards for the most material. And I think the thing I'm kind of hoping to see a little bit more of, because I think we saw Phoenix maybe miss that in one game where it's like, if you can get a spot where your opponent uses a Silverblade Intrusion and it's not being used on one of these value generating units, that is just good for you, because if they never find them in the game, you will probably win. And if they do find them later, it's so great if you got these cards out of their hand earlier on in the game.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way to describe it. Similar to what you were explaining in game number 1, where it was like, yeah, you wanted to make that attack just to get the Silver Blade Intrusion out of your opponent's hand. We've seen how deadly it is when you get to combine the Bubble Shields and the Justice Etchings and the Silver Blade Intrusions, most importantly, I believe, among those spells, with the Kira, with the Haru Envoy, that if you can get your opponent to say, yeah, I'll cash in my Silver Blade Intrusion to kill your one unit, you actually feel good about that trade because your opponent hasn't managed to make that exact trade plus draw a card or potentially two later on, where if we ever get to see that happen, it's really looked like the game's come down to, how do things trade off in the early sequences? Does somebody just fall too far behind? And if nobody falls too far behind, it comes down to setting up one of those haymakers while who's actually getting ahead and pushing in damage. If the person who's pushing in damage manages to be the first one to get into their market and make that haymaker play, they can really, apply too much pressure and end the game.
All right. We are going to be joining game 3 now with Phoenix on the play. They've redrawn once into a pretty risky hand, Corey. Their power is all depleted. They don't have a third power. They don't have a spell to protect anything. I hate going to 6-2, so I get it. Meanwhile, DDD's drawn once, and I don't really love their hand. There's no particular reason why having a bunch of levitates is good here. So
Right.
I would say that, but whichever player kind of draws better in the first couple of turns is going to be in the driver's seat early, at least.
Yeah, DDD is really going to need to make sure they have a unit in play that they can actually play some of these levitates on and get somewhere. And yeah, Phoenix here not finding out a depleted power on turn 2. They're really going to need to actually get to their next turn and hopefully find a power so they can deploy the snowball. Also, they find another Avion.
Are both players going to miss their third power drop?
It doesn't seem that unlikely to me, Andrew. So yeah, Phoenix here saying, all right, I need to try to keep pace. I'm just going to snowball your Akari Valkyrie captain. But all right, we see DDD will just fire off a Justice Etchings here. They won't be able to protect an Akari Valkyrie captain should they choose to run it out this turn.
That would have been a big moment for Phoenix to drop power, play a Maveloft Huntress, and stop that Akaria from getting more power. As it stands, they're going to go for an Akari of their own. And yep, DDD smelling a little blood in the water. They're just going to go for a quick old Valkyrie Enforcer. But now Phoenix picks up the third power.
Right, and with these Maveloft Huntresses in hand, this is the ability to, turn after turn, ensure that they're going to play power here. So you can play a Maveloft Huntress and plunder away the Jotun Hurler, or, potentially, I don't think you really want to get rid of one of the Kiras despite not having any spells just yet. But now you got the ability of, pick your poison if you want to play a Maveloft Huntress. Instead, we're going to see a Janitor Nova deployed. Unfortunately for Phoenix, that's going to be a brick. Again, not many soldiers in these decks.
Wow, Corey, I missed that DDD's playing with a copy of Runic Transformation. One cost, transform 2 units into each other.
Oh yeah, no, this one, I'm hoping that it gets to come up, but currently it's just, a grip full of Levitates and Runic Transformations with no Kiras and no Huru Envoys, whereas, Phoenix on the other side has all the Kiras and Huru Envoys, but no spells to play them on.
All right, so Janitor Dove beatdowns. For Phoenix, yeah, I mean, the disadvantage of not playing Maveloft Huntress last turn was that they didn't get to plunder a sigil, and so they can do it this turn, but sort of the way that they have played out the game, they have sort of guaranteed that they are not going to sort of get to use sort of all of the power that they could have, right?
Right, last turn they could have spent 3 power and played the Huntress. This turn we know they would have had a 4th power in their hand and potentially played, a Kira and a Janitor Nova this turn. As a result, the upside of their play is they get to understand more how the game develops. There's certainly a risk in doing that, but there is the upside of seeing what kind of threats DDD has, and as a result, DDD not really adding much to the board there, just using that ultimate ability on their Akari Valkyrie captain. Got to see, hey, I actually have the strongest units here. Let me try to fight you this way. But unfortunately for them now, they are pretty far behind in the air. They're going to need to really answer these Valkyrie Enforcers, and we can see DDD's hand. Look at all these. Look at all these fast spells. They've got the Silver Blade Intrusion to prevent potentially another killer attack. They have all these levitates that, maybe they have to start cashing them in for cards, but, should they find a Kira or Huru Envoy, each one of those is a draw too.
Wow, we're going to see Silverblade Intrusion. And Phoenix has a lot of cards in hand, Corey, so that means we're going to get a...
One Justice Influence.
Oh, we didn't have enough
actually.
Justice Influence for that part, right? Right. You need 6 Justice Influence. But we are going to get some 2-1 soldiers, and given how long it's going to take sort of Phoenix to play out their hand, those soldiers are going to become real game pieces at a certain point.
Yeah, we might just see a double Kira Ascending here play this turn. No, we'll see Kira Ascending and Levitate. Maybe looking to find a Silverblade Intrusion of their own.
Man, Power just really not trying to come off the top, but a Valkyrie Enforcer offers us the promise to help chip away at how much air advantage DDD has. Meanwhile, Hojin looks pretty juicy with those Levitates, as we're going to see another attack in the air for 7.
Yeah, also an awesome card to combine there with the Runic Transformations. So we now see Phoenix really rolled up here with just a bunch of Mavlov Huntresses in hand, and just not enough power to be able to deploy them and the Valkyrie Enforcer in the same turn and start answering a lot of what DDD has going on in terms of their Air Force. Down to 10, and these soldiers, notably Andrew, they're coming off of stun next turn. Those are going to be able to attack.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 Levitates, this game could end pretty fast.
Yeah, we were concerned looking at the opening hand of, what was DDD going to do with all these Levitates? Well, they have 3 units on the ground, and Phoenix has 3 units on the ground, so they could all get blocked. Well, with 3 Levitates in hand, maybe you can send them all to the skies.
All right, we're going to see another Mavloft Huntress. Powered up to a 6-2. I imagine that's going after the 4-4 Vulcan Enforcer. And now here, we could see Runic Transformation here. It seems pretty juicy to me to transform a soldier into a Valkyrie Enforcer. Yeah. That was a great play.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely awesome. You spent 1 power to basically counteract the 3 power play that Phoenix made there. And again, DDD is the one that's ahead on the board. DDD is the one that doesn't have to drive the action whenever Phoenix has to make a play.
I think this is it, Corey.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. DDD, the triple Levitate send-off here, we're going to fire off 1 on a Hojon. And with Phoenix having no power available and no flyers with which to block...
Not even going to bother playing any of the other Levitates. Why not? DDD has won the June Revelations 5K Throne Open thanks to Huru Kira and some timely Levitates and a Runic Transformation that I think they... You know what? They're par far ahead if they could have won without it, but man, that was a pretty nice little line they cooked up there. So congratulations to them. We will see DDD. And so that is going to do it for this tournament, as they are going to be in our World Championships later this year. Congratulations to them. Condolences to Phoenix, but, we'll hope to see more good things from them with their, top 4 finish. That gets them 1 more top 4 finish away from locking up a World Championship slot of their own. Corey, do you have any parting thoughts on today's event?
Just overall, I mean, after a round of live balances here, I thought we had a pretty awesome field. We saw a bunch of different decks going on. We saw things ranging from, various different aggressive strategies, several different mid-range strategies, some combo and some controlling decks. Like, I felt like we really saw it all here this weekend. And, at the end of it, sure, we had 2 Huru Kira decks in the finals, but that wasn't the predominant deck in the field. There wasn't like 20 copies of Huru Kira running around. It wasn't like it was stealing the show. So metagame's pretty wide open. Sure, these were the 2 decks here in the finals. They put on great performances. These players played amazingly. I'm excited to see how things shake out. We've got Expedition and Draft Opens coming up, but that doesn't mean that players aren't going to be battling Throne on the ladder, trying to get, their Masters Medallion. I'm interested to see what happens with this format in the months ahead.
Yeah, we'll see some Throne tournaments, I'm sure, for the Tuesday Night Eternal series, so check that out if you're looking for more tournament action before our 5K opens in July and August for Draft and Expedition. All right, so that's going to do it for us here on today's broadcast. And want to thank everybody for joining us. Thanks to Tom and Tim on the production side, and Corey for joining me in the booth. It was a lot of fun as always, and we will see you guys all at the next one. Have a good time in the queues.